ini akan seperti apa? Ada nggak bisa cerita sama teman-teman?
Kebetulan ada sih, kita udah ada brief lah, jadi sebelum kita sampai ke sini pun.
Tapi so far enak
aman.
dari hospitality-nya semuanya.
Hospitality always top one kalau Riyadh.
Always top number one
ya.
Gimana dari Red Face udah merasakan nih hospitality yang luar biasa di sini?
Kagum sih,
Kagum.
Kaget kayak kita bisa dapat semua yang ada.
Nggak kebayang ya?
Nggak kebayang.
Udah Axel gimana? Udah merasakan suasana di sini nih?
Awalnya nggak nyangka sih bakal kayak gini banget, kayak nggak terlalu, pas denger kayak oh ya udah, ternyata emang sewah itu.
Ternyata nggak ya udah aja ya di sini ya. Dari Talon, adakah mungkin persiapan khusus untuk turnamen global ini atau latihannya ya seperti biasa aja karena udah biasanya pun udah yang terbaik gitu?
Kalau dari persiapan kita sebenarnya sama kayak biasa aja, kita lebih ke kita adjust lah sama lobbynya gitu. Jadi kita apa yang baik untuk turnamen kali itu mungkin yang itu kita cobain di latihan kemarin.
Oke, berarti adjustment-nya itu nggak terlalu major banget ya untuk turnamen kali ini. Lebih ke lihat tim-timnya siapa aja, lobbynya siapa. Kalau gitu ada nggak tim-tim yang di luar Asia Tenggara udah kebaca semua tuh? Ada nggak yang diwaspadain banget dengan mungkin alasan tertentu?
Mungkin kalau yang kita belum pernah tahu kayak mainnya tuh belum bisa dilihat banget lah gitu ya, karena belum pernah ketemu. Mungkin tim-tim dari EMEA sih. EMEA kan banyak baru Moneymakers, ada ada Basic Task, terus NRX gitu kan kemarin karena. Mungkin itu sih karena kita belum banyak lah ngeliat mereka main juga. Sisanya inilah udah pernah ketemu juga kan, kayak yang tim-tim gede banget, Alpha Seven, Falcon, semuanya itu kan udah lumayan sering lah ketemu di turnamen gitu kan. Jadi ya mungkin tim-tim yang ini sih yang belum pernah turnamen bareng sih.
Oke, karena dari kan gue udah ngobrol sama 2 tim berbeda tuh, dari Boom, dari juga The Lions. Mereka pun taruh perhatian khusus tuh ke tim-tim EMEA karena nggak tahu cara mainnya gimana, Moneymakers terutama. Sama mereka taruh perhatian khusus ke tim-tim dari Mongolia. Karena ya mereka juga waspada banget lah firepower-nya, gameplaynya kan juga mereka perkembangannya pesat banget kan. Jadi mereka taruh perhatian di situ. Nah, untuk nanti ketika di turnamen, kalian itu apakah akan main seperti biasa, apa punya strategi khusus? Mungkin nggak usah kasih strateginya ya, tapi adakah perbedaan dari gameplay di sini dan gameplay biasa kalian?
Tentu ada sih, kita bakal adjust sama lobbynya gimana, terus yang paling works gimana buat lobbynya, karena kan 12 game ya, terus per 6 game lobbynya di switch kan, jadi ya mungkin kita adjustable sih. Kita mungkin ada lobby A mungkin kita bisa pakai yang kayak biasanya, atau di lobby B kita ubah cara mainnya, itu kita tergantung nanti lihat sikon di lapangan aja.
Ada nggak tim yang kalian tuh males banget ketemu, kayak aduh ketemu dia lagi nih, selalu ngeresain kita nih kalau udah ketemu satu lobby?
Siapa ya? Yang dekat-dekat loot drop paling sih kayak nggak ada sih yang sering banget tuh, nggak ada, tapi kayaknya yang bakal sering ketemu tuh nggak ada sih. Jarang sih. Maksud kita ganti-ganti
Drop zone juga.
Ganti drop zone, maksudnya kayak beda-beda musuhnya. Kayak di map ini musuhnya yang sering ketemu ini, di map ini ketemunya yang sering ketemu tim ini, jadi beda-beda, nggak ada yang sama terus gitulah.
Yang penting udah ke mapping kan, kayak di Wrangel, di Miramar, di Sunhawk nih lawannya udah tahu nih yang mana yang rese, yang harus diwaspadain. Tapi so far nggak ada yang kayak dia emang niat banget tuh mengganggu kalian di awal-awal tuh, nggak ada?
Nggak ada sih.
Tapi nggak tanding di sini?
Wah kalau itu gue nggak tahu dah. Kalau itu gue nggak ada sih. Kalau di lobby EWC kali ini kebetulan nggak ada.
Lebih lega lah ya berarti ya mainnya kan? Nggak usah terlalu perhatiin di awal-awal, diganggu-gangguin atau diusilin di awal-awal kan?
Tinggal gimana kita adjust aja sih.
Oke, that's good to know. Karena pasti kan itu juga ngaruh ke early gameplay. Kalau sampai ada yang ke pick off, moodnya pasti kan sedikit ganggu lah kalau di awal-awal.
Firepower kan pasti berkurang kan.
Berkurang juga. Sama timing bisa jadi agak off kan, karena kurang orang kan. Nah, kalau untuk persiapan turnamen seperti ini, kan pasti ada jeda tuh antara kalian bangun, sarapan, sampai nanti turnamen mungkin agak siang sore. Kalau dari Red Face, apa yang paling lu seneng lakuin nih untuk jeda di antara bangun pagi sama mau turnamen nih? Ada nggak hal yang rutin lu lakuin, ritual-ritual lah, supaya lebih chill gitu pas sebelum turnamen?
Kalau gue sih pribadi nonton anime aja sih, nonton anime doang.
Sampai turnamen tuh?
Sampai turnamen kadang.
Kalau tuh anime habis nonton apa?
Nonton kayak camping di Alaska gitu.
Outbound gitu ya, yang naik kayak gitu ya. Gue kira lu nonton recap lagi, fight anime di YouTube gitu.
Enggak.
Berarti biar chill nontonnya yang relaxing, camping, outdoor gitu ya. Emang hobi?
Hobi juga. Suka sih sebenarnya.
pengen
Belum
lah
ada
gitu.
waktunya, tapi sekarang kan sibuk banget e-sport.
Nanti pas udah selesai, lagi ada libur-libur gitu ya, mau coba.
Coba.
Dari Meseri,
Kalau gue biasanya dari misal bangun pagi gitu kan, habis sarapan semua segala macem. Kalau ngelihat dari, kan gue belum tahu kalau di EWC ini nanti jam berapa gitunya ya. Maksud gue kayak nggak tahu kita harus off ke venue-nya jam berapa gitu kan, cabutnya jam berapa. Tapi kalau gue biasanya kalau pagi bangun sarapan gitu terus let's say habis olahraga kan, paling gue tidur siang sih. Terus kalau emang gue gak bisa tidur siang, paling gue nonton live stream aja sih paling. Kayak hari sebelumnya gitu biasanya. Kalau turnamen-turnamen kayak PMSL kemarin gitu kan, itu sih gue paling.
nonton recording kemarinnya gitu ya.
Ya nonton live stream kemarin.
Biar reminding lagi lah
Ya,
permainan
buat-
seperti apa.
Jadi main kemarin bisa kebawa sampai hari ini main gitu loh.
Terutama kalau lagi bagus kemarin mainnya kan.
Ya.
Dari Axel, ada rutinitas yang dilakukan sebelum turnamen?
Kalau aku sih sebelum turnamen paling biasa lah nonton film gitu. Terus ngobrol-ngobrol sama temen. Nggak terlalu gimana sih, cuma santai aja.
Kalau gitu kita kan pasti punya banyak pertandingan-pertandingan yang sengit banget nih, pasti juga hari-hari yang cukup intens. Dari Talon sendiri, seberapa pede nih persiapan kalian, mood kalian saat ini untuk ngejuarain PMWC?
Gue kalau juara sih nggak gitu terlalu mikir ke sana sih buat sekarang. Jadi gue ya juara tuh harapan lah gitu kan. Cuman kita tetap coba kasih yang terbaik, sama ya apapun itu kita coba berekspektasi minimal kita ada di top 5 lah. Kalau juara itu menurut kita bonus aja. Bonus dari mungkin persiapan kita yang mungkin udah cukup matang gitu kalau emang kita juara gitu aja sih kalau dari gue.
End goal-nya kan top 5.
Ya.
Untuk tahap-tahap awal nih, group stage. PD 100% lolos?
Ya, PD.
Lolos, apa punya target khusus?
Ya, PD lolos lah.
Lolos aja dulu.
Lolos.
Nggak ada target harus top 3 di group stage gitu,
Nggak
nggak
ada
ada.
lolos, yang penting lolos aja dulu.
Yang penting hati lega dulu nih,
Ya,
biar nanti next-nya baru top 5.
ya.
Oke.
Minimal top 5 minimal.
Oh, minimal top 5.
Ya,
Maksimal?
ya juara.
Oke. Kalau gitu ada nggak satu hal yang bikin kalian ekstra pede turnamen kali ini? Kayak misalkan, wah si Red Face lagi on fire banget, apa wah kemarin kita turnamen lagi on fire banget as a team gitu, yang bikin kalian yakin nih bisa dapetin top 5 tersebut.
Ya kita lagi ini sih, mungkin lagi lumayan baik komunikasinya gitu sih. Jadi ya itu sih mungkin yang jadi ya salah satu faktor lah mungkin nanti yang bisa mungkin lebih bagus lah main kita di EWC kali ini.
Oke, berarti PD-nya ada, faktor-faktor pendukungnya juga lengkap ya?
Ya.
Oke. Ya kalau gitu, gue cuma bisa ngucapin good luck pastinya juga untuk di PMWC kali ini, di EWC kali ini. Semangat terus, dan pasti juga ya jangan sampai burn out ya, karena kan panjang turnamennya juga. Pacing kalian juga harus benar, dan pastinya juga semangat terus lah untuk di turnamen kali ini. Kalau teman-teman semua, gue harus ucapin thank you juga untuk tim Talon udah kasih waktu untuk berbincang. Semoga semua goals mereka tercapai, semoga juga selama waktu mereka di Riyadh untuk di EWC kali ini juga bisa jalanin dengan relax dan juga santai lah biasanya ya. Oke teman-teman, thank you semuanya. Kita bakal menyelesaikan perbincangan kali ini, kita bakal bertemu lagi di next content kita. See you teman-teman semua.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, Ginny here, and we are at the Boulevard at the ESPORTS World Cup with two of your favorite PUBG Mobile casters.
Oh, that's us, Blank.
It
it's
is.
me, Jackie, and Big Man Blank.
Big Man Blank on the case. We're going to have a good time.
We are. We're going to be exploring more of the Boulevard, so make sure you guys stick around for all the action.
If you, Ginny,
Me, Ginny.
look at you. Now look at me. Now if you can lift the pan, you may absolutely hit me on the head with the pan.
Challenge
Have a
accepted.
test. Have a
She's
test.
going in.
I'm
Just
going
have
to
a
get
little
called
look.
off by security.
I have my doubts.
Probably
Okay,
liftable.
Is it not-
That's pretty heavy.
Is it actually?
That's actually
Did you
pretty
move it
heavy.
at all?
Yes. Look.
You did?
Wait,
Okay.
look, I can move it.
Do you think
She
you
didn't
could
even move
bicep
it at
curl?
all.
No.
You
Do you think
sure?
you can bicep curl?
Probably. It looks about
Actually, yeah.
35
Okay.
kg.
35,
Alright,
well,
alright.
yeah.
There's the helmet. Do you think you can lift it?
Yeah, probably.
Let's
But I don't
go.
want to break it.
Yeah. That
You
could
don't
be
want to
bad.
break it.
We can have
Wow.
an inspect.
Well,
You think you're built that
why are we
big?
just lifting everything?
I just want to see.
Is that just...
Yeah, show me how strong you
I
are.
reckon I could, but I
Yeah.
feel like that would break.
No, that
Yeah,
probably
you,
won't.
you
probably
probably
not.
lift it.
You should crawl
and it would
under
roll.
it. There's a prize in there, a chicken dinner.
I do like a good dance now and again. Did you like that? I felt
That
like
was,
I did
like,
well.
really good.
I don't know if they approved though. They were whistling
They
at
look
me.
a little-
Whistled you out.
Yeah, they were like, stop.
No, they're like. All right. Well, let's head over and see what else there's up for action. Three, 2, 1, go. Guys, no.
Oh, you.
Oh,
Oh, you've come.
let's go.
Okay.
Okay, your turn. I got yellow and yellow.
Yeah. That's a small prize, that is.
Oh no.
Jackie's got a no prize. Can I have? Cheers.
Chest bump.
I shot you after.
Who won something?
I know.
Did we get a prize?
Did we win something?
I think you were the only one who consistently got it each time. So I think you select which one you'd like.
Oh my god, can I have this one?
This one?
Yes.
She loves it. That's awesome. Kiwi looks awesome. I like
Okay.
it.
Gosh.
You lost.
Are you
Going
going
for the watermelon guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Sweet.
Watermelon gang.
Hey. Oh! Okay, can I get a? Nice.
He's
Oh.
a watermelon. He's a watermelon.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
This is the one.
All right.
Blank,
on,
I need
Jenny.
you to say something.
Whoa. She's almost there. Oh.
Okay, last one.
Oh God.
Is that the one? Oh,
Hello. It's extremely dangerous and extremely fun.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
You did so well.
Your
Okay.
turn.
Kiwi Bob, bless the ball. Thank you very much.
Ooh. Come on, Blank, you got this. One more.
So close.
Jackie, it's all on you.
I'm ready! Ready!
Collecting your 5-a-day fruits.
He's done it.
I've got the peel.
The champion.
Congratulations.
It's
Wow.
as big as me.
Wow. Wait, is it size of Ginny?
It's larger than you.
Another helmet.
Hey.
Do you guys want
You
to know
spotted him.
what's
Yeah.
under that one?
Do you think
What
it's
is under that one, Ginny?
maybe based in a chicken variety?
Maybe.
Some
Would it
sort
be
of
done in the
dinner?
oven, potentially?
Maybe. Who
Have a
wants
look,
to have
Ginny.
a look? Why
Have a look.
me?
Well, I had to go in the
Oh,
last one.
Blank's going.
Oh, he's going in.
I tried to lift up the pan. What's in there?
It's chicken.
It's chicken.
It's a
There you
whole
go.
chicken.
Oh,
Yeah.
Under that?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, you should check it out too. There are dragons, and you just grab them, and then under the dragons there's a number,
Okay.
and we get 5 dragons each. So we have to catch 5 dragons, add up the numbers.
Can I catch 5
mathematics.
dragons in one?
Yes,
Could I make it an efficient 5 dragons?
you could. I vote we go let blank first.
Let Blank go first.
What?
I vote for.
efficient?
I let blank go first.
Dragoning?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. I think that was pretty good. Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
2 plus
Yes.
2 times 4. 4 plus 1,
5.
5.
Yeah.
5 plus 1,
6.
6 points, you got the medium prize.
A medium
Hey.
prize.
You get a doggo.
Look at him.
I've
Look
seen
at
you're
that.
He's a
flipping
big
him.
pointer.
You were flipping
No,
him.
he's a big
Oh, you
pointer.
cheated.
You were having a look on the bottom.
No.
That's outrageous.
1,
These
1
claims.
plus 1,
Yeah.
2.
That's a 2.
Yeah, this is not a very
It's
good
a nightmare.
plus 1. +2.
Hey,
Fine.
there you go.
Right, but you also got the medium price, okay?
All
My
right.
turn.
How much is it?
Can you step back in the yellow line?
Oh my. Of course.
Okay.
Careful, careful.
We are the winner! Are you ready?
Yes.
Can see you, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
He's baited you out.
Yay!
I've been wrong. She's stolen it. She's gone. She's got the ball. She's gone.
Day 2 of the main tournament here at PMWC is done and dusted, but what exactly does it entail? Don't you worry, because I got you with the recap, starting off with match 1. It genuinely felt since the entirety of today that Reject started off the day with the momentum that they built yesterday. Unfortunately, not enough for them to get chicken dinner on the first map, because Vampire are the ones who end up losing it to Boom Esports. Match number 2 is where things start ramping up a little bit, because Vampire are the ones who genuinely thrive in the chaos in the last few moments, and they do get themselves the chicken dinner. This is a team that we've been waiting for to step up to the plate, and they have finally done it. They get the chicken dinner, they get the elimination points, but it still brings the question, is this going to be enough for tomorrow? However, match number 3 is where Rejects really amp up the pace. They get the chicken dinner, something that they have been wanting and fighting for so hard for the last couple of matches. They secure the bag with that, and this is actually such a nice one because it puts them pretty high up in the standings and currently having a pretty comfortable lead, if I do say so myself. Match number 5 was a little bit of an unexpected one. The Xavier managed to get themselves the chicken dinner and the placement points as well. Not necessarily enough to push themselves too far ahead in the standings, but still remember, it's only day 2. We have one more day left tomorrow. And the final match of today, A7 Esports once again swinging out, coming through with that chicken dinner, and they are looking so comfortable at the moment. I'm excited and looking forward to tomorrow particularly. Well, let me know what you guys think of the game so far.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup on the final day of the main tournament. And oh my goodness, Jeannie.
A beautiful trophy, but only 1 out of the 16 teams here today is going to be able to take it home, alongside the title and the prize pool.
Who's he going to be? Could it be Alpha 7 finally being able to break that second place curse, or maybe Reject, or one of the dark horses like TJB and Talent Esports? Stay tuned and find out who the champion will be for the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
Let's go.
In the words of Milan, let's get down to business. I'm not going to finish the rest of that saying because maybe copyright issues, but we are heading into our last day. I told you James would hate it. The face he gave, he's like, this guy really hosted for me.
It was all right.
I just thought random. You know, 70 did such a good job opening the show with Genie. I don't need to do it myself. So let's just get straight into it, gentlemen.
Yep.
Last day, Alpha 7 currently in the lead by 10 points. Maxman, can they hold on to it? Can Brazil?
Well,
More importantly, Alpha
don't
7.
answer that
No,
question.
mate. No, for real, like, they're looking so good. I feel like they have the mentality to maybe climb to the top and stay to the top for the very first time in forever. So maybe it's happening.
I don't want to curse them yet.
McGrellin was the solution. We'll see.
And he's leaving right after.
They're only there for a short amount of time. But we'll see how things are going to shape up, though. We do have a lot of teams in the running. For instance, Reject.
Yes.
A team, let's be honest, we never expected to be in the running to win PMWC. have a chance. 10 points behind. If they can show up today, they could pull it off.
When are we going to say they deserve to win it? Like PMGO, oh no, was a little bit of a surprise.
It's the track record,
a little bit of
right?
a surprise.
It's the track record of Japan in general when it comes to international events. It's never been great. It's just been PMGO.
Well, especially yesterday, they showed me such an opportunistic play style. It was like RKO out of nowhere. I mean, looking at how they were playing this out, right? Some of their fights were very decisive, very quick, and well thought out. So I was very impressed at how they were going to be able to do that. I didn't think they were going to bring it in from PMGO, I'm going to be honest. But they showed the doubters completely against that yesterday. And I'm hoping that maybe they can continue it today, but I still would like it to be Brazil's time. Please, pretty please.
Well, you mentioned decisive, and speaking of decisive, let's actually take a look here at our club championship and how things have shaken up now this many weeks into the whole event. And Team Falcons, congratulations on your $7 million. I don't really see any club catching up to them. I mean, maybe Team Liquid can try to do so today since Falcons did not qualify for the main event. But considering the rest of the clubs here on this list that are not participating here in the PUBG Mobile World Cup, it's going to be very hard for anyone to pass them.
Yeah, I'm still looking at Team Liquid in 10th position. They have an opportunity to rank up pretty high if they do have a good day today. So maybe bring some extra points on board for the Club Champions Awards.
Yeah. Or you saying what happens if Team Liquid tries to hot drop Alpha 7? Was you the one I was having the conversation with?
Was that me? No,
I don't know.
Me.
Somebody walked up to me and was like, what's gonna happen if Team Liquid, the little brother of Brazil, decides to hot drop Alpha 7, or not hot drop, but kind of like hunt them down to stop them from being able to get the champion? That'd be so dirty, and I'm here for it.
I think
a war.
Yeah, yes. I think if they are thinking bigger picture, right? You said they're in 10th currently. You need to be top 8 to be able to get some club championship points. There's a lot for them to play for. Also, for the prize pool that's here, it's 5K increments, and then it becomes 10K increments. Yeah. And they could even challenge for a 3rd or 4th here, unless they have an insane day.
Even first place, if they have a hot start, I'm telling you, they could go
a few
to the
wins.
very top. So like Team Liquid, they have the potential to do it. We saw it back in PMSL Americas a few times in this tournament. Team Liquid, they have a lot to play for today.
I feel like Vampire is one of those other teams too that has a chance to maybe make the push towards the top of the leaderboard. We know what they've been capable of before. It's a little bit sketchier this time around, but we know that they've been able to rack up those chicken dinners in the past. We know that they can definitely frag out when the opportunity is given. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, but if I had to pick one of those teams towards the bottom, for me it would have to be Vampire.
No Rolexes.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe they still can afford what they're going to win. But let's take a quick little recap of what went down yesterday and get you guys caught up to date on who did win which of our battlegrounds. And of course, Alpha 7 back-to-back days, 2 chicken dinners, puts themselves at 4 and ties them actually in our record breaker with Vampire. One more win for Alpha 7. Not only will it get them further into first place, but also win them an extra 25 grand.
Yeah, and the daily record is 3 chicken dinners on a day. They tied it twice, right? You want to keep getting 2 and 2, you need to get 3 to beat that record. And telling you, man, they are looking to beat everyone in these games. They're going to go super hard in, and I feel like they're going to play very mature. # mature team, just like yesterday. They're not going to go super ballsy in these finishing moments. I feel like if they have an opportunity to go for a very clean win, they're going to go for it to avoid, like, for example, yesterday, those pincer scenarios. That is the playstyle that wins you tournaments, and I want to see more of that today.
And I'm kind of glad you mentioned that, the playing style that wins the tournament, right? Because I got a chance to talk to their coach, Karuja, and he was saying they are going to be trying to stick to the same gameplay they had. They're just going to be tweaking out certain things that kind of worked out for them towards the end. The big question mark, especially in the first 3 matches, is like, how is this team going to be able to readjust when the circle doesn't go their way? Boy, did we see that in Miramar, in the last Miramar. They were able to rotate quickly. They were able to be a little bit more aggressive. And that's the Alpha 7 that I want to be able to see here on this final day. What was impressive, too, I think it was Aaron Gill that they had the south of Pachinki that they had the finish where they were able to just fully control it. That chicken dinner, that was actually impressive to me, that they were willing to take the fights to the team. And a previous Alpha 7 would definitely be like, okay, you know what, you're in a great spot, let's go for it. They decided to wait for the right time and actually make the right push.
You saw how easy the cleanup was, right? They just ran them over, ran them down at the very last moments of that. I mean, the cool thing about that game as well is even if our team or a few players had survived and then Alpha 7 had to be a bit more aggressive about their eventual finish and it wasn't as easy, they had so much utility. So they had multiple win conditions off the back of playing a very mature game. So if they're able to continue that throughout the day, it will be fantastic for them.
Yeah, well, of course, we need to get into our day, but we can't do that just yet. We got to take a look back on yesterday and see our Pepsi top reactions from the day. And then when we get back, we'll be getting straight into games. as you see at the end there, Alpha 7 and Reject, you can see what it means for both these teams to take home the title. For Alpha 7, it's to finally break the curse. For Reject, it's to show that Japan is here to play when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But we are getting close here to kicking off our first match of the day. And I actually want to get into overalls if we can, so we can really show you guys at home who might have missed out in the last 2 days, really what's at stake and how close things are. We've been talking about Alpha 7 having a 10-point lead, but you also do have Talent in third at 84. And realistically, with 6 matches to go, if any of these teams have a power kind of day like we saw back in group stage, they very easily could take first place.
Oh, for sure. Like Alpha 7 and Reject, of course, are the 2 teams that we're looking at to compete for that first place, but that gap can be closed in the snap of a finger right now. And I'm especially looking at TJB Esports. I know it's been your dark horses for you, Kalaris and 7, looking at these finals. If they can finally get 4 players into the late game scenario, man, I feel like they could get these big wins, and that's going to instantly catch them up into top 2.
Yeah, let's be real. It's not out of the realms of possibility that the 2 top teams here, as much as they are excellent teams, they could have a 10-point day.
Yep.
They could have a 12-point day. And the 4 teams that are closest to them could quite easily have a 60-point day. Something like that. We have seen it multiple times in PUBG Mobile before. And those 4 teams I'm looking at, like Talon, like DRX, like TJB, Boom is in there as well. Those 4 teams, in my mind, could quite easily catch up and challenge 1 and 2 if something goes right. If the pressure gets to Alpha 7 as well as Reject.
And the thing with Talent, the improvement that they were able to do yesterday alone in Erangel was absolutely massive. On day 1, they were only able to average about a 9th place finish, only 11 eliminations. Yesterday, they came in hot for Erangel. They were able to put up 3rd place finishes on average throughout those 3 matches. And on top of that, just propelled themselves in regards to eliminations, putting up 21 elims.
I'm looking at DRX here this time around. We've seen this team do absolute amazing days throughout the entirety of this PMWC, and then they have just big fall-offs. So, you look at the day 1 of the main tournament, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and 3rd place. Fantastic day for the main tournament, and almost nothing happened in the 2nd day. Their best game was a 5th place with 2 eliminations. If they go back to their roots of day 1, DRX can also play catch-up with the top 2.
Are you guys forgetting the Boom 30-point game? Hello? There is ample opportunity for these teams. If you put one of those on the board, never mind if you somehow string 2 together, the dynamic for this tournament completely changes in the final death throes of it. So, as much as, everyone's thinking, oh, Alpha 7, they're cool, Reject, they're cool, we have seen the potential of what can happen here through group stage and through survival stage.
I think the way we're talking about all of this, right, this seems like the closest last day of a tournament between so many teams, right? That I feel like this is going to be the most entertaining last day of any global event we've had in a long time.
I feel like for a lot of these teams, a lot of dreams are going to be crushed in that first game, on what's going to happen in that first game. Vampire Esports, a team that has been a champion here of the mid-season tournament back-to-back now in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. If that team wants to have a slight chance, and I was actually getting a chance to talk to Sir Tanny in regards to this, we're saying they have to come in with the win. If they don't come in with the win, their hopes are over. But for him, they were saying they're actually kind of pushing just for being top 3. But I doubt it. If this team gets a win, they're going to start rolling and they're going to try to make it to first place. It's very unlikely, but it is possible.
Yeah, you're right, 7. Usually going into a final day, there's a good number of teams that you're like, there's no chance.
Yeah.
There, we did see, I think, Alliance and Powers being 2 teams that pretty much have no chance, sitting around 30 points, but the rest of the teams above them have 50 or more. So realistically, every match we go by, that's more and more teams we're going to be able to cut out of this of having no chance. So the pressure for these teams to have good games, not only in the beginning, but the entire time is ridiculous.
And it's a little bit scary for me looking as the first game is going to be on Sanhok, and I feel like we had a little bit of a chat about this, especially looking at teams like, for example, Chamba. There are some teams that seem to just forget about Sanhok. You cannot afford to have a bad game here. You need to be quick on the pivot, getting strong positions from the very start of these matches, because forgetting about Sanhok here, you might be falling so far behind that you can't play catch-up anymore, so you need to be good from match 1 here on Sanhok.
A team that I'm going to be looking for them to be good here in this first match, you guys were mentioning them, TJP, my dark horse, because this team, they always start off hot, at least the past 2 days, they always start off hot in the first half of the day, but when we get to Miramar, my goodness, that team absolutely disappears. 14th place average throughout 4 Miramars already. They need to take advantage of what's going to happen here in the first half if they even want to have a slight chance. And obviously, for Miramar, for them especially, it's going to be an absolute toss-up.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's scary that Sanhok sets the pace for these teams because it can be volatile. It can be scary. You think about our circle yesterday from Sanhok. I guarantee you, 13 teams out of our 16 teams did not want to play that circle by the end of it. And that sets your pace for the day. And again, the way in which it is so different to Erangel and Miramar, if you get a good Sandhawk, that can really set you up for the rest of the day. It's terrifying.
I'm really looking at Tiamba, right? Like, this is a team that I want to see speed up their rotation on Sandhawk. If they do so, they're in a position they can catch up to the top 3 very, very quickly.
Yeah.
You just cannot have a non-game there. You need to get points on the board.
Not only them, but Talon, right? Because it was Talon and Tiamba constantly fighting near Hotsin, like kind of on that bridge side.
Yep.
And they were holding each other back from actually making the rotation to play. But, you know, going back to what you're saying, Claris, I'm not a fan of teams who can't play every Battleground. I understand Sandhawk has never been a majority played Battleground in a tournament format, right? Usually you play more Erangels and then you play a little bit less Miramars, and Sandhawk's one of your worst. But for me to like truly have a CC team, a championship caliber team, I want them to see them play well on every Battleground.
Well, I know what you mean, and we were actually on the HQ show yesterday with me and Maxman, and I framed PUBG Mobile as not really a shooting game. It's a strategy game, and the strategy behind what actually comes into effect here in PUBG Mobile is you have to be able to adapt in the moment. You have to be adaptive and dynamic in your execution. That applies to Sandhawk, Erangel, and Miramar across the board. If you can't do that, you won't be a champion here. You won't be a champion of PMWC.
Yeah. Well, you guys can predict your champions at home if you head over to stcplay.gg and get your predictions in of who you think's going to win. Honestly, for us here on the desk, we're not really sure who it's going to be. We have our thoughts. It could be Alpha 7. It could be Reject. But there's a lot of teams gunning to potentially take that place here. Max, man, I'm excited for the day. Gentlemen, are you excited?
I'm ready.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready, baby.
Time for Brazil.
Please,
Get me in there.
Time for Brazil.
Please break the curse.
All right, well, let's head down to the stage. It is time to start to kick off our day with Banks to bring us some interesting news.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the STC Arena, the producer of PUBG Mobile and the Deputy General Manager of Lightspeed Studios, Tencent Games, Rick Lee.
大家好，这2天我们看到了很多精彩刺激的比赛，十分感谢 EWC 对 PUBG Mobile 的支持，提供了一个世界级的电竞平台，给大家带来精彩的体验。
Hi everyone. Over the past few days, I've watched many thrilling matches. Many thanks to the ESPORTS World Cup for their support of PUBG Mobile. They provided a world-class esports platform that delivered an incredible experience for everyone.
今年是 PUBG Mobile 的6周年，这些年离不开各位玩家的支持和陪伴，感谢你们。今天我想跟大家分享一下一路走来的这个心路历程。
This year marks the 6th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. Over these 6 years, we couldn't have come this far without the support and companionship of all of our players. Thank you. Today, I also want to reflect on our journey so far with you all.
2018年 PUBG Mobile 全球上线，我们提出了 Be the One 的品牌主张，鼓励玩家无论是在游戏和生活中，都能够获得追求最终胜利的勇气。
When PUBG Mobile was launched globally in 2018, we introduced the brand proposition, Be the One. We encourage players to have the courage to pursue ultimate victory, whether in the game or in life.
这些年，通过版本、赛事、内容共创等模块，与玩家建立了更深的交互后，我们感受到了每位玩家、赛事选手和创作者都在不同的维度实现个人追求。因此，在6周年，我们升级了品牌主张。 Anyone can be the one.
Over the past few years, as we have engaged more deeply with players through version updates, tournaments, and content co-creation, we have increasingly realized that everyone playing our game, every creator who offers great ideas, and every competitor pursuing their dreams is the one. So, for our anniversary, we have upgraded our brand proposition to anyone can be the one.
这次 PMWC 是我个人至少第6次来到中东。其实 PUBG Mobile 和中东的情缘非常的深厚。在2018年，我们就推出了阿语版本、社群和客服专线。我们的第1次全球的总决赛也是在迪拜举行的。感谢陪伴我们这么久的中东玩家。
PUBG Mobile has a very deep connection with the Middle East. In 2018, we launched the Arabic version of the game, along with dedicated community and customer service channels. And our first global tournament finals was held in Dubai. And we are grateful to the Middle Eastern players who have supported us for so long.
我们十分重视每位向游戏提供宝贵意见的玩家。我记得很清楚，有位从阿宇服务器上线就一直支持我们的玩家，不仅玩我们的游戏，还带动全家人一起参与，甚至飞到中国和研发团队做深度的交流，提供了非常多的产品的宝贵意见。针对他的建议，我们也做了相应的不少的调整。
We greatly cherish every player who has provided valuable feedback. I remember clearly a player who has supported us since the launch of our Arabic server. Not only is she passionate for the game, but she also encouraged her entire family to join in. She even traveled thousands of miles to one of our PUBG Mobile teams in China. There, she had in-depth discussions with our development team and provided a great deal of valuable feedback, which led us to make several adjustments based on her suggestions.
中东文化也是我们重要的灵感来源。 今年6周年的天空奇境的玩法，我们是从非常熟悉的阿拉丁神灯、阿里巴巴和40大盗中获取灵感。游戏里的宫殿跟宝库、舞动的这个飞塔、神灯精灵，相信中东的玩家会觉得非常的熟悉。
The culture of the Middle East is also a significant source of inspiration for our gameplay design. This year's 6th anniversary event, Sky High Spectacle, we were inspired by the well-known stories of Aladdin and the Magic Lamp and Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, featured many palaces and treasure vaults, dancing flying carpets and genies from magic lamps. I believe that players from the Middle East found it very familiar.
游戏内的建筑、服饰、道具，甚至在金月盛宴上餐桌摆放的食物，我们都做了非常详细的研究。相信这是一次很好的游戏跟中东文化结合的经典案例。
We conducted detailed research on architecture, clothing, items, and even the various foods on the Golden Moon Feast dining table. I believe that this is a great example of how PUBG Mobile and Middle Eastern culture have come together to create success.
除了中东地区之外，我们也持续从不同区域的玩家里面获取灵感。
In addition to the Middle East, we also continuously draw inspiration from players in different regions.
在即将到来的9月份版本，大家将体验到一场跨越1000年的血战。玩家可以变身，获得狼人或者吸血鬼的能力，在维多利亚风格的城堡内和巨大的 BOSS 进行对战。
In the September update, you will experience a battle spanning 1,000 years, where you can transform and gain the abilities of werewolves or vampires. You'll even face off against a giant vampire within a Victorian-style castle.
11月份版本中，玩家将踏上这个北欧冰川大陆，运用冰原之力与上古的巨兽进行搏斗。
In the November update, players will venture onto the frozen tundra of Nordic lands, harnessing the power of the ice fields to battle ancient giants.
玩过深海秘境的朋友，相信已经体验到我们的水的力量。那明年3月，我们的文化之旅将再次回到中东，一起探索古老而神秘的沙之力，敬请期待。
For those who have experienced Ocean Odyssey, you felt the power of water. Next Ramadan, our cultural journey will again take us back to the Middle East to explore the equally ancient and mysterious power of the sands. Stay tuned.
我们希望 PUBG Mobile 不只是 BR， 也能够让玩家体验到不同文化主题的冒险故事。
We hope for PUBG Mobile to be more than just a battle royale game and invite more players to join in adventures with different regional cultural themes.
而每个人呢，也都有机会成为 PUBG Mobile 游戏内容的创作者。随着我们皮肤共创 PDP 计划和玩家共创 World of Wonder 的发展，玩家创作的内容已经成为了游戏中重要的部分。
Everyone has the opportunity to become a content creator for PUBG Mobile, with the development co-creation projects like PDP for items and World of Wonder for gameplay. Player-created content has become an integral part of PUBG Mobile.
最初我们是从皮肤设计大赛 PDP 开始尝试，那很开心看到越来越多的来自全世界有创意的玩家参与进来。目前 PDP 的创作者已经超过了20万人。 累计的投稿也超过了150万份。那游戏里许多人气套装都是 PDP 创作者设计的，包括烈焰古神、格斗木偶，还有金牌巡查员套装等等。那玩家的投稿非常的活跃，这次 PMWC 的电竞主题套装也是由我们的创作者设计的。
Initially, we started experimenting with the PDP. We are delighted to see more and more creative players from around the world participating. Currently, the number of PDP creators has also exceeded 200,000, with a total of 1.5 million submissions. Many popular sets in the game also come from the creativity of PDP creators, including the Inferno Fiend set, Battle Puppet set, Gold Investigator set, and so on. This year has also seen a very enthusiastic response from players. The esports-themed outfits for this PMWC were designed by our PDP creators.
去年我们推出了 World of Wonder 玩法共创项目，为更多有创作能力的玩家提供施展才能的舞台。从项目启动到今，全球创作者共编辑地图282万小时，游玩的次数高达184亿次。 游戏的时长也达到了125.6亿小时。那今天我们也把部分的设计师邀请到了现场，一起见证 PMWC 见证冠军的诞生。
Last year, we launched the World of Wonder for gameplay co-creation to provide a platform for more creative players to showcase their talents. Since the project's inception, creators from around the world have collectively spent 2.8 million hours editing. Altogether, these maps have been played 18.4 million times, totaling 2.56 billion hours. We are absolutely excited to have invited these creators to the event to witness the birth of a champion of PMWC together.
如今 ，PUBG Mobile 已经成为全球最大的以 Battle Royale 为主的共创平台。更好玩的内容、更大的创作自由度是 World of Wonder 的发展方向，而玩家无限的想象力是实现这一切的基础。在 World of Wonder 的早期，我们发现了一张闯关解谜的这个地图，当时我们还没有做碰撞的检测的玩法机制，但这位玩家已经巧妙地利用摩托车被击倒作为开关，让我们非常的惊艳。
With 6 years of development, PUBG Mobile has become the largest co-creation platform in the Battle Royale genre. More engaging content and greater creative freedom are the ongoing goals of World of Wonder. The boundless imagination of players is the foundation of achieving all of this. In the early stages of World of Wonder, we discovered a map featuring a puzzle-solving gameplay mode. At the time, we hadn't yet implemented collision triggers gameplay mechanism, but this creator ingeniously used the destruction of a motorcycle as a mechanic to open a door to the next step. It was an incredibly impressive and creative design.
目前，我已经成为了多元展示的文化展示的这个载体。 那很多创作者也在上面表达本土文化和家乡特色，比如这张古巴比伦地图，还有沙特玩家喜欢的 Paddle 球的玩法，都是在向全球的玩家呈现中东的魅力。
Currently, World of Wonder has also become a platform for showcasing diverse cultures. We see many creators using World of Wonder to express local cultures and hometown features. For example, this map of ancient Babylon and the paddleball gameplay favored by Saudi players both showcase the charm of the Middle East to players around the world.
有全新设计的，也有二次创作的。在 War 中，玩家之间的这个创作交流非常的活跃。比如刀刃球玩法，最开始是一个6v6的版本，有超过1400万次的游玩。之后又有创作者做出了一张节奏很快的1v1的版本，超过了1200万次的游玩。目前， 各种刀刃球玩法的地图已经超过了18000个，那总共有2.3亿次游玩，非常的火爆。
Among these maps, there are both entirely new designs and recreations. In World of Wonder, the communication between players is very active. For example, the Blade Ball initially started as a 6v6 version, which was played over 14 million times. Creators then developed a 1v1 map based on the official template with a fast pace, which was also played 12 million times. There are 18,000 map variations based on Blade Ball, with a collective play count of 230 million, which is very popular among players.
每时每刻都有成千上万名作者在创作和更新地图，比如主题类的机甲对抗、角色缩小的玩具兵对战、激烈的地区争夺，还有逗趣的派对游戏等等。无论哪种类型的创作者，都能实现创意， 给玩家们带来更加丰富的体验。
Every day, tens of thousands of creators are working on and updating maps. These include themed battles like mecha battles, toy soldier skirmishes with shrunken down characters, intense territorial fights, and humorous party games. No matter what kind of creator you are, you can manifest your ideas and bring richer experiences to players in World of Wonder.
今年 PUBG Mobile 将会继续的扶持和激励创作者。我们计划推出总奖金100万美元的 PDP 创作计划，以及200万美元的 War 地图创作大赛，助力每一个创意腾飞。
This year, we will still spare no effort in supporting and encouraging creators on these two projects. First of all, we will provide a $1 million prize pool as creative incentive for PDP, and we'll launch a World of Wonder map creation competition with a $2 million prize pool to support and elevate all creative ideas.
而上面提到的游戏玩法和玩家创作内容的背后，离不开游戏安全的保驾护航。作为一个竞技游戏， 公平与安全的游戏环境是不容突破的底线。我们非常重视每个玩家的对局安全和体验。
As a competitive game, maintaining a fair and secure gaming environment is a non-negotiable bottom line for us. We place the utmost importance on the safety and the experience of every player's match.
这半年，我们累计封禁了900多万个作弊账号。 其中500多万个是在进入对局之前就已经实时封禁，游戏内的外挂举报也下降了40%。在游戏外，我们对传播作弊内容的账号进行打击，累计下架了超过2500万观看量的外挂内容，实时封禁了超过4000个直播开挂的账号。
In the past 6 months, we have banned a total of over 9 million cheating accounts. Amongst these, more than 5 million accounts were banned in real time before entering matches. Additionally, the number of in-game cheat reports has decreased by 40%. Outside the game, we have also targeted accounts with content promoting cheating. We have removed over 25 million views of cheating content and have banned in real time about 4,000 live streaming cheater accounts.
这些成绩离不开巡查员的支持与贡献。当前整个巡查员的规模已经达到了300万人，累计巡查的时长接近98万天，协助封禁的账号也超过了100万。
These achievements are due to the relentless efforts and dedication of our investigators. The number of investigators has reached 3 million, with their total investigating duration almost reaching 980,000 days and assisting in over 1 million account bans.
通过我们持续的打击，游戏的环境得到极大改善。在这里，要感谢所有的玩家的配合跟支持。
Through our continuous efforts, the gaming environment has greatly improved. Thank you to all of the players for your cooperation and your support.
回到赛场，这些年我们见证了很多战队和选手通过不懈的努力一战成名。
And let's return to the tournament. Over the years, we have witnessed many teams and players achieve fame through their relentless efforts and determination.
去年 PMGC 的冠军来自蒙古的 IHC， 从2020年的时候，他们就开始参加赛事。作为一支草根组织的战队，从外卡赛一路打进首届 PMGC， 在3年后依然保持核心战队的阵容，最终成为世界冠军。这个奋斗历程获得很多玩家的关注，大家也深受鼓舞。
For example, our PMGC champion team from last year, IHC from Mongolia, began competing in our esports tournaments in 2020. Starting as an underdog team, they made their way from the wildcard rounds to the inaugural PMGC. 3 years later, maintaining their core roster, they ultimately became world champions. This journey of perseverance has garnered a lot of attention from players, and I have personally been deeply inspired by it.
在战队选手和玩家的支持下，我们的电竞赛事也成为了全球第一的手游赛事。希望我们这次交出的这份答卷能让大家满意。
With the support of competitive players and gamers, our esports tournaments have become the best in the world for mobile games. We hope that we have delivered a result that satisfies everyone.
当然，更直接的就是现在， 全球最优秀的 PUBG Mobile 电竞选手正在 PMWC 的舞台上为热爱和梦想奋斗，让我们一起为他们加油！
Of course, a more direct example is right here, right now. The best esports players from around the world are on the PUBG Mobile World Cup stage, fighting for their passion and dreams. Let's all cheer them on.
最后，再次感谢所有的玩家、创作者、选手与合作伙伴一直以来的支持。Anyone can be the one to play, to create, and to win. 预祝决赛队伍赛出水平，加油！
Lastly, thank you to all of the players, creators, esports players, and partners for your ongoing support. Anyone can be the one to play, to create, and to win. Best of luck to the final teams. Let's go!
السلام عليكم، معكم باور كمسك ومعكم باور بلوش. عندنا اليوم تحدي تيمي وتيم خالد بلو. تيم عباره عن الدبابه العراقيه الحجي، وعندنا المحور الاسطوري كانتي وافضل لاعب هيدان.
وبرضه يا جماعه انا عندي اليوم ايزي وستان وسعد، وهذول التيم اللي انا متفائل فيهم خير.
التحدي كالاتي استاذ خالد بلو، راح نلعب 3 اقيام، اللي يفوز 2 راح يعاقب التيم الثاني يفجر بالونه مليانه مويه على راسه. بسم الله نبدا القرعه. نشوف ايش اول جيم راح نلعب. تيمي ضد تيم خالد بلو. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبدا القرعه. اول جيم راح يكون TDM اللي هو المستودع. حلو. نشوف ايش ثاني جيم. ثاني جيم راح يكون معنا قصر باور، وثالث جيم راح يكون معنا روم واو.
Always so cool to see about the future of PUBG Mobile down on the stage. And we've got something a little bit special to start off the day here before we get into the exciting last day of competition. We're diving straight into it, Blank. The show match with some amazing players here on a bit of TDM to kick us off.
Love me a bit of TDM. If anyone knows me, they know that I'm a big fan of TDM. Getting in there and just getting the shots through, getting it done, getting yourself to the 40 elim points to take the win is always a big deal. And also at the end of this, we will have some balloon popping action over in the studio.
Oh yes, that forfeit if you lose the show match. So a lot to play for and a lot of fun with some big names. I'm sure some of the fans that are watching in the STC arena are going to be enjoying this one as well. There's been a lot of love for Al Haji and the Power Boys over the course of the main event. Let's see if they can get it done here in the TDM though.
Right now it feels like Power sort of matching up with the boys on the other side of things, with Blue Team trying to do their best. Get themselves back into the picture. We got a little bit of rivalry as well with some of the power players on either team here, figuring out who's just the best. And right now, it really does feel like Power, or at least Al Haji, is getting the meaner end of things versus Satan and Saad.
Yeah, Kante as well, though, showing just how lethal he can be, with 5 eliminations already racked up, potentially a sick fear, as he puts the damage back onto Satan, moves around the corner, nice engage, cleans up on that one, little bit more to do on the jump, and it's not going to be easy for him.
Easy round the corner, looking for a spray out the side, but he gets torn to pieces, ripped out the way there. 18 elims now, almost halfway for
him up.
Red Team.
Trying to build those up as quick as they can, but Kante sprayed onto. The man's going to go down, bit of frustration. It's nice having the player cams as well. You can see him popping off in the show match. Blank getting a bit closer.
Yeah, a little bit. Satan, Blue Team, 15 elims. Falling behind now with 21 now found, and Al Haji, bit of a carry over on Power. Seems to be carrying Camster as well.
Oh, close quarters. They get themselves a little bit of the center setup inside of the warehouse as well. So they've actually got a pretty clean line of sight to catch off Blue Team on every engagement. So you've got to do something smooth. It's a nice slide. Good response, but Al Haji. Oh, we've seen how damn good he can be. Not on the slide this time, though. Easy replies onto his teammate.
Got Mr. Blue himself here. Look to pull things back a little bit. 26, 27 elims. We're 13 elims away now from victory for Red Team. That's Al Haji on that side, who is getting some work done. Now Satan has to jump out the side, but nice retrade there coming through. And now 11 elims remain.
So close to shutting this one down. Oh, it was a nice try on the slide, but Kante's tracing is the difference maker on that up-close engagement. And suddenly they start to draw themselves towards that finish line. Blue team's going to need a big old comeback. Peek up on the top, not looking good enough to take down Al Hadji though. Still 31 elims to their name. Bit awkward towards the mid portion. They're closing the gap.
You're right, Jackie, only 5 elims behind, but looks like they're bringing it back once again. Al Hadji here takes some shots. A little bit of damage done. Don't be fooled by the name tag there. 5 elims remaining. We're at the goal point.
Oh, yes, we are. Close to closing the gap. Kante sprayed onto, just eventually go down, but they still edge further closer. 38, so close. Is there any room for an 8 elimination comeback for the blue team? Not looking good as Red are able to grab another one there. Only one away now.
Saad heads on through, but the shot's coming back, and it could be an easy trade, and there it is. Kante will land the final blow, and it will be Al Hadji and team Kante and Fahida been able to take the win.
You can see they believe they got this one in the bag and hoping they can close it down. It's a bit of a fun best of 3 here in the show match. Of course, showing off not only the TDM, but the other game modes that are available as well, Blank, inside of World of Wonder, those new additions. And actually, some pretty exciting game modes if you're a fan of the summertime, the heat and sunshine.
Exactly. I mean, we've got Blade, Pal mode as well, so there is a lot in here. Blade Ball is going to be very, very fun to be playing. It offers multiplayer competition with various skills and rich mechanics, providing a tense and exciting experience here. You can see it on your screen right now. Getting underway with the katanas.
Yeah, a lot of focus on that movement, quick gameplay, little bit of fun. So you can bounce those balls back, use your blade. I mean, the name kind of is in the game, really, Blank. It's about that blade and the ball.
It's as simple as that. It looks pretty fun. Oh, but you've got to hit it in the first place.
Quite a satisfying sound on it as well.
Nice.
You hear that? You feel that.
The objective is 20. Team 1 has 2, and Team 2 has 5. Right now.
Whacking those balls all over the place.
You can't even hit them. They're just going straight in. That might be the play right there. You just get right up in the face. It becomes a coin flip at that point.
Yeah, get a bit aggro with it. Oh dear. It's all quite explosive. Imagine for the pets, they're a little bit scared about what's going on.
And he had the ball. He was just holding it.
Oh, rebound on that one.
Yeah.
That's nice. Parry pan action.
That was the parry pan in action. The bush also getting involved there. Very nice to see.
Oh, good timing on the response on that one. That could have been a bit of a detonation from the ball, but the blades are swinging. Oh, a bit of ping pong going on. You can see everyone's getting a little bit into the flow of the game now, knowing, of course, if you want to draw this out to 3 games and avoid the old water balloon, you got to battle back here.
Just spamming at the moment. Get away from me! Nice little dash action going through.
Another ball going in. Ooh. All right, seems like they're getting into the flow of the game now as well. Everyone's starting to warm up a little bit. They've got their own techniques, their own way of playing, and it is tying up, Blank.
Yeah, Al Hadji just completed a double shot. And if you're confused about what a double shot is, it's where you hit a double on the deflect. It's kind of big.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. The old double-double. Oh, that one's just going to be the instant burst, though. Ball's going to connect. He goes down. Still keeping it relatively close. I mean, 8-8 as they tie this one up. Where can they go from here, though? Let's see if they can close the gap a little bit and start to make this show match damn explosive with these balls being bounced all over the shop.
Right now, it's very back and forth. Team 1 has 9 points. 10 points to Team 2, but it just got evened up there. Another double shot coming through from Al Hadji. What a player this guy is.
Doesn't matter what game mode it is. He's just a natural-born PUBG Mobile gamer, isn't he? He's got it in his blood.
Only 9 more blade balls to go.
Oh, quick rebound on that one. Easy takes the brunt of it. My, oh my. Handy with a steal.
Damn. Okay, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that.
Yeah, these are Hanzo swords.
Yeah. Easy is making it look easy at the moment. Pretty difficult, though. Close range. Oh, that was a nice one right there.
Oh, Easy's going for a unique tactic, actually. That man just does not stop chopping.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get onto him because he's just constantly
quick, isn't he?
Swinging. But there's calculation to it. There's technique.
He knows what he's up to.
Stand still for a second.
Oh, quick rebound.
Very nice. 17 blade balls now acquired for Team 2.
They put them in the net. Oh, Easy goes down. You're close towards the finish, Mark. Don't fumble the bag now. Can Team 2 close it out?
He's gonna run.
The chase.
He's gonna run.
It's all on the chase.
It's chased him down. That blade ball was not giving up easy. 14 to 17. 10 minutes remain, but I think we'll be done by then. Easy. Got himself a quintuple shot. Oh my lord, that's awesome.
The quintuple shot coming out. They said it couldn't be done.
Easy said, just watch.
And he did it. He did it. Oh, nice response on the timing on that one. That's clean for the bounce back.
I think we're at 18-18 apiece right now. Very tense, down to the wire.
Could be anyone's game. Ooh, taking the ball out of play.
Quadruple.
Yeah.
Oh no, 17. No, it was not 18, it was 16. But they're getting closer to that tie. That's disrespect right there, going for the prone.
A little bit of ego.
What's this?
Oh, they've frozen the ball.
He's using his special move.
Keeping you guessing. They said it couldn't be done. But it did.
Put this game on ice for the time being. But it looks like they might just be thawing themselves out.
19 now. So close to closing it. Very intense show match here on the old blade ball. Bouncing it around. Another one comes back, 19-18. About a thimble of distance between them. Good use of the swords to deny that one. There's the long tap. Good rebound.
Oh, that was good. Yeah, I like that. The way it came back on them. Now 19 points for Team 2. I think it really is just the one blade ball remaining. The tactics on display here. And there it is. Al Hadji finishes things off, and they will win the best of 3 off the back of that. Well done.
They've done it in 2. They've done it in 2. Look at the excitement. Look how happy they are.
Here it comes, the water balloon.
Uh-oh.
All 4 water balloons.
Oh, no. One for each of them.
Al Hadji's so excited. Al Hadji was immediately in there. He was very excited to get the balloons out.
Oh, they're being nice at least. They've moved the jackets. They've moved the team jackets. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, hey!
Oh, how Al Hadji is loving it.
You've ruined me, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Oh,
yeah,
that was fun. That was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, to be honest with you, I would quite happily take a water balloon on the head.
Yeah?
It's quite warm here for me.
Cool you off a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit
We
of a
can ask
cooler.
production. I can get one. Our last game.
Do you want to come prank Blank?
Yeah. When we get the chicken dinner, I'll come in. I'll pop it on you. I'll pop it on you.
Here's a paddle ball. A little bit of a different game mode for you here.
Yeah, so forget about the blades. They're in the past. It's all about the paddles now. And you were saying you wanted to cool off a little bit. This looks like a nice place to do it, right?
Yeah. Paddle ball on the rise here in Saudi.
Yeah, it's becoming quite popular. Oh, and you can see why. It's very intense, a lot more rebounds, and that's the golden paddle up on top as well.
It's very cool.
It is cool.
I like the noise it makes as it gets quicker.
It's satisfying. You get a few of those rebounds off, keeps it interesting. Everyone's seeming quite proficient at this one.
Yeah, it's. I think that this one's played quite frequently. Another World of Wonder map. The creativity from the community on display, as per usual. And there's the victory.
That was quick. That was sick.
Gonna go again for another one.
Trying to make him move that golden paddle, wasn't he?
Silly, silly.
Uh-oh.
He's trying for the golden paddle.
He wants it. That's where it is, up on top of this water prism. Can he grab it?
Oh, that was awesome. Easy peasy. This feels more like a one-on-one. Just gone straight for it again. Look at that.
It's risky, isn't it? Trying to size up if you want to focus on just the 1v1 or going for the golden paddle. Different ways to play, different opportunities here, but the power is in the player's hands. It's up to you to have fun with it, Blank.
Yeah, the ball's frozen in midair. It's going to head backwards. Goodness me, Jackie. This is awesome.
It really is. Intense stuff here. But there was even more intense action to come, so let's get down to the stage.
Everything you've ever wanted is sitting on the other side of fear. And today we'll teach you the true value of all of your hard work and dedication. So, welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup and the ESPORTS WORLD CUP, and welcome to Championship Sunday!
This is where all the hard work pays off. One of these teams will get their hands on the PMWC trophy and the lion's share of the $1.5 million prize pool. This is where history is made.
Success is not final and failure is not fatal. Win or lose, you should all be so proud of how far you've come.
6 more maps in the STC arena will reveal your destiny and quite possibly begin your legacy. So let's welcome our teams for the final day of the main tournament. Starting off with Alliance and Vampire Esports!
Tianba and Twisted Minds.
DRX and Boom Esports!
Talon Esports and TJB Esports.
Power Esports and Team Liquid!
For Miracle Vibes and Al Ula IHC.
D Xavier and Istanbul Wildcats. Next, Ruya!
Alpha 7 Esports and Reject. PUBG Mobile esports fans around the world, get comfortable, because this is about to be a wild ride.
Months of preparation come down to this one final day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup. It is time for Championship Sunday!
The stakes are higher than they've ever been.
What we have seen so far in the first 2 days of the main tournament has just been a lot of uncertainty. We don't know who's going to be the champion.
We're about to find out who's going to be the PUBG Mobile World Cup champion for the first time. By far the most beautiful trophy we've ever seen. You have bragging rights going all the way to the end of the year and an extra slot for your region for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships coming right around the corner.
We have teams like DRX, a team that was in last place in group stages, made it to the main tournament in survival, now being able to perform well and being in contention for that championship.
Vampire Esports coming up short is a huge shock to me. I mean, I think everybody expected these guys to at least be in the top 3, but they're not anywhere even close to that. I'm hoping to see them crawl back on the last day, but it's going to be a hard one for sure.
Anything can happen. It can be Reject starting a championship run, not only winning PMGO, being able to win PMWC, and going back-to-back champions in global events.
Team Reject are going to be hunting down Alpha 7, looking to take them out once again. Alpha 7 got beat in their own hometown.
Alpha 7 possibly breaking that second place curse.
So you know they want this more than anybody. And the entire rest of the lobby is going to have their eyes on both of those squads.
Or you could have some surprise teams like TJB or a team from Indonesia.
Why should we be hyped for the last match? Are you kidding me, right? This is the biggest tournament of the year so far. You have to watch it.
Anything can happen in the final day of PMWC.
And all of these remaining squads are gunning for an opportunity to take the trophy. Alpha 7 and Reject are #1 and #2 squads. It's poetry, the way the PUBG Mobile World Cup has shaped up at this point. The final day, the final 6 games. One of them will leave as champion.
PMGO Reject stole the title on home ground versus Alpha 7. Can they redeem themselves at PMWC, break the curse of second place and take themselves home that trophy? Or will Reject once again go for a grand slam here this year, taking PMGO into PMWC? The biggest surprise I think we've had in quite a long time in PUBG Mobile. Japan takes the world by storm.
An opportunity for it to be the year of Japan in PUBG Mobile. The fans at home have been going crazy with the support for Reject. And coming into things today, walking out onto the stage alongside Alpha 7. A really cool moment with the history of PUBG Mobile, how these things are shaping up. It's going to be exciting, it's going to be explosive, you won't want to miss it. We've got a great day ahead of us. So many games to get through. And so many fans eagerly looking on to see who is crowned that champion.
Waiting now to start these games. Twisted Minds and Reject potentially avoiding each other today, just in terms of how much it affected them yesterday. I think Twisted Minds would like to get some more of that prize pool, move up the ladder. Dropping on a team like Reject is not a good idea. For DRX, came to this tournament looking pretty hot, honestly. See if they can move up themselves, but right now all eyes are on these two teams, on Reject and Alpha 7. And Reject, Jackie, even actually having more elims.
Right now, when you look at the total elimination points, they are head and shoulders above the rest. And that's even with Alpha 7 going nuts to end the day yesterday. Racking up huge elimination games, resetting their mental off the back of a bumpy start to the day. They were able to find their form, pick up chicken dinners, pick up eliminations, look like the squad we expect them to be.
They're just mirroring each other at the moment. First day, Reject ended their Miramar with a chunky win. Second day, Alpha 7 and their day with a chunky win over on map 6. That momentum certainly did a lot of good coming through for Reject. And on day 3, Reject might be able to take it home, but that momentum means everything to Alpha 7. I think this might be the tournament that breaks Alpha 7 if they get second place again, though. So this is a really big deal for them to be able to pick up the win.
Yeah, it's so crazy. The timeline for both outcomes. If both of these teams are able to stay in the positions they're in, tussle it out for that #1 and #2 spot, the story we would have been given would be so incredible to witness. Potential history in the making, no matter what happens. Beneath the trophy, you already see all of the keys that were crushed, the fallen teams that were left along the way. Everyone else that remains with an opportunity to make their mark, leave their legacy, but it is up to you on the server.
It's been a long tournament. Teams have had to work their way through, hit some grueling days, honestly, to get anywhere near some of the success. And I think that, honestly, it is a real testament to the mindset, just the resilience of the players within PUBG Mobile to keep going at this point in time and just not let that stress get to them too much here, Jackie, which is the important thing. You go in today, you wipe the slate clean. You look to just push those points as high as possible. And to be honest with you, with how close things ended yesterday, there are still positions up for grabs. Now, there's a potential where, you know, a team off the back of a really big game here on Sandhawk, they could sit themselves. Chance to try and take out Reject and Alpha 7. But with the way they've been playing, I don't think they're going to let anyone get too close to them today. Here in the final moments of PMWC at the ESPORTS World Cup.
Now, you've seen that change. The light bulb that switched on for Alpha 7 and Reject. In the case of Alpha 7, they were taking chicken dinners, leaving nothing up to chance. Resetting their mental. If they had a bad game, it didn't bleed over into the next. They were able to come out swinging again. They knew when they had to fight. They knew when they had to play passive. For Reject, that passive style of play is something of the past. Their splits have been clean. So damn good in the duo firefights. Favoring mini 14s, distance, playing with a unique style that other squads aren't matching. Reject are bringing a different flavor to the game. And now it begins. The last day of the PUBG Mobile World Cup. We're getting into our opening game. Strap in as Legacy is in the making.
Join us now as we prepare to crown the champions of PMWC. Our first match of the day here on Sandhawk, playing path over towards that western side, towards Docks. You got Twisted Minds heading out early, Alpha 7. Not quite hitting the ground just yet. Alula IHC on that western edge haven't had too much impact here, but you can see our top players, Reiji Osio, raging in these matches. 27 eliminations, putting everyone in the bin during this tournament. 5.5k damage. He's gone insane during this tourney, and it's so nice to see. It's so nice to see. It's Twisted Minds and Talon, the double T's, at it again.
This is way worse for Talon as well. They're currently that number 3 team. Yes, you've got about 20 to 30 points of distance between you and making your way up towards the top, but struggling off the back of an awkward encounter with Twisted Minds to open up the day is the worst case scenario. There's at least a reply onto Obscure. Misery strikes first, but we're already suffering casualties in the lobby.
People understand that, you know, what they need to do is get into the match, get a good start here. Hot drops might be the angle. It's the last Sandhawk of the tournament, and this is where usually this happens, is you bring out some weird tech that people haven't been expecting because they won't see this map again. You don't have to prepare for another map. So I do like this, potentially get ahead. IWNRX, they get a player knock. Twisted Minds down to 2 now with 1 player knock themselves. And Boom Esports will reap the rewards. And I think for 6th place for Boom, they're looking to head further up. Right now, 6 is 75 points, 5th, 76, 4th, and 77. So there is a real tight gap between those 3 spots and a real jump up in cash if they're able to move up the leaderboard.
A lot to play for. You have to bring your A game. Yeah, GK first from Tongji Abao as well, currently in 4th place. He was looking over from a distance. This is his POV. Of course, from that opening bout, the hot drop between Twisted and Talons, he's just been peeking around the edge of the doorway, the threshold, getting the assess on it. They might move down towards him. I mean, Axel's in the tree line. Solo right now, split from the squad.
I mean, the players over on Talon really low, and they haven't had access to, honestly, many supplies in terms of meds, so GK first could get pretty smooth 1v4, honestly. He hears them. Axel knows. He has the third-party peek.
Jump up with the burst. GK first. His big boon could be the secondary, but they've got a DBS. They exchange blows. You get the pick up, back up, just as the rest of the squad arrived. And that's only Longs. You're actually not in a great spot for this. It's unfortunate his position was spotted in his mind, but for Talon, that's a saving grace.
I do enjoy the way they just stared him in the eyes.
Yeah.
As he was looking through the window from the outside of the third-party peak. Only player has picked up some pretty good moments in the past for Tongji Abao, currently in 4th place. Looking to remedy this situation, but there are eyes on from the sidelines. That's 4MV. We're currently in 13th place.
Right down towards the bottom side.
Team that we predicted to be around there as well. We just thought that they might choke in the finals a little bit, which is unfortunate because they are a really good team.
They are. We knew they had firepower. I think we said they'd be around 12th towards the end of the tournament, expecting them to struggle here in the playoff portion. And it's felt like that's the way the story has been written. We'll see how they end their day. For now, it was a nice little stab onto Tongji Abao. You saw that opportunity, you take a few shots, of course, they're already down GK first. They don't want to overcommit and stay in this dangerous territory, knowing you've got eyes on from separate angles and the compound now being firmly controlled by Talon. Hello, though. Boom. They get that opening tag across, but instantly, Tianba, roaming as a pack, they find him and take one straight away. So boom, suffering down to a trio as well.
Yeah, not a good way to start your game. I think Boom actually started off with an elimination from their side, which is not bad, but yeah, losing a player, not great here on Sandhawk, especially on an Eastern shift like this, where you want to be able to hold one of the many compounds that sit in this area as a 4, take those angles, take those sight lines, set yourself up for success towards the end game. But it's Alpha 7, Reject. Once again, let's quickly take stock of where they are. Alpha 7 in Lakawi, over towards the water. And they'll have to be still like a pond here not let the ripples of reject bother them too much. These guys over towards Quarry at the moment, behind Team Liquid. A bit of a queue setting up here. Patience needed.
There is no room for mistakes today. That is the biggest part. As much as you have to play aggressive, you have to play with confidence and switch up your play style. Keep teams guessing, potentially bully some squads. If you make the first mistake, it could all come tumbling down. DX Xavier, they swoop in. This was IWNRX that found an opportunity to fight versus Boom, but now they're getting thrust into an up-close engagement. IWNRX replying back. The DBS rip-roaring. Shots from the sideline go in. Sara down and out as Ayala from Team Liquid kicks off that engagement, but Reject are moving up. They smell the damage. They smell the potential for points here up against the fight that's going on in front of them, but IWNRX are already cleaned up.
There's blood in the water, and I think for Reject, they can pick up some points here. This is what they've been trying to do most days, is just get as many points on board from these games. Crazy in a dangerous situation. The vehicle's popped, and in comes Team Liquid from behind. Everyone's gunning for points here.
A fight's breaking out. Team Liquid third-partying onto what remained of DX Xavier with Paragon falling to the wayside. Nice nades as well. That takes down Boom as Divine's able to get a clean hook across. But you've got to withstand the test that Liquid are bringing towards you. They outnumber them in the battle of attrition. The difference is you're fighting an uphill battle with Reject controlling some cover.
Regiocio goes out to pick up some loot here from the death crates, potentially some nades, some more stims, etc. I think he gets a whiff of an idea of where Team Liquid are. Holding behind these rocks, drops a smoke, potentially cross. Regiocio, quick peek out, gets some good damage. This guy has been on fire throughout this tournament.
We've been so complimentary of the power that OCO has had from distance in a lot of these fights. Problem is, he might have bitten off more than he can chew here. He's been taking pot shots, but they isolate him, so Reject, that #2 team, down to just a duo.
Too many elims either. Divine has to back off. This was a massive fight that broke out. And we talked about the queue that sat in this situation, and everyone started to bustle and hustle and push in front of one another. It's created this horrid third party, fourth party, fifth party on top of this mountain. Divine has to hit some shots with the DBS, gets the first one, and there needs to be support here as Mythic will finish him off. Duello has a nade.
Duello the duelist. Is he handy with his steal on this one? Tries to reposition from the nade. Pot shot round the corner onto Cardozin. Duello, good for the first fight. Some damage done on him as well. The HP pool for Liquid isn't amazing. They've got to be on target with the utility usage to force Duello back. He goes in for the stim. Meanwhile, across the map, everyone is scrapping. You got damage in the backline off the heel, but not quick enough for the response. Reject go down early in game 1.
Team Liquid coming out the gates blazingly fast here. Up to 6 elims despite losing a player, but Alpha 7 still in the game, down towards the southeast. Potential for them to get a big third party off here as Tongji Bao starts to harass over towards 4 Miracle 5s as Doc goes down.
This was Tongji Bao that looked like they had a very bumpy course going into game 1 with the opening sequence, but they realized if they want to fight for a placement, they've really got to fight for it. They bring the hurt onto 4 Miracle 5s. Like you said, Alpha 7 at the minute allowed to stay out of trouble. Just assess the lay of the land. Knowing they're ahead in points, they want to take smart battles where they could rack themselves up those elims. For Miracle Vibes don't get that blessing. They get swamped by teams. DRX are now beating onto them.
Alpha 7 looking to potentially move their way up the hillside. Out comes Soez, good spray, and 4 Miracle 5s are down again. Removed from the game. Down to 10 teams, mate. We're so early in the game, and everyone's trying to gun for as many points as possible to ladder up, to get further outside into those top rankings, earn some more money on this tournament. No one's pulling any punches during these games.
That first game of Championship Sunday was always set in the stars to deliver. And the stars are shining at the minute. Mafioso from a distance, looking out onto the rotate from Tianba. This is the replay from IWNRX, that first engagement that kicked off a huge bout between all of our squads, fighting over control of potential elimination points. That's what triggered the move in from Liquid, the shutdown of Reject, and left us to where we are now.
Alpha 7 almost loses a player there. I don't know who it was on the team. I believe it was Mafioso, yeah, who took a very heavy beating from up high. And again, it does feel somewhat like Alpha 7 early on in the day get a little bit worried about their positioning. They want to play a little bit more passive, which feels very strange considering towards the start of the tournament where they beat out Reject the most was just on those full frontal plays where they ran at them. And now you have a bit of a switch up where it's Alpha 7 playing much more safe and Reject just getting stuck into it. So almost as if either team has sort of learned from one another and what each team does best and how they can add that to their own arsenal. But I do think that Alpha 7 just plays better as an aggressive team.
Oh yeah. When you see them feeling themselves in these matchups, when they can roam as a wolf pack, everyone is so on point with the gun skill. They have those games where it's just elim after elim, fight after fight, and they look so decisive in doing so. For Twisted Minds, this is very uncomfortable though. 2 players alive, one of them barely limping out of the situation. Ratto Boy trapped behind the car as Talon put the pain on. For Talon though, this is not a great start to the day for our number 3 team.
It's sort of amusing because I think Twisted Minds has been one of the most frustrating opponents to come up against in these games so far because they're consistently bothering 1 or 2 teams. They don't get far into the match. It's just like they pick one team and then they have a grudge match with them the entire match. It doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Here comes nades down towards Alpha 7 on the vehicle to pop him out the way. Good move from Shan as well, but a great Molotov from Alpha 7 to get him out from that outpost. The overlook being removed is a really big deal. You can't line up very good nades now. So I have to guesstimate the position of Alpha 7 down the hill.
And he would have been such a problem. He had a great position up there. You could see it from his POV when we first joined the fight, the way it looked like he was set up to potentially deal a ton of damage onto Magrelin. That elevated angle would have been so useful for him. They're forced back. This is Alpha 7 with a 2-2 split in the way they're playing this one as well. So you've got backup from range with Mafioso. And then the focus on the front. Oh, backstab onto Tiamba. That's DRX taking a piece.
Power. Al-Haji here taking down the remnants of IHC. The rest of the team actually does get into the circle. They're on the northwest side, so not a bad engagement from them. Stage 3 though. 26 players. What is this initial Sandhawk? It's been so action-packed so far. DRX burning away.
DRX burning through the flames, but that's turning the heat up as they take the battle to Tiamba and put a lot of pressure on them. Alpha 7 moving up, regrouping somewhat as well. Three-pronged attack with the push in here, looking to actually commit off the back of the damage from this eruption. The fight from the swoop in from DRX. Team Liquid also want to instigate a battle here. Shooting underneath the floorboards is good for a bit of a pick-me-up. Mafioso needs to drop back though as he takes a hit.
Little bit worried here. Now just one player remains here for Tiamba, but Alliance, they've got eyes on. They see Alpha 7. They work their way up the leaderboard. Himself 1 elimination. And in a fairly solid position here. Lined up along the high ground. Revo cannot peek out for too long. Magrelin left behind. Potentially, Linux is a little bit of a backstab opportunity here for Talon. On to Alpha 7 as Magrelin does not get back to the team quick enough.
Depends what information he's given. It's going to be a bit of giveaway as well with the sound and the smoke coming out of the vehicle if he tries to make his move. Slowed down on the timing as well from the geometry as he's got to reposition himself. Going to clear out inside the building. Top himself up with some extra loot. Think about the sustainability of his potential late solo play. See how long he can survive. Revo's been getting pelted by bullets every time he peeks and again has to tuck in.
Yeah, a lot of teams now have information of where Alpha 7's playing, and I think that's the most difficult part for them at the moment, is that because they're on this high ground, so many teams have already scouted them, that their removal from this location is going to be a tricky one. Likely going to wait for the circle to come their way, let it bless them a little bit and play off the back of that, but if they have to move, Tiamba's not going to be happy with them. Alliance is not going to be happy with them. And Twisted Minds might be able to get some side swipes. So for Alpha 7, they've made plenty of enemies already in this match.
Linux tapping away, slowly skulking forward as the zone ushers him in, as the blue starts to arrive. Last second opportunity to get suited and booted. And then he's got to hope that no one is watching towards his angle. That in the meantime, attention is drawn elsewhere from a fight breaking out. Alpha 7 still just with a slight split, assessing the overall lay of the land and getting a read on where Tiamba have gone off the back of that previous engagement. You might have eyes on this as well. Good high ground for the late flank from Talon.
Yeah, I mean, for Linux, like we said before, he could be a bit of a problem, but I think that they have a good idea of where he is. Belly to the ground now. Grass brushing up against the nose. Just hope he doesn't sneeze and alert the rest of Alpha 7 to his location. Next circle, stage 5. We'll be hitting soon. Ending around barn here. A lot of high ground to be working with. And that big old dip into barn itself. Most teams just angling themselves on the outside with nice little valley outlooks over towards one another. And we do center up over towards the side. Right now, Team Liquid has a really nice spot.
And it's Team Liquid staying alive with all 4 players as well. Just the 3, rather. The curse continues. It's been very unlucky for them over the flow of the playoffs here with how many times they've gone down a man early. We've seen, though, they can be proficient with a trio. So if they lose another man, it becomes a bit of a problem. It could throw them into a stinker. Power were also sniffed out on their rotate up. You saw a couple shots go across from Alpha 7, but no over-engagement onto it.
Yeah. I think for Alpha 7 right now, they do have to leave. They know that eventually they're going to have to leave from this high ground. And it's not in such a way that it's problematic at the moment. But this does make it feel uncomfortable, I would say. Where you know on this next circle, likely you're going to have to clear out Power, potentially Alliance, but it's not so uncomfortable that you might think about staying for a little bit longer. But yeah, for Alpha 7 right now, I do think that there is some immediate moves that need to be taken. Creo, good sprays on Twisted Mind. Start things off. They scatter back behind the rocks here.
Keep your noses clean, keep your heads down. They found Linux. He went for the long rotate round the back, but arrived on their portion of the map, and they did not want to give him any free space. Nice connection from Ratto Boy. Puts the pressure back on, but it's so uncomfortable for him. Zone burning away at the HP. Bullets when he peeks up. I think he accepts his fate and knows that he's about to go down. So Revo takes the credit for that one. Zone rolls in. We say goodbye to Twisted Minds and Finn the Herd some more.
Vampire slowly have worked their way up the tables, I would say, over the last day. Still looking fairly decent. Typical Vampire fashion, though, is that, you know, come alive towards the end, but this tournament, it's not a case where other teams leave the door open. They've closed it and locked it tight. Just 2 teams really battling out towards that top end of the lobby. Mafioso barely can peek out before the bullets whiz past his forehead.
This is making it a bit more uncomfortable now for Alpha 7. Using a lot of the utility they had available to them. Haven't had many opportunities to restock in some time. There's the clap back. Good peek on the angle.
Yeah.
Revo heals himself up, wins out that fight versus the Tiamba man. Vampire still got their eyes on it. They see the quick rotate and know they're starting to advance.
Yeah, Alpha 7's trying to squeeze as many points as possible out of this game. A quick step up with the nade that comes through, but they're trying to angle these nades back on towards that overlook. Should be decent. Nice bounce on it as well. Jumps out the window and into danger. It bounces over the balcony and blows his legs clean off as he vaults.
Great bounce on the nade. The psychological games there proving to be the bigger piece of the pie and making it awkward. So Alpha 7 just focusing on those eliminations, just focusing on taking smart fights. They get an opportunity to grab a little bit more loot as well. from the boxes that Tiamba leave behind. Alliance and Power at one point seemed like they could be a problem. But since then, it's gone quiet. They set their attention back on the Liquid. Opening nades, cast across. They get close. If you get a nice nade through the doorway, Liquid could be on uncomfortable waters. Whoa, these are almost primed. The DBS is closing the gap though. Problems could be arising here. Liquid need to put the foot down.
Mythic just leaving a trail of mines in the front side, and like a mythical beast himself, will swing the jaws down on Alliance. You got Cluck on the side though, and they will clean them out. But what a defense Mythic had there. 8 eliminations on the game, and you're right, they were limping along with just the 3 players. Seems to be a curse that they cannot break. 4 elims for Alpha 7 once again into a top 5. A huge game for them to start off the day, and another lovely spray from Revo.
The energy's there for Alpha 7. They're playing with aggression now. They're starting to see the potential pathway towards victory, and they want to beeline straight towards it. Getaway maneuver from Vampire. They didn't like the fight they were thrown into. You crash into Power. It's an upset on the battle back. Al-Haji goes down, but Revo is still stealing away eliminations. Nades over the top. Swept. Lucky to be alive. Alpha 7 still see opportunities for more points. They close the gap. They're pushing on down. They want to finish this one with so many eliminations. Nades on target. There's the follow-up as Schweppes is blown away. Al-Haji, he's probably going to be talking out of commission now, and it's all about Alpha 7. They're just thinking about the last few pickups, take down the last 2 men, and close it with a chicken dinner and some points off the back.
Alpha 7 looking for the technical back-to-back from yesterday's game where they hit a high streak. Now looking to finish off Power and absorb some of that for themselves. It will be the last player here, and Alpha 7 takes themselves a chicken dinner at the start of the day. Yesterday, finishing strong, starting today strong. The Brazilians in the crowd happy about this one. Potentially, the curse can be finally lifted as they get a lovely lead to start things off. But it's not over yet for this team.
It's just beginning. But the first chicken dinner of Championship Sunday is Alpha 7's. They climb further up the rankings, giving themselves a buffer of points. And we've seen how much better it is for this team when the energy is good from the get-go.
Yesterday, they didn't seem best pleased at that first match. They made a bit of a misplay on the approach. But for Alpha 7, confidence, the mindset, it's everything for them in these matches. And here, in the beautiful orange jerseys for the final day, they're feeling themselves.
All eyes on them. Huge action here from them. They played their cards close to their chest until they saw the opportunities to turn up the ignition, and then they did not stop. Pickup after pickup after pickup. They run away with things towards the tail end of the game. And going to show they might be here to play blank. Like you said, can they upset the curse? Can they finally have that trophy as a title for Alpha 7?
Break the ritual here for themselves. But a great, great start for them. I think Revo definitely happy with this one. Consistently hitting massive shots for the team so many times, and it's really, really good to see. And I think for Alpha 7, this has been a long time coming. I like the way they played this day out, though. This is a real change of pace for Alpha 7, and if you're a fan of them, you love to see this. They didn't go absolutely crazy in this first game. It was just slow and paced out and just really good technical ability, which is all you really want at the end of the day. And if you want to watch some more PUBG Mobile, stick around with us as we'll be back after the break.
4,000 of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk, as we do have our lovely victory indeed here for Alpha 7.
Yes!
Oh, my God.
Yes! Dun, 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 dun. What a way to start.
This is going to be great, because when they still come in second place at the end of the day, I'm going to go back to this moment and rip on you. And
That's fine.
Clip it.
Let me
send
enjoy
it around
the
the world.
Well, the thing is, they took advantage of... Oh, by the way, we do have a record breaker. They they broke something already. It hasn't been the second place curse yet. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen at the end of the day. But being able to break that record in regards to total wins? 5? 25,000?
Typically, the host role will
sorry. I'm just
happy.
He was
so
excited.
So excited.
Jeez.
Yeah, most chicken dinners in the event, now 5. Could potentially put the record even higher for next year. Well, if Alpha 7 was smart, they keep it at 5, and they come back and do 6 next year so they can win even more money. But can they potentially break the chicken dinners in a day as well, which is currently at 2?
That would be nuts if they got another 2 on the day here. But, I mean, they've already had 2 the first day, 2 the second day. If we get another here, as you say, pushing that quite far. But just in general, it felt almost destined that they were going to win this game on Sandhawk, especially towards those last circles, getting that eastern shift. They had the pick of the litter in how they wanted to play out those last remaining circles. If they had to go down towards Barn, I was a bit concerned about how things would actually go, but no, the circle favored them, and it's a brilliant win for a brilliant first place currently.
And the problem with that win for other teams out there is there's a lot of teams missing that were in the running, that got eliminated early on. You can see here at Reject, they were 10 points behind Alpha 7 at the start of the day. They go out early. I don't think they got any placement points. All they got was 2 eliminations. And then that goalpost we talk about moves even further ahead of them with the 19 points Alpha 7 gets.
It is, and that was the big surprise. That like as soon as Reject got eliminated, I was like wondering, okay, how is Alpha 7 going to be able to take advantage? Because usually they're not able to take full advantage of it. You were talking about whether they were able to kind of play the south of that circle. I enjoyed the third party that they were able to do on DRX and Tiamba. We had a bit of a stalemate between Alpha 7 and Tiamba. They weren't quite sure. We're wondering, okay, is Alpha 7 maybe going to end up doing a rotation towards the east, a wide rotation towards the east and go towards north? They decided to just stay in their place, and this is what we've been talking about even from yesterday for Alpha 7. They've been doing the right place. They've been working on their timing, and I feel like the timing is what ended up getting them the win this time around.
I think they're the only team right now that looks like the complete package to me. Be it, are they in the central position? They can play out of those. Are they able to sweep, even on Sandhawk, which is the hardest sweeping battleground, by the way, and they can do that as well. You can see the elation on their faces. They know this is big. And is it doomsday now for all of these other teams? Every single one of these other teams is going to have to become an Avenger level threat to try and catch up to the position that they found themselves in, Jason.
Well, don't forget also for Alpha 7, who have come to choke on the third and final day of events, they kind of get a massive morale boost, as you saw them all elated with that victory, really helping to propel themselves into the next 5 matches. You can see it's almost a 30-point gap between first and second place. Town as well, 21 points behind second place. Like, this is getting really tough for other teams out there, and it's almost hard to ever say now that Alpha 7 is not taking it home.
I'm excited, but let's come down a little bit. Let's bring it down a notch. I mean,
he's scared.
Yes, I am. It's about what, 27 points lead that they currently have. It is good for them to start off with the win. They're not, the players are not going to be getting into their head, and that's the usual issue that happens with this team. They make mistakes, they start overthinking stuff, and then everything just goes downhill. Everything crashes. With this, now they're going to have the confidence. Now some of the other teams, I'm hoping that Alpha 7 starts being a little bit more aggressive and makes the other teams think twice about certain situations.
Trying to hold them at bay a little bit in some of the moves that they can potentially make. I mean, you even saw it in Alpha 7 management after the game concludes as well. They know how big a deal a start to day number 3 is like that for Alpha 7. It has almost been written in the stars in the past that this team would eventually take a #1 spot. Right now, they're staring down the barrel of this championship. There is a world where some of these teams could catch up, but my, what a start.
It's the Neymar buff, man.
Oh.
Well, if we're talking about teams adjusting,
Senna, the suits too. I mean, there's so much at stake for them.
There is. But we're talking about teams maybe adapting some styles. Taking a look at Sandhawk and taking a look at Tianba, they didn't sit. and wait forever. They went for an early rotation to get into the zone, so it seems like they have some changed some things up, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to net them really anything in this match.
Definitely so. Not only the fact that these teams were trying to get central much quicker than their previous Sandhawks, but also there was a heightened level of aggression from
bloody
some of
Sandhawk.
Yeah, very much so in those early stages. We had like 4 or 5 teams down and out before we'd even had that second circle really kind of find full fruition. So it really does feel like there's obviously a lot at stake for these teams. They understand the severity of the situation here. And on Sandhawk, when you kind of, I mean, we already had those hot drops going off so early, it gets very, very dicey.
Yeah, seeing Talon and Twisted Minds go head-to-head is a little bit awkward because Talon is one of those teams who's in contention for first place. Luckily for them, they actually eliminated 2 players in Twisted Minds, and I don't believe they lost anyone on their side. But there's just so much that these other teams need to do now. That one victory moves the goalpost so far that you almost have to be even more aggressive if you want to catch that. Though I will say right now, maybe it's a little bit early on or too early on the day to do that just yet.
Yeah, especially for those 3rd to 8th place teams. And with Talent, though, what actually surprised me is they decided to switch their landing spot. They could have ended up going to hot in and hot drop again with Power, but they decided not to do it. But they ended up in another hot drop. So for them, I'm kind of left wondering, what are they going to be doing here in Erangel? Are they going to continue to try to readjust? Or are they maybe just going to go back to playing their style, which has kind of worked out for them? Especially yesterday, their Erangel was just so strong for them.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. They have to go back to what is true, tried and tested for someone like Talon to be able to challenge those top spots, if at all, if it can even occur anyway. I think one thing that really does lend them favor is the fact that Reject just had a disaster of a start for them. And Reject in the past day especially really did feel like they rolled with the punches well. If you start off like this, it takes a little bit longer to really gather that speed.
For Talent, is it going to be Mystery, or is it going to be Actual, or is it going to be a new player? Because those has been the main 2 players in the main tournament.
Okay, well, we're going to find out soon, but not before reminding you guys once again about the PMWC Violet Thunderset and S12K, which now thinking about it, maybe they should recolor this to black and orange in the Alpha 7 colors. We'll see, but I know 7 would get that in a heartbeat. Based off the design by Ailu in the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest. Of course, commemorates the PMWC trophy. But speaking of commemorations, we're going to head back to our casters to bring us into our first angle of the 3 of the day. It's Blanky. Wow, Blanky. Blank and Jackie.
It's those guys.
It's those guys.
Yes. Alpha 7.
That's right, we wrap you up warm and make you feel nice and cozy, but the games are certainly not going to be comfortable for any one of these squads. Blanky here on the desk. Oh, Blank, it's been a treat already, mate. Alpha 7 breaking records, looking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they've been breaking records this entire time, getting so close. In fact, the record that they've probably broken the most is how close can we get to a title without getting it? Yeah, but this time it feels like maybe that's not what they're gunning for. And I think that it does really feel like they've put a lot of work in preparing for this event to make sure they can show us the best performance possible for Alpha 7 to do Brazil proud, considering Team Liquid has done very bad.
Man,
they're going to have to take it home. There's no safety nets.
No, there's no, like, you know, you're not strapped in. You've not got the little carabiner holding you on to some sort of rope that's going to keep you safe. It is just you live and die by the sword.
Yeah.
And you could see how much it meant to them as well. You've got the support staff, you've got the family, everyone there on looking in the crowd. It must be incredible to see them taking chicken dinners like that, having huge games. The story isn't over for the other squads. There's still room, but that chance gets slimmer. And that's what Alpha 7 are going to want to focus on, right? Their own game, extending that lead each and every game, not letting anyone nip at their heels.
Well, that has been the difficulty, at least for Reject as well, is the fact that Alpha 7 has been very, very difficult to keep down.
Yeah.
They have consistently stayed on the trajectory towards that top side, despite Reject constantly outperforming them in eliminations, which is a good thing for Alpha 7, I would say, because Alpha 7, very heavy elim team, used to be the point where they'd get towards the end of a tournament like this and they would just start sending bullets all around the arena. This time around it feels more methodical, a more mature approach to the game. And I think that is very, very good for them, because we have seen far too many times in the past where they will go out, try and get heavy and higher limb games, but This time they're just putting up points every single time, every single game. And it's getting very difficult now for Reject to keep up with that pace.
It's going to have to be incredible game after incredible game for them. And with one match already played out, your opportunities for chicken dinners, your opportunities for eliminations get smaller and smaller. So you can't afford to come in slow. No yawning, Blank. You've got to be switched on. You've got to be in flow state. You've got to jolt up in your seat and be ready for these games.
If you're tired, man, don't be. It's time to be awake in this moment. It's time to come out from that slumber because the dream is here. It is now to become the #1, to be the one here at the PMWC at ESPORTS World Cup. As we head into match 2, it is a wrangle on our screens.
You can take the title, be crowned champion of the first ever PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the ESPORTS World Cup. And Game 2 is getting underway. Our squads on screen, ready for the action with the GT20 Pros in their hands, trying to outplay the rest with the best phone in the business. And you're going to need that A-game, Blank.
Specifically for Alpha 7, they are bringing the A-game. They are the Alpha and not the Omega here. Taking things to the very top of the leaderboards. 136 points, a heavy chase to make for Reject. 109 points. 27 points behind. That would be a 17 elim game and a chicken dinner just for Reject to break even at this point. So Reject needs to have a good game here on our angle, and Alpha 7 need to go down early. So I think with that first game of the day, Alpha 7 has set themselves up in such good stead. But this is going to be hard to break out from for Reject, and they are almost relying on Alpha 7 making mistakes now.
You have to play your best and hope that mistakes are made across Alpha 7. I don't think they're the sort of squad that are going to want to make concessions, though, with how good they've looked coming into today, and especially the triumphant performance they put on to close yesterday's games. Although, we talk about elims being the big piece of the puzzle for Reject, they still currently lead with most eliminations over this portion. They've been looking very mean. If you give them an opportunity to fight, oh, that's not nice. We join the game with Twisted Minds going down one man. It's Ratto Boy on his own. He's been bonneted.
Honestly, for Twisted Minds, they just cannot find a home, right? At this point in time. Not at all. You got Reject stuck in towards the mix there as well. With DXavier, Twisted Minds, DRX all surrounding them. Bit of an awkward location to be in with a southeast circle here. Leaning over towards Sosnovka. Alpha 7 has a long trip ahead of them. But in a sense, have a safer trip if they head over towards Severny, past Yaz, potentially take the Eastern Bridge. For Reject, this is actually a bit more of a tough game in the sense that there's quite a few teams around them that might gatekeep them as they head into the circle. Looks like they are sending further up towards Rozhok. This is a really long drop from them. They're still in parachutes, Jackie.
Yeah, they're still soaring through the skies. I think they saw what was going down beneath them and how close the density was of the other squads that dropped around, and have changed pace on where they wanted to go. Coasting, using that power of the wind all the way up towards Rozhok to reposition themselves and think about getting looted a little bit later into this one.
That's a really, really long drop from them. Amusing to see. Ow. The ankle buster, we call that one.
Yeah, never nice. Never nice.
IDBNRX, you know, they've come out and they've performed pretty well. And I think that if you looked at the leaderboards right now, we talk a lot about Alpha 7 and Reject because really they are the only two teams going to task one another towards the top side of the lobby. There's still a huge amount of movement underneath there, right? Third place at present is 88 points. That drops to 79 in fourth. If we go down to, let's say, 11th place and 12th, 61 points to 79, 12 to 4th place. That's a game. That's just a pretty standard game. So there's a lot that can still change up to 4th place right now, which would be a huge jump in prize pool. So although a lot of eyes are on Alpha 7 and Reject, because for both teams, there has been a Shakespeare story written out for us right now with PMGO and Alpha 7 not being able to secure that 1st place for so very long. There is also a huge amount of movement that can still happen.
We were saying that over the course of the event, really. It's looked so competitive amongst these teams. And there is a lot of room. The difference in prize money, the difference in bragging rights.
It's enormous.
Oh yeah, man. You really do want to give it your absolute all. Put the blood, sweat and tears into the final day here. It's Championship Sunday, Blank. You got to give it everything you've got. Ride by the seat of your pants, basically.
Do whatever works. Do whatever you can to make it. Oh, okay. It's the Peloton.
It's the BMX Bandits.
It is the BMX Bandits. Dude, what a play that was. You know, they all rocked up. They all put the mountain bikes in the backpack. They got on the boat. It's like, you can't take a car with you, but you can take the bikes. Smart moves from Alliance, and they get themselves over towards Nova Rep Neuer. Solid position. Not seen that before. That's one of my favorite moments from the tournament.
Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. Good catch from the replay team there on the observing squad.
Yeah, big thumbs up.
That one. That was nice.
Alpha 7 do actually instead just opt to go for a southern rotate because things really opened up around Gatka and they just flew right in. There is Vampire, Power and DRX, though I believe Alpha 7's feeling fairly confident coming into this game. They spot Newsy off in the distance. He's located. Information's passed back as they head towards the showrooms.
Grelling got eyes on to Newsy, but the rest of the squad was a bit further back, and with the geometry there, they were tucked in a little bit behind the hillside. Mafioso moves up with Revo in the passenger seat, and they're going to look for the info, see if they can get the wide berth round on the edge of things.
I like this.
Assess where they are. Yeah, they spot them now.
Good distraction from the two players in behind, and now there. And a daisy chaining to one another. Tony K, though, spots. Actually has some good shots on, but very, very good spray control there from McGrellin to sit him back down again. That could have been very dangerous if it wasn't for the on-target spray there from McGrellin.
And that was their big gambit as well. Tony K on the late peak up with the rest of them moving out. You know, that's your reliance on him doing something pretty unthinkable with a weapon. And would there be anyone else better for it? Like, Tony K's actually proven he's damn good with the gun skill. But that's uncomfortable. He heals himself back up. Fair play to McGrellin on target, even factoring in the momentum as he's driving by.
Yeah.
IWNRX on screen here. Tong Jiabao, a bit slower from what we saw yesterday. They had some highlight moments. Got to say to them, you know, the nades that we were seeing, the way Flower was pulling out some big plays. It felt like it was all coming together yesterday, Blank.
Yeah, Flower has been pollinating the entirety of the lobby at the moment.
I like that one. Well done.
And honestly, he's done very well with it. And I think that he has had a big step up during this tournament, and Tong Jibao has looked very, very strong. They weren't able to kind of carry across some of that strength from day 1 into day 2 and 3. Stagnated a little bit, I would say, but I think for a 5th place at the moment with the opportunity to potentially drop up into a 3rd, I still think that's a really big result for Tong Jiabao at the end of this one for China, when there just really wasn't a massive amount of stock placed in either of these teams of Tiamba and Tong Jiabao coming before into this event. And right now the two Chinese teams, like brothers in arms, are sat very close to one another in the leaderboards. It's nice. It is really nice. Second circle will shift on down, and it's an awkward one. Splits between both the mainland and the island itself down towards that south side. That's an interesting one to play. Alpha 7 now in a situation where this boat take they're going for down towards the south side no longer feels as impactful.
An awful lot of water fragmenting both the playable spaces. Hang on though, Boomer out to play.
They swoop in onto Liquid and look to bring the hurt straight towards them. There's a bit of a reply, and it's uncomfortable in the jump out from the vehicle as well for Boom. So problems arising. Oh, Cardozin taking shots back onto the fragmented players. Trying to get the lineup onto the man in the vehicle as well for Boom. They thought they might have had the edge on this one. Now it's panic stations. It's all about, can I get the boys back up and actually withstand the might of Liquid that still have a split with Chief and Cardozin alive and kicking. He's closing the distance with the DPS. He's good for that cleanup.
Where's Chief?
Where is he? He's in the back line.
Taking so long to make his way over. You imagine some information's been passed through, but shots from Linux might just end the story here for Team Liquid. After a really valiant haul versus Boom, but they explode into nothingness during this match. As Talon might be the one to pick up the eliminations off the back of this one, currently sat in 3rd place.
They go charging in, looking to decimate what remains of the Boom squad, down to 2. Quick peek, assess the overall move up, see if they can hold back Talon. Boom got nades to bring to the table. Linux might take that one on the chin. Nice tag there, you open it up. Fragmenting a lot of these potential peaks as well, but Boom struggling with 1 man down. Yummy also now gone. And Talon not doing it as cleanly as they would have liked to actually give themselves those elims and a fair firefight towards the end.
The Indonesian rivalry comes to a head here during this fight, and I mean, that's what makes it difficult. You play very similarly, Jackie, over in your respective PMSLs. So in a fight like that, it does get sloppy, it does get messy, because the reads into either team are kind of what they would expect in an international tournament like this. 2 players, Razy, left alive here for Boom as Talon just backs off. One of their players fully knocked and bleeding.
A lot of distance between them as well. So no potential. He's going to go down. So Boom with 2. Misery jumping in the back of the vehicle. Axel starting to make his move on foot. Luckily a vehicle nearby, so he can jump back into that, try and piece out. Ooh, a bit of a pathway on the rotate as well here for Boom as they're going down. Twisted Minds. Yeah, they lost Ratto Boy super early into the game, but the trio of them are still alive, and they're going to have to basically race their way across that bridge.
This is a really horrid circle, honestly, Jackie. Very difficult to play. You got the bridge over towards that northern side, which this circle can still center up on, by the way, at this point in time. And a massive amount of teams all trying to vie for that high ground on towards the south side on this island. Twisted Minds, they pick up some players from Boom as they rotate in together.
Oh, mate. Unload him with a shotty. Boom did not want any of that smoke. They just wanted to get themselves into the zone. They were focusing on just breezing ahead, but they're not only leaving behind their teammates, they might be leaving behind their chance to acclimate more points inside of this game.
Reject at the moment in the water. Slowly just making their way over, playing the submarine gameplay as they dive underneath. Swim on through towards the coastal side. Alliance are ready and waiting for them, though, as Talon have a similar approach here, and they rock up over towards the cliff, and I don't think Reject expected it. They waited as long as possible to make this move, but with Talon coming in so late, they might actually spot them making this cross, and if they take shots, then they alert a lot of teams to their presence. Alpha 7, on the other hand, nice little crossing that they made. Yes, it's awkward because there's teams around this area, but I wonder how many noticed the crash from the crossing. DRX should have eyes on. They should know of this position. There's scouting going on from McGrellan.
Power. Ooh, thought they had a nice bit of track and trace here. Oh, now Lula XIHC. Nade through the window. So low on Fadan. So that's going to take him down. Boom, now completely out of the running as well as GK first from Tong Jiabao spots the last man that was barely limping his way into the new zone. And Power with a lot of pressure on them. They've got to get their teammate back up, see if they can revive for Dan, and then focus on the fight that is yet to come. Godless, quick on his feet, with the backup of the rest of Alula XIHC, closing the distance and bringing the pain towards Power.
Power just dropping the minefields underneath to delay. Smoke goes up as well. Trying to remain as hidden as possible. Alula IHC throwing some interesting grenades through. Not really getting a whole lot done from these either. Godless underneath, the smoke just about to dissipate, but did get the full refresh. Decent nade, but not on target.
Meanwhile, we spoke about that water crossing for Reject. Talon were able to spot Divine, and he takes a hit, so Divine down. We'll see how that one pans out. And the battle between those two seems like it's getting worse for Reject as well, with Alliance being able to punish onto them and Misery shutting down OCO. The clash between Power and Alula XIHC continuing in the meanwhile. Trades between either sides as the shotguns are roaring through the close competition. Divine goes down, problems arising all over the battlefield here. And Alula XIHC finally bringing out the mop and bucket to try and clean up against Power.
Very nicely done there. Again, I feel bad for Reject on this crossing because Talon has played a weird game this tournament. They played a very weird game in the way they get caught up in fights. They stay in these fights for so long. Reject tried to clear as much as possible before they made this rotation. And this is just where it's unlucky. Because as soon as these shots starts ringing through, Alliance immediately have a good idea of where that team is, where they're playing, and they take shots back. So that element of surprise is just gone. Talon's playing spoiler in this match.
Luckily for them, Misery does go down. He was out of meds, out of bandages, so the zone will be able to talk him down to that knocked state. His teammate not really in a great spot to be able to do too much for him as well. It's going to be a long one for Axel, quite a distance between him and Reject, but then the problem comes the fact that they can get sponged up by Jimmy, who pushed down towards the coastal side for Alliance, and should have a good idea of how to tidy up the rest of Reject that remain.
Yeah, Alpha 7 might be able to just end the tournament right here now, though.
Yeah.
Because with the position they're in, where they can slide up on the coastal side, on this western edge, with so many other teams not having that safety net of having like the 180, having your back against the blue, knowing that that area has been cleared out and is safe, yeah, a lot of these other teams are going to start to go down. This can still move up towards the bridge. This is a very difficult circle to play. So much open ground. Derek's currently holding on to that high ground over towards that eastern side, which is going to be really, really important to continue controlling. Tiamba shots over towards 4MV. This is down on that south side. Alpha 7 might want to get involved.
They did take a first hit across. They got a tag out onto Tiamba and were able to knock one of the players. So Alpha 7 are starting to play their cards. Not fully committing into it, but realizing this is an opportunity potentially to get some more points on this one and still have a good bit of map control. Tongji about out again as they go down, only 2 elimination points to their name. This is Alliance that were waiting for that cross, and Sara gets slain. He's knocked, not recoverable for Duello. Hard commits onto it as well, so he's taken out. Tiamba, it's really getting rough for him. For Miracle Vibes inflicting a ton of damage, and the chase begins for Alpha 7.
For Alpha 7, it's just been a very, very good match so far. And honestly, a smart rotation. You can't fault them for the rotation they went for. You can't fault them for the fact that they were able to immediately spot onto Tony K's position and get a good shot back off towards him. It is Reefus, though, to pop Mafioso out. McGrellin immediately goes for the rotate, for the recovery on his teammate as well.
Reefus couldn't re-peek. He took so much damage, he barely gets himself out of the uncomfortable zone as well from the bullets that are being shot across by Revo.
Reject out. They go down. It looks like it is going over towards that bridge side. Vampire consistently are a conversation starter in these games, as they will pick up over towards that bridge. But a very hard shift away from Alpha 7 in this match. Not that it matters. If only they just profit a little bit on this game. Already into a top 7, they've done well. But I think with the way they've been playing, I don't even think a circle like this is going to stop them, really, Jackie. They've been fairly indomitable over the past few matches. Very difficult to deal with. 4MV got one shot off before they absolutely bullied them out of position. And now looking to clean them off from this high ground.
If you take a fight with Alpha 7, you better hope you take down the whole squad, or else you're putting a huge X on your back, and they will want to swoop into you. McGrellin, he's the opening gambit, goes up close, hopping out the vehicle, but is slain. Not just a knock, a full elimination. So only a trio remains. Mafioso taking damage. Here comes the bonnet. The double rundown as Alpha 7 get mulled over.
Alpha 7 caught up in the wheels and caught up in their own confidence as perhaps they push into 4MV a little bit too lackadaisical there. A bit unfortunate. However, no real bad moments for either team there. I think for Alpha 7, Reject, they're in the exact same position they started off this game on. And Alpha 7's not unhappy with that. It's still a very difficult task for Reject to catch them up. Vampire, though, looking to climb the rankings even further.
Good center position so far. Decent cover as well from the water side, where Alula X IHC are slowly coming from, taking the odd pot shot here and there, but it's incredibly uncomfortable for them. You've got Alliance that have been down on the coast for so long. And for Miracle Vibes, have they got some newfound energy? As DRX might want to test how handy they are with their steel.
There's 7 limbs right now for 4MV. Very nicely done. This was this crazy buggy rundown. If you didn't go down to the shots going through from the gun, it would have gone down to the wheels either way. So a good performance there from 4MV. Who need a miracle, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, they do. Potentially 4 of them to get them back into the game. 12th place currently. Looking to climb up a little bit, secure some more prize money. Gets a bit awkward in the engagement versus DRX. Fragmented with Baron trapped in the gulch towards the middle. QZZ battling bullets back as well. Fires off those warning shots.
Alula X IHC. Got Zjol. I love the way Rogue and Zjol's playing just over on this tiny little barren rock, which is actually giving them a position to take shots from, and they're doing work with it, actually. It's so funny. But sometimes you gotta take what you're given in these matches, and this is not a bad spot, honestly, all things considered. We finally move away from the water. Vampire have a very strong position to play around with, but DX Xavier can still take up that ridge, that high ground that 4MV and DRX are currently battling over.
And it wasn't looking great for quite some time here for Miracle Vibes. They were constantly getting knocked, getting each other back up, trying to top their HP pools up. But they do get a clean connection across now onto Hyunbin, and he's not recoverable, but it's a denied elimination point that will be snatched away by Alula X IHC. DX Xavier with the nades, casting them across. Looking to find where exactly everyone from Miracle Vibes is and see if they can pounce onto them. DRX move back down to give themselves a little bit of cover to play with, realizing their backs were so exposed to the water side where Alula X IHC were playing from. They're going to have to move eventually, though. Can't stay on that island anymore.
Not available. And I think that they'd managed to do quite a bit. To be honest with you, the time they spent there. Demo's in a really nasty little position. But there's so many shots going his way. Vampire, they take a knock right now, as Alliance have played this game pretty slow, but fairly smartly over towards that northeast side, taking advantage of that compound that was set up there for a long, long time to give them the space that they needed in this match to thrive. I think a team that has absolutely thrived and survived is Alula IHC from a position where, to be honest, they really shouldn't have done.
No, definitely not. Risky maneuvers as desperate times call for desperate measures for Demo. He jumps in the vehicle with a buggy, puts the pedal down, tries to close the gap, give himself some cover, but exposed to so many angles, they eventually get the knock onto him. The rest of his teammates barely trying to complete their pathway, that long swim to the island itself so they can fight and get involved here. Whilst Alliance, they're revving the engines, putting more pressure onto Vampire.
Alliance, this is an unfortunate way this tournament's panned out, from 1st to 16th place in the group stage to the finals. Sometimes the pressure does get to you, as Apex feels all too well as DX Xavier looks to crest this ridge side.
Lamborghini Shots down onto Baron. Doesn't need to see him. He'll just take the vehicle out to blow him away. And for Miracle, Vibes might have caused issues over the course of this one, but they won't have much more room now. Down with 8 eliminations as their total tally there, trying to peel ahead towards the lower echelons of the overall standings. And this is so awkward for Alula XIHC. You're in a really horrible spot. Just Zol basically in the water waiting for nades.
Still, 5th place is not bad, and there's the nade that came through. He was waiting for it. The delivery's right on time from Vampire, who stake their claim over towards the northern edge of the map around this bridge. Alliance, though, have done a great job to stop them from taking too much advantage of that positioning. MG9 here for Shadows, to potentially take some shots through. Cluck on the low ground, supporting the rest of his teammates. DXavier, though, with this side swipe, Jackie.
And for how many fights we've seen DRX thrown into, it's crazy they haven't even been able to secure themselves one elimination from other teams like DXavier, like Alula XIHC, stealing those away at every opportunity. And that duo, yeah, they're really feeling the damage right now. Alliance lose one man. He's brought down to his knees. Ooh, hello. That's quite a nice little angle. Trying to see if he could get a clean shot across. Not going to work too well, but DRX do take pot shots from the other side as they're forced to peek into one of these two.
Just blasting the bullets out, as is Schweppes, who is very low on the ammo count now. Good explosion from Soaz. We'll finish off Newsy. Tony K playing alongside with Schweppes now. Final 2 players from Vampires as DXavier set themselves up to finish out this game strong here, Jackie. Currently in 8th place, 72 points. Could hit up towards a 4th place here.
They could climb up. Finding good Elim points as well. 6 to their name. Vampire with 5. But Vampire are just down to Tony K. Tony K, can you slay and stay alive as a solo? I mean, he switched on for the fight for DXavier. They fragment themselves, trying to get a better overall look at everyone. And that means they're a little bit more susceptible to these hits, but he's got to run a real gauntlet blank. The entirety of Alliance ahead of him. And they've got nades as well. Molotov's going to go in, should be on target. That's a lot of time, and you're burning.
Yeah.
Down and out. Goodbye, Vampire.
That was a nice molly to just remove that player from a very difficult position, because now Alliance are no longer stuck in some nasty spots down towards that north side, but in come DXavier. They don't want to let Alliance get out and into position. With the boys from Vampires looking over towards their spots for a long, long time, DXavier send in, cause a little bit of commotion, but immediately double back here, Jackie, towards that high ground, allowing Alliance a little bit more time to regroup, refigure out what they want to do with this spot. Very interesting.
We'll see how this benchmark affects things then. Mini 14s to work with. Grabbing themselves the last few dribs of utility as well, slowly ushered forward. That's the spot onto the remaining man for DRX as well. Lamborghini would take that one in his stride. If he can get the full knock across, that's an extra point, and you've still got this elevated angle.
Honestly, I think that was the opportunity there for DXavier. As soon as Alliance finishes with that fight, they're all on the low ground. They're not in the greatest of spots. This next circle comes through, forces DXavier off the high ground. But I think if they were a little bit more confident, potentially they could take that fight with Alliance. And now they're sending in down the hill. They realize that there's a little ridge there that they'd have loved to have had earlier. But Alliance have been prepared for them. Curious ending here now for DXavier.
I mean, the timing on it was a bit of a blessing. The only issue could be that solo dolo, the last man from DRX, because he's throwing nades towards Lamborghini's position. So even though he got the timing to get down there, you feel uncomfortable from the back line. He's just spamming bullets across. Alliance, meanwhile, taking the odd peek here or there. It's baiting out a lot of these shots from the players that are still up on high that are going to have to move eventually. You're fragmenting your front line, making it easier for Alliance to take individual 1v1s, 2v1s. Yes, the knock back onto DRX.
Yeah.
But can you take the big piece of the picture, which is actually guaranteeing yourself this game?
Shadows out now. I don't know, man. It feels weird. Wow, he's alive. Paragin lives that one. Shrapnel sticking out from his side, but continues to limp forward. DXavier, by backing off, might have just lost themselves the game here rather than taking the initiative in that moment. Great nade from Pubgm though.
He survived. So much damage from the nade that landed on top of him. And his nades are really worth their weight in gold, but they're going for the pick-me-up on Leon's. They sprint over. That one pretty damn close to Pubgm. Follow-ups coming in. They're able to save the life of Leon's and then reinstigate the firefight, dealing with DXavier pretty cleanly now. Alliance want to shut this one down. They think mistakes were made for DXavier, but on the peak-up, Lamborghini tries to clutch it. Not going to happen. Chicken dinner goes the way of Alliance.
Alliance just played that game very, very well. And I think that even just from the start of that game, as soon as they hear Talon taking shots over towards Reject, they instantly turn, they clear out that side of the map. They play a slow game down towards the bridge, but DXavier not forcing the issue after they just finished their fight with Vampire felt a bit strange to me. We saw them try to get set up in that position, but by the time they were starting to come off from that high ground, it was already way, way too late. Because they all had eyes on. They had 4 separate angles to peek up onto them. Shadows goes down immediately. You lose your big gun in the MG9, and yeah, life gets tough from that moment onwards.
And that's a game that was important for them as well. You know, they were doing pretty good on the old elimination points. If you got the extra 10 from taking the chicken dinner, then yeah, prize money becomes a real big topic of conversation for them. They would have been able to leapfrog their way up a bit.
Yep.
Instead, it's Alliance that were all the way down in 16th place, taking that chicken dinner and hoovering up the points.
Because they had the idea of it as well early on when we saw them start to just fly down, and then I think there must have been a call back from the team where they just told them to regroup, and whoever thought they were being the DX savior on the team to try and get this game back under control ends up dooming them in the process. But yeah, I think it's a great game from Alliance, and I think they were as shocked as we are in the casting booth when they all flew back. They were like, they're just gonna let us have our picnic and then get back on with the game, are they?
Yeah, they were given the cake and were allowed to eat it too. So Alliance is going to be pretty happy with the outcome on that one, all things considered. It's felt like it's been so uncomfortable for them here over the course of the playoffs in the past 2 days. But at least the chicken dinner to give you a bit of energy and the good vibes. And really, you know, the topic of the top 1 and 2 teams in terms of that storyline as well, it's basically a mirror matchup with the way that Reject go down early. Alpha 7 could have had a fighting chance, but don't get too much to take home from that one.
Basically stalemate on the second match of the day. We're going to head to a stalemate with you guys, but only about 2 minutes on a little break. And we're back with the desk and then game soon.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
This is the final day of the main stage of PMWC, the final day for the winner to be able to claim it all. So hitting the ground running is imperative. The stakes are high, the stress is high, and the aggression is high as well. Starting off with match number 1, where A7 Esports came out on top, getting the chicken dinner as a result of that aggression. But not just that, they were also able to beat the record that Vampire set last time around by getting 5 chicken dinners in 1 tournament. Match number 2 for A7 was not necessarily the best in terms of their placement, but they still managed to get themselves a little bit in the game, and with the lead that they already had gathered in match 1, they're sitting pretty comfortably at the moment. However, Alliance are the ones who secure that chicken dinner because Xavier get a little bit too overzealous with that aggression that they throw their way. Elias stay cool, calm, and collected, and that is the chicken dinner in their bag for the match 2 of the day. Make sure you guys stick around to find out who wins PMWC.
Sometimes you just need to respect the AKM. Jimmy! Oh, man. We're going to break this one down. Alliance, a very good win out of them. A win that they probably shouldn't have had unless Jimmy was able to pull off shots like that. I'm going to you, Colores, because you were talking heavily about this. Xavier played that perfectly, but Jimmy just had the AKM in pocket.
Technically, yes. If you stay up on that high ground as Xavier, there's really not much cover for you to go to if Alliance wants to assert some dominance and go into the middle of that circle. So what do? They beat them to the punch. They go to their ridgeline and say, hey, we're coming to you. We feel like we probably have more utility than you, so we can probably win that out if it does come to it. But Jimmy's off angle, that's the one thing Xavier was not paying attention to, and it was pivotal. If Jimmy doesn't have this off angle 7, they don't win this game.
Oh, 100% with you. I mean, the way DX, you were talking there about Jimmy, let me talk a little bit more about DX, because that whole gameplay out of them, the splits that we saw earlier in the match too, there in that South Military Island, it was impressive, man. The way they were able to take care of 4MB as well. They decided to regroup from that 2-2 split. They took care of 4MB, and then they went back to that split that they had. So impressive stuff out of them. Vampire Esports too, we saw them being able to get some points. This is a team that's currently trying to climb up on the rankings. I don't think they're going to be able to challenge where they're currently at. I don't think they'll be challenging them for that first place because of Alpha 7 and how big of a lead they currently have.
Yeah. But the important thing is you are not seeing Alpha 7 here on this front page. Alpha 7 was the only team in top 5 alive, but they got eliminated early enough on, that they only got themselves the 2 points. So if Alpha 7 just somehow stayed alive, got into the late game, maybe pick up some eliminations, that goalpost would have moved to almost 40 points in their advantage. So really big for teams trying to chase that one down. Maybe a little bit too difficult for some of the teams like you mentioned before, 7, but nonetheless, it is very possible for teams to catch up. But let's maybe talk about this game a little bit, because we've had a very far military zone relatively early on, and we saw so many teams immediately send it to that South Island. We saw Alpha 7 do the boatate in, and it was very difficult for some teams to make their way through because of how many teams already crossed that bridge.
And for Alpha 7, they were almost about to get into a fight with Vampire Esports too, towards the north of Primorge. It's good to see them being able to boatate. Before, the previous Alpha 7 would try to just go and fight them. They would have waited there. They were like, okay, you know what? We're not going to prioritize the circle. We're going to take on this fight. But I'm glad to see a little bit of a change for them. It didn't end up working out. I think at one point I heard you, James, say that you would have liked Alpha 7 to take the compound where DX was. I feel like that would have been the winning gameplay for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I'm in two minds about it, right? Because as much as it probably would have been a bit of an easier approach to the circles. One thing with having to do a boatation is that you don't have vehicles. So you're having to make that crash on foot. We're expecting many smokes to come out to try and block the lines of sights of DRX whilst you make that push. But I still do think maybe it would have been a better style. I understand what Alpha 7 was doing. If they win the fights on the south side, they take control of what that high ground would have been that Xavier was obviously playing from towards the late game. So I get it, but there was just too many teams up there. Too many teams.
It's good to see them rotate early, though. That's the difference that I wanted to see out of yesterday whenever a circle didn't favor them. It's good to see them being able to do that rotate. Like you mentioned, though, it didn't end up working out for them.
Well, I mean, 4MV taking out the most overrated team as well of Alpha 7. You saw already them over. But here's a quick comparison of Alliance on their best day in the group stage, considering their performance yesterday. And we did see a big drop-off. I think it was a big surprise. I think that's fair to say that Alliance ended up winning the group stage. But then we had a major fall-off going into the main event, whether the break was a little bit too long for them and they weren't warmed up coming into this. But this is definitely a team who hasn't been as successful. And obviously, as we have mentioned before, the splits they were doing aren't really viable now with the way the lobbies are being played.
That was the big factor. We were mentioning, too, about it. I don't think that we're going to be able to get away in the main tournament with what they were able to get during the group stage. And even towards the end of matches, whenever they were able to get those chicken dinners, they were getting away with some stuff that's they're currently not being able to get away with. Jamie, though, to kind of give him some props, this is now multiple times that we've seen him being able to get the off angle, being able to help his squad secure that win. But for that team, I mean, if they even want to be able to climb out the leaderboard some more, they need to go back into the drawing board. They need to be able to adjust, and they need to work on those splits a little bit better if anything's going to happen for them today.
Yeah, as I say, they can't really take this much room. They did have a decent compound for a game like this and used it underneath the bridge to be able to get to where they were eventually. But yeah, it's a very different ball game here in the main tournament.
Yeah, Xavier, I mean, if you imagine they got the extra 4, or maybe potentially 8 points, right, because of eliminations as well, got to put them up to 88 points, which is still, it's doable. If anything, to rank up, because we know the money difference between some of these slots are insane. First to second is $200,000 of a difference. As we look down to the second page here, Vampire, obviously trying to catch up here. Team Liquid as well, as Max pointed out at the start of the day, for the club championship. They need to get themselves top 8 to get some points for their club overall to potentially earn some extra money in this one. In the meantime now, we're going to head down to the stage with Barney, who has an interview with Talon, who's still on that chase for first place.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where I'm joined by Misery from Talon Esports, currently sitting in 3rd place. Misery, a couple of questions before I let you go. I just wanted to quickly ask you, you guys have been so consistent day in, day out for the whole duration of this competition, but you kind of need to do a little bit more. So tell me how you guys are feeling right now.
Mana perasaan kalian buat dimulai hari ini? Karena kan konsisten tapi agak kurang, perlu push sedikit lagi.
Ya, buat hari ketiga ini we're feeling great, tapi ya emang lagi unlucky aja di 2 game awal.
As you can understand, we're feeling great, but we just unlucky in the first 2 games.
No, it's a fair point. I guess like luck is kind of thrown into the mix, isn't it? When the zone is pulling away from you. However, let's talk about adjusting, because like I said, you're extremely consistent, but day 1 and day 2, how have you changed things coming into day 3? What have you guys kind of communicated with each other that you want to change?
Ya, bagaimana kalian masuk ke hari ketiga ini, perubahan apa yang kalian bikin?
Kita nggak ada sih, kita main tetap kayak biasanya, cuman yang kayak gue mention awal-awal emang kita lagi ada momen-momen unlucky-nya lah di 2 game awal tadi.
We don't change anything, we just play our games, but just like I said, we got some unlucky moments for today, so yeah.
A lot of people are saying that. We just want to play our game. And you know what? I get it. So, Misery, you're actually the only one out of the team that has main stage experience. You were here at the mid-season championships in 2022. Have you been kind of giving some of that wisdom and helping out some of the other players who maybe don't have the experience of competing on a stage like this?
Ya, kalian kan dari tim ini yang punya pengalaman sebelumnya di Riyadh itu cuman kamu. Kira-kira ada yang kalian terapin nggak dari pengalaman kamu ke tim biar mereka bisa adjust, bisa nyesuaiin diri di turnamen ini?
Gue paling nge-brief anak-anak ya do and don't saja sih di sini, sama ya beberapa kayak mental talk gitu-gitu, paling ya gue bilangin lah kayak ini sama aja sama yang lainnya. Jadi ya nggak ada yang gimana-gimana sih, paling gue ngasih beberapa masukan aja yang pernah gue dapat di 2022.
There's not much, but I just tell them about do's and don'ts, and then I also tell them about some mental pep talk so they can be really adjust and don't really get under pressure in this tournament, and I just try to give them everything that I learned from 2022.
Nice, and very smooth in interviews. I love this. You're a smooth talker, it's great. Talon Esports currently in 3rd position during the final day. We've got 4 more maps to go. Best of luck. I'm going to give you a spud, and I'm going to give you a spud as well.
Thank you.
Best of luck so far. But for now, we're going to go back to you guys to continue day 3 of our main tournament.
Thank you, Barney. So nice to hear from Misery there from Talon. And now we get strapped in for our final cast of the event. Blank. There's so many more games remaining, though, waiting in the wings after this, so do not go anywhere. Strap in, as today's champion will be crowned at the end of the day. Blank, it's been intense. What are we feeling for this one, homie?
I don't know, bro. I just hope that Reject and Alpha 7 just don't go down in first for the next 4 games.
Yeah, it would be a shame, wouldn't it?
It would also be funny if Alpha 7 just wins by just doing nothing for the rest of the tournament, which would be great. However, it would be even better to see them just take their destiny in their own hands and grab that first place spot. Right now, they are far ahead. It is going to be hard for any team underneath them, including Talon, to catch up at this point in time. They have so many more points than a lot of the squads here. Reject, on the other hand, struggling. Feels like some of that lightning in the bottle escaped yesterday. They just cannot close the bottle back on it. That's why the sad music's on.
Yeah, they would need a bolt from the heavens cast down from Zeus to reinvigorate the team and bring that electricity back. They need it, Blank. It was the communication that was flowing, that was never slowing. It was putting Reject in a position to dominate earlier in the event. But Alpha 7 in a good spot now. Like you say, there's a timeline where even if things aren't super clean for them, they could still lock it down and take the trophy.
Just rock on through. As we head into our third map of the day, will be Erangel, followed by one more Erangel and two Miramars, casted by John, Allen and Jukes. We'll be closing out today. I'm just waiting to get into the game at our halfway point. This is where Reject need to have a bit of a resurgence. This is where Alpha 7 can leave them in the dust. It's where potentially another team can claim that third place. Tear it away from Talon Esports. DRX behind them. 85 points here, Jackie. 81 on DXavier after that last match, and TJB on 80, tied with Boom. It's so ever close for that third place position. Who's going to be able to pick up their podium spot? With the Infinix GT20 Pro, it might just be possible with that phone that all the players are currently using here. So check it out outside of today's games, but remain here for the time being so you can witness history. The PUBG Mobile World Cup at ESPORTS World Cup.
Oh yeah, that's right. The crowd has been getting rowdier and rowdier over the course of the days. They've been enjoying the plays that have been occurring on the grand stage. Just strap yourselves in, make some noise, feed the energy in the STC arena, and let's give it up for these squads going into our third game of the day. An opportunity could present itself to Alpha 7, a chance for Reject to climb up. And then, like you said, so closely grouped for the other squads in the mid portion of the pack. A lot of prize money on the line, the bragging rights. That title, for the first time, will be given to one of these squads at the end of Championship Sunday. And there has been so much to dissect and digest, so we'll set our focus in on Game 3.
Circle down towards the southwest, not towards Sosnovka this time around. We're over towards the swamps, the ridge sides, the valleys, the fields. Who's going to be able to plant their feet in a position where they'll be able to grow some success, pick up some points, take them home. Twisted Minds are towards that northeast side, but directly in the center is DRX, fourth place, vying for that third. A good start for them. And Alpha 7 with a fairly easy rotate on that northern side of the map.
Hello, Alliance. First shot across. Alliance off the back of taking themselves an opening win with the chicken dinner in Game 2. They get that shot over. Slow down the might of Tianba early. Tianba that have been looking like they've been trying to find a way to fan the flames. Of course, we were saying that grouping just above them is very tight. A few points of difference from to leapfrog up from 8th place, potentially, all the way towards 4th if you could have one clean game.
QXZ look to pick up their boy. NXC here on Tianba. A bit more calm here towards the start of the game. I say a bit more calm despite what's having already a knock, but if you were here for our last couple of games, you'll know it's been rowdy in these circles. It's been terrifying. It's been scary. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see teams just not sitting back, not lounging, not reclining. You want the full face forward here. You want the gamer leaning. Championship Sunday.
It's all to play for. And plays are already being made as the shotgun is going to slay, blow them away in the close quarters action. Instant attack from Vampire, twisting the screw towards Twisted Minds and taking down one of the squad mates early. They really have had a curse on the opening drops over the course of playoffs, Blank. It's never looked comfortable.
Yeah, Twisted Minds feels like they're phoning it in, honestly, during this last day, which is annoying considering that they are a good team. They have great players. And it just feels like some very silly mistakes at the start of the game, which I think could have been easily rectified. So, Twisted Minds, I hope that they take this tournament and they absorb some of the knowledge from it and can move forward and have some better results. Because the thing is, there's 62 points, right? They're one good game away from the top 5.
Yeah.
Why are we throwing away matches at the very beginning? Doesn't make any sense to me.
It's a shame. Maybe the confidence has gone. They've lost their potential edge that they could have had. Really feels like those awkward encounters where it was them versus Reject yesterday, always neck and neck, but never really going the way of Twisted Minds other than one matchup, resulting in them barely limping away from the fight with 2 players. All ancient history now, though. It's all about the present. It's all about what's happening in the here and now. Reject, similar drop from last time, back over towards Rozok. Talon on the move. Power and Co. starting to head down towards the new zone as well. DRX on your screens here at a pretty good center location right now with some squads around them, of course. Vampire towards the coastline. Obscure and Twisted Minds, that trio off towards the left. Xavier, IWNRX, and Tong Ji Abao. Also, over that way, for Miracle Vibes on your screen here, locked in at 12th place, 1 point of difference between them and IWNRX.
IWNRX, great survival stage. You know what? Very, very well done. It felt like a lot of the gas that was still in the tank was used up on that survival stage. Now they're running on fumes. And the pistons just not pumping as hard as before. Keep the engine groaning.
And I think they delivered for the fans. We saw a lot of excitement towards the Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya with how they were playing. But those Wildcats, they've lost that ability to pounce, to lay low and strike like an animal in beast mode. But you talk about the beasts on the server, Alpha 7, they are synonymous with that word. They have been so absurd with how they've played. Looking damn good on every engagement. Smart rotates. And at this point, with the stalemate between them and Reject over the course of today, outside of their opening chicken dinner, they haven't needed to give it that much extra gas.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just saving it up, Blank. They want their big finish.
I mean, realistically, if they can take it slow and just realize that Reject is just not getting anything done here during these matches, then yeah, those last games of the day, they're going to be real important. And I think Alpha 7 will need to save some of that energy, some of that prowess towards the end of the day, considering how well Reject seems to do when it comes to the Miramars. Some of their splits are fantastical. DRX suffering at the hands of TJB. They slide on up towards that high ground. And they'll take a stand here. DRX looks like they're going to be going down to just the 1 player. So after a fairly decent try-in, getting towards the podium, immediately knocked back down a peg.
Feels like the story of Sisyphus for DRX today. They roll that boulder all the way towards the top of the hill, but it always comes crushing back down. Tongji about with those 2 elimination points. If you could keep on building from it, you could lap them, especially with only being 1 man remaining for DRX. They're out of the runnings to climb themselves too many points. Hang on. They might actually find him as well, just up in the building on the top floor. Does have a nade?
Yeah, they're clearing right now. QXZ might be able to get the nade down the stairs, but the way they're pushing, I think they'll be more than likely up there. Should have heard the pin. The trade should come through. Should be very easy. Yeah. And that will be DRX out. And Tongji Bao, direct competitors at the moment. 5th place to that 4th. 80 points now, with 3 points accrued. Very nicely done.
Gets even better for them, really, then.
That's a really strong spot they've got. But after that, it becomes less so. Nice rotate from Reject, though. They managed to get themselves underneath, right, and swing past on the old jungle vines here. Through Alpha 7, compounds on that western side of Everest. Up towards their north side is Alula IHC, but that's not a bad spot considering this circle. There's still a chance for people to be playing up towards Everest, but with its location in this circle, it's more creating this awkward scenario where you're cutting out playable space.
We'll hone back in on that as the story develops, but as the saying goes, Team Liquid are down to a trio. It was the chief for the team, taking bullets from the back line. As for Miracle Vibes, found an opportunity to swipe onto them. They could take them down here. You've definitely got the edge. Ayala, oh, lays down, but gets hit by the bonnet. Run on over. Team Liquid really having a brutal day.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think they came out swinging on that Sandhawk, and then it's really not looked the same since then. Reject currently have a scout out in Duello. They're in the middle of the field, up towards that northern side. Alpha 7 seeing a little bit safer over towards Gatka. Again, feels like the safe route has been taken by Alpha 7 a lot today, reserving some of that aggression, some of that power towards the end of the games where they can just unleash it all at once with like a Alpha 7 beam, to be honest with you.
That's the one fight you don't want to be thrown into for Reject here. Your direct competitors. The team that you're hoping makes mistakes, that goes down early, gives you a pathway where if you have a glorious game, you could still climb and rise to the occasion to clash against them for the #1 spot. Focusing their attention instead on Tong Jiabao. Duello was the scout. Might be the linchpin for it, finding cheeky off-angle peaks to send out some shots across.
Yeah, this is actually a really strong spot. It's a spot that really shines if the circle comes up towards that northwest side. And again, it's very similar towards that Miramar that we saw from day 1, I believe it was, the last match of the day, purely because this is a spot that can give you a huge amount of eliminations if the circle comes over to you. And I like this from Reject because they do keep gambling on these spots. And if the circle comes to them, then they just thrive in that moment. And I think they realize that they are far enough behind now where they need to start gambling for these big moment games. It's a good thing that Reject goes for time and time again, though they need their frontman Reiji to stop going down early. He has been really the guy that's been leading a lot of the charges for Reject.
Put perfectly into place here with the graphic that's on your screen. Look at the highest damage that he's been dealing. OCO can be an absolute monster. Zone starting to move in as well. New circle to play with Reject still in a good position. Of course, Alpha 7, the team that's up on top. We hone back in on their POV, and it's McGrellin warring up against Talon. They crash into the compound. Nade's going across. That one could be a bit of a problem, actually. That's on target towards McGrellin. Look at the move through the back. The DBS coming in to try and hit you with a little bit of a sneaky play. Alpha 7 going down early. Clean up crew required, but it's not going to be there. Uh-oh. The Talons have snuck their way in and snatch the lives of Alpha 7. They go out early. An opportunity is presented to Reject.
1v3 basically from Yoru in that situation. This lad just used to be on a community team with Yummy. And now here he is on Talon, battling versus the best in the biz right now. Kind of unreal, to be honest with you. But nice to see. But you're right. Circle moves in towards that location we were highlighting before, Jackie. High ground galore. Here's that replay. They just had nothing to do versus him. Saws the next coming through, and it's quick succession. And potentially, that succession is opened up now for Reject to take the #1 spot in the lobby, or at least get close to it. They're still 31 points behind. But this is the type of circle that potentially opens up the floodgates. That's also a game where Alpha 7's gone down early. Is that going to break the mental? Is that work that they've been doing behind the scenes, making sure they can keep on the straight and narrow during these matches, no matter what happens, no matter how bad things get?
And it's a crazy sequence. I mean, Alpha 7 take those 3 elimination points. It's better than it could have been with an early exit on this game. you still have those to add to your tally. For Reject, you've got to have a big elimination game and be gunning for the chicken dinner to be able to contend against them. Talon, meanwhile, 4 eliminations is great. You're getting close towards breaking into that 100 mark barrier. But as we saw, as heroic as the 1v4 was, it does mean there is only one man left. So the chance of him getting anything off of placement really comes down to being able to keep his nose clean and think about longevity more than anything. But yeah, potential storylines building on this one. This could be a great halfway point for the day.
Next circle, dropping soon. Reject, praying just for a friendly circle here. One that goes dead center. And as we go further into the game, there it is. Man, it feels like here at EWC, they want Reject to win.
Reject are certainly going to want to. You're given an opportunity after some bumpy games. Game 1 and Game 2 were not kind to them whatsoever. But here's Game 3, the start of something new, a chapter where they can build back in and prove how much fighting power Japan has here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup live from the ESPORTS World Cup. Still room for the other teams beneath them, though, to duke it out amongst each other and lap one another.
Yeah.
We've been highlighting how close that is, man.
This is still difficult because this is one of the hardest spots to defend, but one of the best spots in this circle. And the reason it's so difficult to defend, as we get a nice little nade there coming through from IWNRX, is the fact that there are so many third parties and people realize how strong this position is. So as soon as teams get close to you and you let them get close to you, another team's going to swoop in afterwards because everyone wants that spot. So you need to be so resilient to hold on to this one. This is going to be a mega test for Reject. It really will be. TJB, on the other hand, 5th place. Feels like they've been stuck here for a while. There is a chance for them. Like you said, Talon down to 1 player.
Oh,
have that.
I mean, not bad, actually.
Not bad.
Like, fair play. He's got a good throwing arm on that.
Go on, do another.
He's thinking about it. I mean, he's got 7 of them in the backpack.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he's got all of Alpha 7's grenades.
Oh, exactly 7. Lucky number 7 for him. I mean, he hit the jackpot on that one. For Miracle Vibes as well. Yeah, they lost Baron early. They can clean up at least. First is the fragmented the Xavier as they'll find Shadow. Shots over on towards Paragon as well. A few bullets sent his way. Oh, mate, Paragon really getting bombarded onto now. And I think it's interesting as well, actually, that kind of like this really does play into the storyline of the way Reject like to play from distance, where the panic is when teams swoop on them, right? When they have to take close quarters combat. So, man, this is one of those. It's like a true test of everything we've seen.
Not only that, but Reject tends to like to be playing out in the open. They don't like compounded gameplay a lot. No. They like these open spaces, and it's something that Reject does really well, is just playing in positions that require you to have great communication. And I think that's something that Reject absolutely has. You can see it just in the body language on the stage. They're all great friends. They've all played together with one another on separate teams all over the place before they came together and created this super team in Japan. So yeah, that synergy is there. Alliance picking themselves up and knock over towards Al-Haji. This is on the south side. Next circle, heading into stage 5. This is the dangerous one. This is the midpoint of the game. A team start to get crunched out. There's no longer any places to be playing in.
You're being moved forward. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. The zone will not argue. It will only usher you in, potentially moving you towards Reject's crosshairs. A tag down onto Alliance. The first bit of blood spilt from them. Looking for prime opportunities, nades being thrown out. He's got so many of them. I mean, he's down to 2 at this point, but if you can get one on target, could actually be a bit of a pain in the backside.
He's going to grab some more. He's got the refills, I'm sure of it. Thing is, Power's scared about pushing a single dude. I mean, the way he's playing, it does feel like he's a full squad. Like, there's at least 18 grenades going out. There's got to be 4 dudes in there. Luckily, a little cheeky spray from Frozen through the smoke will blow away Talon. A remove there clawed grip on this game for TJB to potentially chase it just a little bit. Reject reposition slightly because they need those elims. Right now they haven't picked up too many of them, but teams will be crunched in soon.
When teams are on the move, distracted by potential fights, that's when Reject are going to want to strike. Power, it was awkward. Like you said, it felt like the confidence wasn't quite there for them on this swing out towards just the solo dolo for Talon. Now they move up. Kante in the buggy. Nades over the top. Tiamba unleashing a bucket of grenades, dumping them on the floor, trying to knock them over like a whole load of marbles, and they are falling down. There's the backstab. Kante with a run over for Dan, up close and personal, making it look easy. And Tiamba, they're really feeling the brunt of this one. Bit of a reply though. They get the shot back across. It looked like it was all said and done. It should have been cooked, but the chef for Tiamba saves the situation.
A little bit of seasoning thrown in there towards the end. Good stuff from them. Keep themselves in this one. I mean, for Tiamba, that looks real bad.
Yeah.
That looked real bad. There was like 8 nades inside the pan. Ready to just pop off. Throws it into the freezer, saves the day for Tiamba. Not before IWNRX lets the Wolves into the kitchen. As Zed Wolf finds himself a nice little peek over towards them. Will take down one of their off angles, and then even more shots ringing out. Great control on the SKS, actually. That's not a fun weapon to be using.
A good reset on the recoil. Tactical taps with the gun. But it's about hitting those shots. Getting them on target. So everyone's going to have to start making that way in. Zone is nipping at the heels. The distance that you've got will be taken away from you. Can't sit on the direct edge for too much longer. Still towards that center zone. It's the setup from Reject. But like you said, only one elimination point. They need to find more opportunities, be gifted those fights, as there is the odd clash erupting around the lip of the zone now.
Yeah, they need to throw all these teams into the blender because they need to juice this game for as much as possible. Alliance take a nasty nade over the top. Second one looks awesome. And Tiamba will clean out Alliance. The final few members on that team. Next circle popping soon. Twisted Minds might be given a bit more of a chance here. Circle switches back down towards that swamp edge.
And this is the fight that you're thinking Reject are probably debating when they want to instigate a bit of a sideswipe onto, with Alula XIHC clashing versus Boom. Vampire late on the rotate down. You've had Paragin with his belly to the ground for so long. Godless throws the nade across, but there is a reply from Boom. Fighting, bobbing, weaving with the limited cover that's available. Barely any HP to play off of. That SMG has to be pristine on the peak. He's trying to play for the quick bandage, looks for the peek round the corner. Nade's going to be cooked to perfection. Ba-boom, as he's gone.
Roll comes through the assassination, 2 blades in hand. Cuts down the players from Boom, all on his lonesome. Now has to sneak his way through the field. Pombit has his location locked in. Nade goes over the top, far and long, looks pretty decent, but not quite far enough. Reject, though, playing scared, playing safe potentially, but we all know here they have to pump a lot more points out of these games. We don't want to see Reject fall back into those bad habits that we saw from group stage, with more of that aggression. Not to worry, not to let Alpha 7 get in their heads.
Fortune favors the brave. And with the chips being down, Alpha 7 being out in this game, it's the opportunity where they have to carve a path to victory themselves, be the human hatchets to cut an opportunity back towards that first place spot. OCO, scoped in, looking for chances. He's usually that man to instigate it. He's been a big piece of the puzzle for them. Paragin for so long has kept himself alive, trying to give DXavier some kind of point tally towards the end. Vampire swoop and finally find him.
Sort of an interesting spot they're playing in right now because they moved away from the pylons as well. Slight shift over towards that western side. And I actually think they've gone so undetected that players don't even know they're here right now. They might be able to use that to their advantage, Jackie. I believe Boom is now taking shots over towards them. A smoke starts to balloon around the map, Pombit. Stepping up in the buggy. But Vampire look like pretty easy targets. They got to worry about this third party though from Boom, because they could explode on the scene as soon as they start this engagement between them and Vampire.
They're only supposed to blow the doors off, but Boom want to bring down the whole lobby if they're given a chance. Up on that elevated angle. Vampire taking the vehicles out of commission, so there's no splash damage that could come back to haunt them. Still got points of rotation to contend with. Miracle Vibes down in the dirt with a duo set up from Apex and Refus, looking for an opportunity to strike from there. Good nade. Arc looked pretty clean. It's going to be a little bit shallow. Still does damage, but not enough to get the full knock across. But it does give you the information you wanted on towards the reject fight. Zone moving up, though. Going to force some issues here for the teams that are on the outer edge. IWNRX, Tongji About, Twisted Minds. All of them have to think about fighting their way through one another. Whereas Boom, they've got vehicles for the rotate. Are they feeling confident for a crash?
This is honestly the best circle shift for Reject, because it both puts Boom Esports in an awkward situation where they're just being pushed out into sightlines. It also pushes Vampire in slightly as well. And now Reject has set up this defense, understanding the entirety of their backline now is free and clear. They just need to take shots downwards through this fielded region. They're already set up. They have vehicles to create a compound with. This is great news for them. And Boom Esports getting harassed by Tongji About now.
Okay, here we go then. This is the room. This is the opportunity. How did they contend with the fights? You get the peek up from the backline. Reject looking to try and scrap. GK first, taking hits from all over the shot. Boom, take damage on a few players, so they back off the pace. You get an attack from the side from Tiamba that will get one shot off. Good nade play from Reject as well, blowing away the hopes and dreams of Tongji About. As those are on target, they're starting to finally find room to get elims in the game.
Shan, last left alive here for Tiamba. Shortly will fall down, but a good game from them. 8 eliminations. Not bad at all. Boom. They lost one player in the process. Reject now up to 3 eliminations. They start to pump that damage in, Jackie. We saw them take a heavy hit there from Boom. No one knock went through just yet. Twisted Minds keeping IWNRX at bay. The Wildcats zipping through the trees.
Fast on their feet, but caught out of position as the shots are going to land. The claws need to come out for the Istanbul Wildcats, but it's the jump up from Obscure that hits that one on the fadeaway. The nade at least knocking him down and slowing down a rotate from Twisted Minds with a zone closing in on them. Reject, 1-for-1 trade. Osio on the nade back.
Nice.
It's Boom. There's the follow-up as well as Reject are beginning to feast into this game. For Miracle Vibes are removed from the equation. We're whittling down our remaining squads and throwing us into the final fight.
Vampire in the meantime slowly moving their way up. Tony K can smell the damage being done. And there's the first nade from him over towards Duello. Reject know they can't let this game slip out of their hands. Regiosio once again, 5 elims for the team. He's the one pumping in the numbers, but another massive nade from Tony K takes out so many members from Reject here. 2 go down, Regiosio's out. It's left now up to the 2 players from Reject to keep this game a-going.
That vampiric burst from Tony K, giving the energy back to Vampire, but this is only frustrated Reject. It's only frustrated Osio, and he wants to fight fire with fire, bringing the hurt back down onto Vampires, slaying one of them, knocking another, and putting himself into a position where maybe him and the duo can get it done. Down to just 2, but looking to keep this game going for Reject.
Massive nade from Sara. Heads over the top, and Regiosio goes to the peak. Calls back to Sara now. Understanding must be quite low. Regiosio gets cleaned out by Obscure. Just Sara remaining. Finishes up with a beautiful Molotov. That'll be Boom out. Top 3 now acquired for the boys on Reject.
The solo of Sara, slowing down the pace. changing his scope on the game. They wanted a high elimination matchup, but now they're just focusing on the main point gain. If they can still take a chicken dinner, it's recoverable. It'll give them a good stead in this matchup with Alpha 7 going down so early into the flow of Game 3. Twisted Minds and Vampire are their opposition on this one. Twisted have played a backline the entire time. Vampire have been turning up the pressure when necessary. Scouting going on. Just trying to get a bit of a read on this from Guizhou.
Final zone here, stage 9. This will close all the way in. Twisted Minds and Vampire set to clash first. Sarah, completely out of the equation right now. That might just work to his benefit. Drops the backpack. Remains unseen. The vehicles coming through, though, might be clearing the outer edges. And they realize it. Vampire looking to clean out that final player from Reject. In comes Schweppes. Flows on through. Doesn't quite catch him, but he's in now with the sightlines of Twisted Minds.
Nades towards the smoke. They understand Sarah's location and are gaining information off the back of the use from the nades. But in this opportunity, they're trying to see if they want to start the fight versus Twisted themselves as Vampires are cleaning up for the pushdown. P90 spray onto Schweppes. Sarah still staying alive somehow. There's the strike from Obscure. Doubles down onto Schweppes. Is able to clean up on that one and give Twisted an edge in the fight. Sarah peeks up, looks for a strike from the side, putting bullets down towards the back line of Stoned.
Looking to pick up some more eliminations here. Stoned has a good idea of where he is. Will finish him off. That's Vampires now up to second place. Looks more towards Twisted Minds. He's not able to find it. Twisted Minds start the game in a bad stead. We're able to bring it back from the swamp. The beast rises from the waters. But it's Reject that we're all talking about. A top 3 there puts them back in contention for that first place spot, Jackie, versus Alpha 7.
A rough game for Alpha 7. 8 eliminations for Reject. And a good placement on the finish with only Sarah remaining alive. But Vampires were thinking about a chicken dinner. Twisted Minds put a bullet through where that fork gets processed. They don't even let it process. They take this one. A chicken dinner for them to give some confidence back to the squad. But a hell of a matchup here for the halfway point.
Massive. Vampires consistently in that top 5 over and over again cannot be understated. It is a really big deal, and they've been climbing out from what was the 16th place. Sort of insane. Reject, though, I think a little bit too late, realizes they need to get stuck into this game, though, Jackie. I think that's the biggest problem for them. As soon as that circle comes back up towards that north side, they think to themselves, right, we actually need to do something with this. And by that point, they're already being sandwiched. Although it was a good game from Reject, Regiocio once again shows his fangs in this game.
And it's mad, man. It's one of those where you're watching it, hoping they'd fight a little bit sooner. At least they found their footing and their confidence towards the end. The nades were clean, the shots were clean. So many near misses, but man, a hell of a game there.
Yeah, they're a game away now. That's the big deal, is they're a game away now. Before, it felt kind of out of sight, out of mind for Reject. There's 3 more matches to go here, Jackie, and there's a potential on any one of those matches that Reject can jump ahead. This was a very important game for them, not only in terms of just point scoring, but being in that situation to actually overtake Alpha 7 in one game, because it feels very bad where you're like, even if we do well here, it doesn't mean we're ahead.
Exactly. They were mirroring each other. So Alpha 7, with the extra buffer they had, they were always pulling further ahead. But Reject make it interesting. 3 games left to go. Do not go anywhere. It's heating up here.
Não bate aqui primeiro, não bate no skillful não, bate aqui. O de da guarita, o de na guarita. Tá, só faz o ganho, Maglinho, só faz o ganho. Dentro na guarita.
Vai você.
Não, عندي. كم تروح عندي لا مدمج من تحت السيارة
انا ليش di arah jamur. Ya sini Frank. Ya, arah jamur ya.
Dia lari di sini nih. Pasti bisa di-pep.
Ada kapal nggak? Coba cek kapal lu deh. Ada speedboat nih, Sal. Lu
riskan nggak sih?
Mau gua cover nggak? Lu nggak bisa cover gua nggak?
Well, Twisted Minds coming out with a big win that they desperately needed to potentially push themselves further up in the leaderboards and maybe get themselves in reach of our top 5 placings overall. Just Kaplan, Maximin, and Klaris here on the desk, the cube, whatever you want to call it. But what I'm going to call it is Twisted Minds. Good game.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty cool.
From the swamp with Ratto Boy.
Ratto Boy!
Yeah, it was a really good play, right? You're playing yourself in the swamp area, you eliminate 4MV, and the moment you have to even go over the side of that ridge, right? You just got a little bit of a slope towards the field, so it keeps you very, very safe from all of the start still in the field. So that was a good play, and really good use of the terrain and third-person perspective.
Yeah, Reggioso's cool, but he's no Ratto Boy here. No, I mean, admittedly, Reggioso did really well in this.
Where's the sound?
Huh?
Where's the sound? Oh.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Well, something's missing.
Oh, yeah. Damage, but Reggioso, to be fair, Max, like he had basically all the limbs for his team. They're really coming out alive when they needed it.
Yeah.
And the nades you were talking about.
He doesn't just need the Mini 14, just all of the nades, just chuck it to him and he's going to be okay. Because when you play on that mountain area in the middle of the field, man, if you have a ton of nades, it just dips all over the place. If you know where the players are, one nade is going to result in one knock pretty much 100% of the time. And playing that dip itself actually for Reject, it was very interesting. We had an interesting back and forth talking about Reject, not willing to play that high ground whatsoever, going into the dip and hoping to make it into the very late stage of this match.
Yeah, towards the Siren location, Radio Tower, whatever you want to call it in that field, it's one of the best spots to play in that field, hands down. But the fact that they abandoned it, knowing that there was probably going to end up being pushes towards them, sometimes it is a bit nade baity.
Yeah.
So actually moving all the way to the west side into what was just a trench between fields was kind of smart, I suppose, from Reject. Normally you would just stay up there and wait for teams to come along and just take them out. But yeah, Reject thought otherwise.
Well, I thought it was interesting, actually, with the position that Reject had in the dip, like you mentioned, plus we had Boom at the radio tower. TJB did this, like, we're going to go in between Reject and Boom, and then we're going to have, like, 2 players on the other side of Boom, and we're just going to give you a big hug or something. But obviously it didn't work out in the end, and that's what started Reject getting his eliminations. But I was really confused to see TJB kind of crash that way.
Just, look, if you want to crash one team, not 2 at the same time, okay?
Yeah.
It's not quite how things are going to be working in your favor for Boom Esports. So, sorry, not for Boom, for TJB. So it was a little bit of a struggle bus towards the end of that game. Though, actually, one team that's very interesting that you wanted to talk about also a little bit, Kalaris, was actually Tiamba, right? Playing that dip north of where Yoru was playing for Talon. They were able to make it very far in that game, despite a lot of teams having taken these strong positions super early in this game.
Yeah, great clutch by Yoru, by the way. But, I mean, Tiamba, the position that they had, as you say, technically in a circle like this, it gains heightened priority because it is one of the more defensible locations, considering that we're kind of near towards a field ending where everyone's kind of crawling around having a bit of a hard time. You've got to be careful, as we saw Tiamba eventually, despite 8 limbs, did get kind of dismantled. Shan, again, actually also another great performance. We had a lot of individual awesome performances in this one.
I agree. I just want to say, by the way, watching with like the Indo and Arabic talent and seeing Yoru go down to that nade at the very end, you could hear just everyone, one side screaming, yeah! And you could probably guess who that was because it was Power's nade. And one side screaming, no! And you could probably guess who that was because their team died. But yeah, no, obviously Yoru, I think for him, he's the MVP of Reject, to be fair, because he ends up getting the basically 1v4 against Alpha 7, allowing Reject to close the distance when it comes to these numbers. But we can see Tiamba here in this last match, only 800 damage done, but 8 eliminations. So they were pretty clean and concise with all of those.
They are trying to challenge for some of the top spots now. I'm going to be honest, from group stage into this, I'm surprised Lingyu is not actually playing for them as a starter.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever works, right? If they can get up towards top 5 and try and claim some more here, fair play.
They started off in 7th position, right? What was that?
No, finish your thought.
Okay. Then they started off in 7th position at the start of the day, and now they went up in 4th position, and that's a good improvement, especially because they took Sanghok seriously. So, feel like they are trying to have a more serious playstyle and approach for these rotations.
Why? This is like an Enderman.
Yeah.
Why is he so close?
When he's scary.
Max! Rogue was playing again instead of Alex for our
yeah,
IHC.
true.
We're talking about like all these roster swaps, and we had that happen. We wondered why was Rogue not playing during the finals because he played in the group stage, and now he's back in on the final day. Why? Why? I don't understand.
You could have just said that instead of, oh my god. what are these jump scares happening?
It's crazy.
Whoa, wow, it's spooky time here. Okay.
All the lights shut off in the studio and we just circle around
And
you.
Seven just appears behind him.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
No, but Rogue was very impactful in this fight versus Boom, right? Like, he was playing around those dips, playing around with some utility in particular, so he was able to clear all of that northern eastern chunk of the circle. So I really like what he was able to do. But this was a very interesting game, I feel like, for a lot of teams. But at the end of the day, I feel like Vampire were given a great opportunity to survive late in this game because Reject went in the dip, which denies you all of the information and angles you could have a Vampire, which allows them to maintain their cars in working condition and to just zoom about and get very easy information.
We've not actually talked too much, though, about our winning team, Twisted Minds, and how that was able to kind of facilitate our victory, right? Being in the swamp and really not many teams wanting to challenge their position, and even like holding off a little bit here and there, moving across the road, having those kind of little dips to be able to work with when everybody's so keen to be prone, not kind of give enough information away and things like that. I mean, you were even talking about kind of the fake smokes to a degree, try and throw off things. You need to have a lot of tricks up your sleeve to try and throw other teams off when you're going to kind of make these transitions.
I mean, because they were in the swamp too, they had one car that was still in working condition, so they just zoom about because of third-person perspective, you're getting information pretty much for free, and you can just maybe have some more precise nades to throw onto Vampire Esports to make sure you confirm that win. So a lot of utility, a lot of like small plays that allow them to get the win at the end.
I'm going to jump in really quick because we're starting to run out of time here on the desk, and I want to see overalls and how things might have changed, or more importantly, what's this gap looking like towards the top of the table? Because it was about 30 points going into this game. It has been brought down to 19 points, so Reject is in reach. You also see here Vampire, 4th place, 88 points for a team who was 16th place.
Huge jump.
Yeah. Massive.
It really is. But has Seven celebrated too early?
I think so. It's a
Get
rough
the memes
one.
out there. We've seen some of them, and they're flawless. You can see Talon, though, 3rd place. Vampire, like I said, 4th place. D Xavier, they've fallen off the front page yet again, unfortunately, down to 81. Twisted Minds have gone up to 10th place here with 81 points. There's still a lot of room for movement. Maybe not necessarily at the top, but towards the middle and towards the upper end. You guys at home who are watching, by the way, make sure you guys are voting for PUBG Mobile's mobile esports game of the year. You can scan the QR code, and while you're doing that, make sure you vote for our analyst of the year as well, with Seven Worlds Gaming, which, funny enough, is here with Alpha 7 for an interview.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup, the final day of the main tournament. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by Hevo from Alpha 7. You guys started off the day hot, but in the last 2 matches, you guys have slowed down. What's been going on?
Acho que acontece, nem sempre as partidas vão bem, mas é manter a fé em Deus e vamos embora para cima.
Well, it happens. Not always the matches are good, but we're going to keep our faith in God, and we're going to do our best.
Around this time, people usually start questioning you guys, saying that you guys are going to end up choking. What is the team's current mental state of what's going to happen in the next 3 matches?
Acho que sobre a mentalidade a gente está tranquilo e o que vai acontecer nas 3 partidas só Deus sabe, então vamos embora para cima, a gente está confiante, a gente sabe do nosso potencial e é isso.
Regarding our mental state, we're okay, we're calm. We know that not every match is the same. We're going to keep our faith in God, and we're going to carry on.
All right, well, best of luck. I want you guys to be champions. Brazil wants you to be champions. Back to you guys.
Welcome to the halftime breakdown with Barnstorm. A tentative start to today for many of our teams, but also some of them in the lower part of that leaderboard are playing like they got nothing to lose, which is understandable. Sandstorm, who has claimed those first 3 chicken dinners of the day?
Well, Alpha 7 building off of the momentum from yesterday's game, starting Game 1 with a chicken dinner and 10 eliminations. Game 2, Alliance just saying hello. You know, they're still here. They're in the tournament. And of course, in the last game that we had, Game 3, Twisted Minds, 9 eliminations to their name, but it was Reject who managed to get 3rd place as well with 8 elims and trying to get themselves closer and closer to Alpha 7. And now it's only 19 points between 1st and 2nd.
Just 19 points. Reject to close it. Reject to closing that gap. He's been trying to grab that trophy the entire time. But you know what? We've only got 3 maps until we crown our champion. It's going to get heated up in this next few moments of this competition, and we cannot wait any longer. It's time for our final Erangel. Casters, over to you.
I cannot wait any longer. Let's get it going.
going. Match number 4. 3 matches left to go, and we are going to crown our PUBG Mobile World Cup champion here at the ESPORTS World Cup. Let's get it.
With dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Now, after we talked about the phones that these teams are using, it's time for the plane path check. Straight down the middle. We're slicing the map in half. It's from Sosnovka Military Base up to Severny.
I mean, you couldn't get more down the middle than that, I think, right there. So, man, we're going from the South Pole all the way to the North Pole, baby.
Pure verticality.
And you know what? This plane path needs to be a great representation of what a lot of these teams need to do right here. Climb up these leaderboards. And, man, there's only 3 matches left to do so. So, looking at the scoreboard, right? With these amount of matches left, we should start seeing some desperation plays from these squads. If they do not do that, they do not want to win this tournament. I'm going to be straight up, because the only time you're going to get to compete at this level is one more time, and that's the end of the year. So why not put it all out right here, right now?
It is difficult, right? That was that 200K pay jump from second place to first place, which is absolutely huge. But what also weighs heavy on the mind, right, is that drop from second down to third. It is a 60K pay drop, then a 50K pay drop, and then another 20K after that down to fifth, right? And that block is really still pretty volatile, to be honest. And that is a massive, massive drop off, right? You drop just 10 to 15 points below where you could have done based on a risky play, all of a sudden you're losing 100K, right? That is a real big hit. So whilst sure, you can be gunning. Ooh.
Oh! Tony K couldn't even hit the ground yet.
Potential to get res though. This is at the distance where it's going to be tricky for IWNRX to get the flush, but it looks like they're already on the road.
Yeah, they're on the hunt already, so Newsy needs to figure out something really quick. This is just goes to show you that teams are doing something different, right? IWNRX knows that Vampire most likely wants to try to get one of those vehicles because they land in that Primorsk area. Uh-oh, Newsy almost catches IWNRX slipping, and yeah, you could just tell Vampire, they're not handling any of these shenanigans right now. They're going for the res on Tony K, but this still will put them behind a little bit.
Gets his comrade on his shoulders. Hucking it back all the way to the compound. He's like, okay, this tree's better.
Yeah,
I like this
thicker tree, baby. Let's go.
This is a replay on the spray down in the sky. Swain. Okay, 10 rounds to take a player, dropping in a parachute with iron sights at that distance. That's pretty impressive stuff.
That's insanely impressive right there. That's crazy. Luckily, he floated down. Imagine if he just went splat. That would have been crazy. But now we're looking at Alpha 7. Okay, at Alpha 7, they normally drop North George. They're off center here. So maybe they were trying to catch Alula HC slipping here. I'm not sure what's going on in their mind. Well, actually, the plane path was so dead center that they had to stretch. So maybe they stretched to these hillside. Alula IHC happened to be nearby, and this is stopping them from getting the loot they're looking for.
Circle, central, over towards Pachinki.
Yeah, look,
nothing too dramatic right now. They are very low on loot at this stage. I mean, Mafioso only that vest, doesn't have a helmet. Rocking the UMP. Neither team super happy. The circle is going to start to close. Carrillo behind the rock. I don't think he's got anything. I don't know if Godless spotted it. Oh, I think he heard him. And now Carrillo has to go for the runaround. But there's a weapon to be dealing with. There's no way.
Oh, he hit him.
That was so close. But Alpha 7 losing players. Actually, another one over the hills as well. This is huge news for the teams chasing for first place.
This is devastation on the side of Alpha 7. I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say what the possibilities are here, but I mean, what can you say? I mean, this is the championship rounds and they go out early?
2 players remain for Alpha 7, Revo and Mafioso.
Man, you know who I want to be right now?
Anyone but Alpha 7?
I want to be the manicurist for the Alpha 7 owners here, because I'll tell you what, they're going to be making some money, because if they have any nails after this fight, I would be shocked.
They're going to need some real attention, I'll tell you that for free. Revo opens the door. They give away their position, and now potential to circle around this one.
Oh,
does not have an 8, does have a Molotov. But Godless, top it up with the UMP. Needs to underarm that Molotov through the window. I'm not too sure why he hasn't done that already. There's the shot into the door frame, and there's the crash.
No.
IHC find Godless for 1. Alpha 7 trying to fight for the hold. They have managed to find the first knock. The strike across, but Mafioso's down, and down to the pistol. Alpha 7 are out again, and Reject with the door flung wide open. Talon can come up the inside. It's all to play for now.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Alpha 7 going out first team. You could already see Team Reject on the move. These guys are going to be hunting down points desperately. They had a great opportunity in the last match. They were able to close that gap a little bit, right? But they weren't able to get that finish they were looking for. Now they have another chance. And the problem that this really presents for Alpha 7 is the chaos of the last 2 matches. Because teams at the bottom are going to know there's no way we're going to get 60 points in 2 games, right? So what are they going to do? How are they going to act when the going gets rough? I'm not too sure. If I am an Alpha 7 fan, I am very, very worried here. You should be cheering on everybody else in the lobby, because right now, Team Reject is by far their biggest threat.
Oh, it's not even close, right? These guys are right hot on their heels, able to put a dent in it last match, and now 19 points to go before they can draw level. The thing that Alpha 7, of course, does have going for them is those 5 chicken dinners. I believe at this stage, it's guaranteed that no one's going to be able to surpass them. Oh no, hang on, Reject do have 2 chicken dinners currently on record, which means that if they're able to get 3 more, they would draw level on chicken dinners, right? But if they get 3 chicken dinners, it's not going to matter because it's likely not going to be a tiebreaker. So Alpha 7 primed to win a tiebreak situation.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten so many chicken dinners, they're going to be set up, well, at least when it comes to the tiebreak. But I'll tell you what, a team like Team Reject, their ceiling is so high. That's the problem, is because when they win a game, they win it with like 14 eliminations. So they rocket launch themselves off the leaderboards. The thing is, everybody else in this lobby, I'm looking at Talon, boom, right here. They know that Team Reject likes to drop Rozhawk. And with the circle very, very central here in this area, they know that there's a big chance they're not going to move. Let's take a look at this one again. McGrellan ran out of ammunition.
Oh no. That was unfortunate.
The Scorpion.
Those 2 pickups were huge, but this is really where it came crashing down. Mafioso held for 1. But just the sheer ordnance they could put through. I'm surprised he didn't underarm the Molotov through the window there. Mafioso goes down, and it's a 1 versus 2, and there's backup from Demo. That is devastating for Alpha 7. Potential for that to be a full-on death strike as well to their first place dreams.
Oh my goodness. You can see Team Reject, they're trying to figure out what to do here because they know that they are the next big target, right? I mean, they saw Alpha 7 go out. Everyone's going to be hunting them down. So you can see them shifty, right? Trying to get out of Rozhawk, out of the place where they know everybody's going to be hunting them down for. But at the same time, where do they go, right? They got to know by now everything is taken. So it's going to be really up to them to hold their composure. This is a hard shift, folks. Practically touching the edge of the blue zone here. So that hardship side is wide open. This is a great shift for a team like Vampire.
Yeah, they are going to be able to swing in on that western side, but they need to be quick. Because it's such a hard shift, teams are going to be moving fast now. Looking at those compounds around the foothills of Everest on the western side of this circle, currently very uncontested. That's going to change in the next 20 seconds. You can see DRX potentially looking to move out that way. Vampire, like you said, going to have a good time going up on that western side, and maybe TJB on that north could come through if Twisted Minds don't get there first. Tiamba and Alliance clashing on the southeast side. Alliance lose a player. As Reject now, they're moving past Sunken City. They're going north of the river.
They're going to be going down that little island there near Watertown, and that's going to be tough. They're probably going to try to wrap through, maybe catch us way towards Everest. I'm not sure. It's a very risky play. We'll see how they decide to play it out, though. As we look at some of these other teams looking to set up here. You got IWNRX looking to hold down Slaughterhouse right by good old Pachinki. I'm still looking at the map. You can already see there's practically no players on their feet Everyone's in a vehicle right now on the move because they know what is at stake here. DRX getting a nice shot onto Ayala. Team Liquid losing a player on rotation. That's the hard part with these hard shifts. You know, you sometimes got to make a sacrifice, and Team Liquid are going to make a big one with Ayala.
TJB moving into the east side of Everest. Reject actually moving over on that north side. We're behind them. They've actually opted to go into South George, take control of crates, and actually stretch even further now. They've split through the middle of Alolex IHC, so there's 2 and 2 on either side of them. You can see Rogue taking these spray downs, that re-addition to the roster for Alola IHC. Hasn't really been able to launch them too far up. They're still in 15th place, but Reject managed to get through. The crossfire was not there because Alola IHC had to handle the high ground. A continued wide swing, and they might just find Vampires.
Man, I was looking at Regio's OCO's face on that rotation, and his face was like literally stone face, like not moving a muscle once that vehicle was getting shot at, because he knows just what is at stake here. You know that Team Reject is looking to steal that championship once away from Alpha 7, and the door is wide open for them to do so. But a good game from them right now is pretty much necessary at this point because Alpha 7 have put themselves in a good, solid little lead here. So they do have that going for them, but if Team Reject pops off here, it's going to come down to the last 2 games for sure. Next zone.
Coming in pretty quickly. Teams making their way over those Gatka fields from the south. Past Pachinki.
Another one?
It's a yoink one way. It's yoink. A yank back the other way. We're going back towards Pachinki. Those fields out to the west side include just the edge of the Gatka trenches. You've got those hills on the south towards Pachinki that currently Alliance and Tiamba hold. It is going to be pretty devilish here on these final circles. DRX looking to be in a good spot. Team Liquid as well. I believe they might have lost a player, and we're about to see a replay of that as DRX were able to pull them out. Also in a pretty solid position on 3 players alive, but it's going to get challenged now by TJB.
TJB looking to challenge for this position, and they are getting punished wide out in the open. Wow. Losing almost their entire squad. Only 1 left up for them. That's a rough rotation right there. They had to know that that was taken, and they just got caught right in the middle of that spot. So a good job for Team Liquid being able to stave them off. Team Reject on the hunt for a spot, and unfortunately almost every single one is taken. They do find a position on the south side. So, man, this is a hard decision, right? Do you try to go for the win, or do you just hold this edge and hope for the best? And sometimes when you know that you gotta survive, you just play safe. And this may not be too safe because Vampire's on their way.
Yeah, Vampire just lost a player. They are going to be turning around and trying to rotate down south, following the path that Reject are taking, looking for their way in, Hot Jukes. They want to try and push through, and Vampire are going to have to do that because of the fact that they're outside of this circle. It is closing, and they're going to be pushing past either Reject or 4MV. I know which fight I'd rather take, but do Vampire want to slow Reject down?
And yeah, they definitely do, that's for sure. But Team Reject want to avoid this fight almost at all costs here because if this fight happens, they know that they might take some casualties or even get third-partied. But sometimes that's just the way it goes. You have no choice but to take these fights. They're very spread out right now. So just trying to make some noise. You got Regio OCO on that off angle just in case it does pop off. Newsy is looking that direction. He's going to be very careful not to get knocked in that position.
Newsy popping a shot or 2. Position known now on that southwestern edge. I'm looking over on the north side, Alolex IHC Talon. Talon, remember, a team that is going to chase close to one another. Going to have to push south from Ruins across some very open ground against Twisted Minds as well. But the standoff continues on the south edge. Newsy still with the pressure of the blue. This is the advantage that Reject have. They're on the low ground, but Vampire going to have to move first. However, that's not going to slow them down. Making his way across, the spray doesn't quite fully connect. 4 players to Reject, still alive.
You could cut the tension in the air with a Band-Aid right now. It is so insane. The next zone is about to pop. Will we see another hard shift again? It is just edge zone after edge zone. This is an excellent shift for Team Reject. They're gonna have a very, very short way to go, but unfortunately there's a lot of open fields here. It looks like we might have a good old chopsticks finish.
Vampires just took such a great opportunity there. Immediately, as soon as that circle popped, they sent straight up the middle, straight through that hold that Reject, 4MV, DX Xavier, all were looking for. They've managed to get into a position, I believe, in one of the Gatka trenches, but that is going to be dangerous because our Loyal XIHC are going to push in from that northern edge. Reject now making their approach.
You can see the crowd right now. I can see you IWNRX folks pretending that you can't hear me. I like to see that. They are right there. They're just staring at the screens because this is so close. DRX right there in 4th place. IWNRX in 13th. Gonna have to start making some moves. You can see Team Reject popping some shots here. And they're on that slow foot. I mean, Vampire made a huge risk by sending it all the way in the middle to get into one of those chopsticks. But it paid off big time for them. Team Reject are gonna have to find their way in.
The reason that Vampire were able to do that is because of the way this circle has gone hard shift, right? That means that western side going to be a little bit more devoid of players. Teams started to catapult out to the east based on that hard shift.
That's right.
And there's a little bit of a vacuum. The read on that from the IGLing coming in from Vampire is excellent. That's exactly what you need. Stoned has pulled out a blinder there.
And exactly what you need when you're down a player and you're in 5th place, right? You need a bold play to make it happen. Team Reject, I mean, if I'm in their shoes, I don't think I can make that call. I mean, it's just a huge risk to go center zone in a spot like that. And you could, and I don't blame them for not doing it. But now we're looking over here at Power Esports on the push, the hometown squad. Currently in 16th place, looking to climb their way up. They only have 3 more matches left to do so. And let's see if they can start making some moves here. You can see some nades starting to head towards Ratto Boy from Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds in 10th. I mean, the leaderboards are so close from 4th all the way down to 10th place.
That is some pretty huge jumps, potentially very close by. Tony K now starts to feel a little bit of pressure. The difficulty of being in those chopsticks, though, even if you are in central position, is that everybody can just chuck nades your way. They're all going to know that you're in that position really, really quickly. And it's very difficult to maneuver super strongly around it. So we'll see if they can get that res. Talon suffering. Twisted Minds taking shots. 4MV chucking nades in. Doc, the nade surgeon himself. He's going to pull out the M4. There go Talon. 3rd place team down and out now. And that gives Reject just that little bit more leg room, but they're still crunched up on that south edge.
Power go out. The zone is starting to close. All these teams on this edge need to get moving. I'm looking at you, IWNRX. They get a great nade on a Twisted Minds. Do they take that fight, though? Looks like they opt not to. Guazao's going to be able to get his teammate into the vehicle and into this next zone. They should be able to just edge their way on in. Oh, they actually go in this direction. That's a very bold decision.
Okay.
Because there's not any cover there.
Shan for Tianba, trying to go toe-to-toe with Frozen, goes down for it, but ices his opponent back in response. They are just trying to get away from this fight, because the shift out to the east isn't going to go through again. And it's the circle just playing havoc with the minds of these IGLs. IWNRX are going to fall. Twisted Minds have been wreaking havoc, but they're falling as well. Tianba picking up a lot of points as well. 3 eliminations now, and they want more over towards Boom.
Tianba need more. They're currently sitting in 6th place. If they went out now, that's $80,000 in the bank. If they're able to move up just a few more positions,
Reject.
We're talking a big jump. And now here comes Team Reject, looking to clean this up. They heard this action here. That's the door open. They're looking to third party this. They're heading straight towards Tianba.
Alliance don't do a thing about it. They're going straight up the hill. Tianba trying to sideswipe, try and push off. And there they go, up and into the button with the challenge. XC trying to cut straight through them. DBS good for 1, for 2. Alliance are chiming in now. Bond goes down in the meantime, but Reject now with 2 players active. The crash comes in. Down the hill is Divine and Duello, but only Divine remains standing, and Reject are down. Alpha 7 breathe a sigh of relief.
Whoo! That was a close one. Team Reject taking that big risk. They wanted that third party, and if they did get that position, they would have dominated, but it just didn't work out for them. Just a little slight mistiming, and Tianba was able to shut them down. So now we look at the leaderboards. 5th place, 6th place, 7th place, even all the way down. We could see some major jumps here.
The eliminations not stacking up super high on any team just yet, though. 4MV on 5, Team Liquid on 5. Those are the two leaders when it comes to elimination. Sorry, DRX as well on 5 on that northern edge. Vampire's play has still been such a great investment for them, and I will bring this up again. Stoned played a blinder.
This is so close, folks. Let's be real here. Even a team all the way down. I'm looking at Alliance. I'm looking at Alula IHC. If they get a double-digit elimination chicken dinner here, one more good game, you could see them rocket launch themselves even as close to 3rd place. That would be an insane jump, but they need to finish this game strong. 4MV need to as well. You can see them starting to put the pressure onto Vampire, and they are getting the better of them.
Tony K last stand for Vampire. Doc up close and personal. 4MV are flagging a little bit, but it looks like they're enacting those reses. Doc gets the flush onto Stoned, 2 players alive. Nades coming in from Alolex IHC over on that northwest side in the meantime. Tony K going for the res. Over towards Newsy. No, he's launching a nade. He's spending his time, but there's another nade up and down, not quite tagging on. That's looking good, though. It's going to be difficult to get away from this. Tony K able to survive for just a moment longer, but not too much, as the burn comes down from Refus. And Vampire, their investment swept aside. They're in the red.
Uh-oh. And you know who started to get in the green? It's 4MV. 8 eliminations here. They are crushing it. They're tired of being the butt of all these jokes here. They do not want to be on the bottom of the leaderboards, and they are applying the pressure here. We're going to see them make a massive jump if they're able to finish this game strong. The aggression is at an all-time high. Apex up close and personal.
Let's go.
They're dropping nades, and Alula IHC is out of there.
DRX crucially pick up 2 of those points as well. 7 eliminations from the off angle. They're going to need to leave their compound now, but they've got 4 players and a little bit of momentum. Miracles can happen when stuff like this occurs, and DRX are going to make it their target. Their challenge now, make the next move. Get into the circle, because it is open fields from here on out.
Open fields and big open dreams for a team like 4MV. They've been doing so rough this entire tournament, and on the last day, looking to turn things around. 9 eliminations so far, and there's still a lot in this lobby. And when it comes to a squad like 4MV, you know they're going full-fledged aggression. The problem, though, is this zone is so far away. They have to cross such an open field. DRX aren't even looking in their direction right now, which is very fortunate for them. You can see the smoke wall starting to come out. Can they make it across?
Team Liquid with the hills at their right-hand side, their east, will have decent cover as well to control so much of this. 4MV, they are trying to cross that open ground now. You can see they are just getting torn apart. DX Xavier have got the sight lines down, but the smokes are there to allow them towards the shack. Alliance, they've just been harrying everybody in this lobby who's looking to try and make something different happen.
4MV just trying to make an opening, desperately trying to make something happen. DRX now starting to look in this direction, but Yummy shuts them down really quick. They're going to get an instant thirst there. It's a wide open field finish. Everybody is trying to cling to their shacks for dear life, and we're seeing knocks happen all over the place.
Team Liquid and Boom right now, the only teams that are fully safe. DX Xavier under pressure. This is a big rotation coming through from DRX. Hyunbin doesn't quite go down. Chief on the staircase, able to thread the needle. It's Mythic with the backup there. The third angle. Cardo's in, swings out wide, goes low, and goes down. Does get re-knocked, but that is devastating to DRX's push. Only the one player now left.
That was a bold play from Cardoso, and it works out well because his teammate's going to be able to pick him up here. You know, there's not anybody close. As long as he doesn't go into an open field, he'll be fine. Now you see Yummy with that mini 14 punishing 4MV as they cross into the open, but they actually made it that far. That is insane.
With 9 eliminations as well, 4MV have done bits so far, but it's not going to move them too much further up in this lobby. They will go down. Boom, staying alive. With 1 player alive for DRX, outside of the circle as well. Going to have to crawl his way on his belly. Ooh, that is good news for Boom. Won't even get any too much further. That's great, actually, because Boom pick up the point. They take down the team that's ahead of them. The placement points are going to start to add up, and Boom could have a real shot into the top 3 here.
they could do it right here. They can break into that top 3 right here, right now. They are dead center. You can see them blowing up that buggy right there for cover, just in case. They know that they have a huge chance of winning this one. They just got to shoot at everything that moves completely 360 around them.
They started the match on 88 points with, I think they're on 5 eliminations now. They're up to 93. Obviously chasing Reject on 123 at this stage. With the 1 elimination they were able to get, would be huge if they can reach that tally, but I don't think that's going to be possible for them. Not this time around. They have to wait just a little bit longer. But these final 2 matches, Hot Jukes, are going to be incredible no matter what happens here.
Absolutely. Boom, prior to this game, were in 5th place, okay? That is a $90,000 prize if it ends up them being in 5th place. But that jump from 5th to 3rd is a difference of 50 grand. So you want to see them be able to do that. They're looking for any movement that can get up the leaderboards, because there's still 2 more matches left to go after this. If they're able to make that jump here and now, it'll be huge. And you can see they have perfect sight lines onto Xavier, and there's nothing they could do. They got to just hope for the best at this point. If they have smokes, throw them out and start moving.
You just got to go for a fast roll here. Cardozin could potentially steal some points away, as Alliance are going to give them a little bit of trouble on the back lines. Jimmy able to find Mythic as Alliance are pushing in from that south edge. They're trying to backfill onto Team Liquid with Mythic down. Chief needs to hold his nerve. Launching a nade forwards to slow the approach now. Not going to invest the time for the res, and the nade is answered. Cardozin cannot help on this fight, but there's a nade over onto Cluck. Another shot onto the forward player, but Jimmy takes down the high ground for Team Liquid. Alliance are low, and it's Xavier rolling forwards in the meantime.
Xavier used all this commotion to be able to start inching their way towards Boom. I don't know how those smokes got on Boom. I'm hoping it was Xavier that threw them, because if Boom smoked themselves out right here, that was a huge mistake.
Nades now being primed, launched over towards Xavier's approach. Alliance are low, they're going to try and get those reses on, but the nades over to Xavier, landing good. Oh, it's going to hit Paragin. Doesn't quite find the second as well. And that is going to be an excellent pick up there. 6 eliminations now as they add Paragin to the tally. Nades going to try and answer, but it's not really going to find anything. Res is possible for Boom. They have the cover.
Yeah, you could see Boom had to start inching their way outside of those smokes to get any vision towards Xavier. That's why I was so critical on those smokes. Xavier are stuck at that rock, and they know for a fact they're not going to be able to move an inch past it. So at this point, it's hope for the best. Try to get some knocks and steal some points on your way in.
Jimmy gets the res. Cluck. A bit out of the way. He's next up on the menu.
It's all up to Nate. That angle right there, he hasn't been spotted. If he's able to get away with it, it'll be huge.
The question is, does he have any nades himself? Shadows goes down to Xavier with the pressure on the backlines. Oh, there's the shot from Cluck. These points not going to Boom is actually pretty important, though. That nade over to the backlines nearly finds another. They're putting more downrange, and this is the time where you want to invest that utility. Spray from Lamborghini finds one onto Razy. And they will get a flush. There is Pompit who's gone down already, and they are now actually putting a lot of pressure onto this position. Shadows taking swings up the hill as well. Alliance feeling the brunt of it.
Alliance should win this game in their position right here. Now we're going to start see Leon pushing on down. The only reason why they aren't able to fully send it onto Boom here is because of Xavier, but here comes Popple Blue, and there's not much they're going to be able to do from there. Now Alliance are on the move.
They have a chance. Shadows might just go down to the blue here. I think he will. That point, again, goes over to Boom. Now a full 3 versus 3. Descent has occurred for Alliance. They're up to the trees. They're up to the rocks. Boom, kind of tucked in. This is where they need those smokes.
They need to start, yeah, they need to get some kind of angles going here. Does Alliance have any utility left? If they do, they should be throwing all those smokes onto Boom so they can push out into the open, throw some easy utility in. He has 5 nades and a smoke. Or actually, no smokes left. That's a stun. But you know, he's wanting to get in that nade range. But 12 seconds left on the clock, folks. This is the last circle. This zone's about to go all the way into the center.
Leon is just a touch closer to the middle. And with Boom all in the same building, these sightlines fully under control. I think they're waiting to use those smokes for the circle to close. I don't actually know if they have too many left. Nade starts to come on through.
No one's at the tree.
Razy down.
Huge shot. Jimmy throwing the long nade. It's going to be short, though. That bounce looks good, though. That's a high bounce. Yummy is down. 1 player left up for Boom.
in the building. They get the res. Razy is able to be risen, and now breaking out wide. Alliance make the approach, trying to slow Boom down. The nade is in. Now again, it's just the one player remaining. It's all up to him, and he's got one, he's got two. And Frenzy trying to hold on for Boom to push up towards those top 3 spots. Jimmy at the back lines, he can't get these reses. There's no time. And there is Razy getting picked back up. He's bringing 2v1 to the table.
Jimmy needs to be throwing every single bit of utility he has. I mean, if he does not dump everything, yeah, he already did. He threw everything he had, and now he's gonna have to be able to do it with that gut frenzy.
No.
Almost got onto the roof there, but he's trying to finish this game strong with that BBB zone.
Nades back and forth, still there. Frenzy up to the tree. Closer now, closer to Cluck. They're going to know exactly where he is. Does Jimmy have anything to do about it? Does he have a chance here? Back to the blue. A vehicle as cover. 2 players his challenge to ruin Boom's ascension. Towards the top. Dropping the nades towards the back. The stunner behind him. And Jimmy breaks out, goes left, puts the bullets down range, but it's not there. And Boom, take it down in a bombastic fashion from the center in the shack. They hold that cliff, they hold the Xavier, and they hold their nerve when it matters most.
Oh, baby, Boom Esports are gonna move up the leaderboards right when they need to. You can see them excited. They know what's at stake here. 2 more big games from them, anything can happen.
Do they know what they've just done? All right, that is so important for them. It is not only a chance for them, it's a threat to Reject. And a threat to Alpha 7 if you want to go that far, but there's only 2 matches that remain. It is going to be a tall order. This is where nerves start to set in. We're done with Erangel for the PMWC. It is not going to be seen anymore. It's time for the heat. It's time for Miramar. The sand dunes beckon.
Well, we have been in the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for quite a few days now. These players should be used to the heat by now because, oh man, it all comes down to this. And I love the fact that, you know, after talking to so many of these teams, all these high-level squads, adding that, you know, psychologists to their team, you know, to be able to try and help them deal with this type of pressure. But I'll tell you what, you can talk all you want. You don't know what it's like until you're feeling it. They are feeling it right now, that's for sure.
I'm feeling it too.
Me too.
It is getting real tense in here, and Alpha 7 going down early, Reject following suit. All of this is so, so important, right? That is going to be such a great run to watch, but we're going to have to get there first. A short break, but don't go anywhere, because only 2 matches remain. Oh.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Well, I've heard, ladies and gentlemen, similar to Beetlejuice, if I say this team name 3 times, magically Indo talent appear on our show. So let's see here. We got Boom! Boom!
Boom!
All right, I guess it didn't work. Oh, no, hey!
Boom Esports! Stay hungry, hungry bees!
That was loud.
Oh, man.
It worked.
That lived up to Boom's name.
It did. It very well did. And not going to lie, I don't think he curses teams like a certain Alpha 7 has. Wow. Wow.
That was a segment.
That was a segment indeed.
That was the end. On to game number 5.
Well, no, not on to game number 5 just yet. We got to talk about the PMWC Violet Thunder set. And that's okay. You guys can pick up at home currently live. It helps celebrate the PMWC 2024 and, of course, commemorate all the players participating in this historic event. Max has got it. Maybe we should make it white and red instead of black and orange.
For Boom's color.
For Boom's color.
Oh.
There's
The
a lot of
Boom
black
set.
in the logo, some gray as well. You need more colors than that, Jason.
Stop it. There's only 2 colors. You actually have a record being broken, by the way. Reefus.
What?
Whoa, wow.
Smashing our
420?
previous record of longest distance elimination. 420 nice meters and 10K for himself.
He's blazing it right now. He's having a great time.
I'm going to guess he shot someone in a vehicle.
I think he shot a car, it exploded, and he got the point.
Nice.
Yes.
Like that.
I think that's the longest we've ever seen, by the way.
That's very far.
Yes.
Very far.
Yeah. Another
It's like
great
a
segment.
distance from the top of my head down to 7's head.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, move on. Boom. Take the victory here, and honestly, 20 points in themselves. Not quite the 30 points, but I think this almost puts them top 3, if I'm not mistaken, because it is still extremely close between, what, 3rd place? I want to say down to like 10th or 11th place. It is possible to just jump up 5, 6, 7 plus placings. Alliance getting themselves 13 points, Liquid getting themselves 11. But one thing we do have to mention here is Alliance, those points could have gone to reject.
The mid-pack's unbelievably close. So as you were saying, with these kinds of potential jumps that are going on there's a lot of money to be won. There's points to be earned as well here as time goes on. And for Boom, I mean, how long were they in this shack for?
Like, I think by the end of that game, 10 minutes, maybe 15 if you're already pushing it, but they were there super early. And actually that shed compared to most of the sheds is really good because, I mean, you talked about the hay bales that actually give you a little bit of extra cover. I really like the fact that the door of that shed has got little corners you can hide into that even teams like 4MV or DX are pushing from the western side, you have some coverage to work with to take the shots and actually eliminate those teams. And you see the moment they eliminate those 2 teams, they fan out a little bit, get multiple angles to then make sure they get the win at the end.
Did you see Alpha 7 getting caught by IHC early on the split? 0 points for them, allowing teams like Reject to catch up. But unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, as you guys were mentioning. Reject pushing onto Tiamba, if I remember correctly, getting a little bit overwhelmed.
What do you think about that, Max?
I didn't like it. No, like you have 2 options. Or you go in a fight onto Alliance because you have to fight. Like all the good spots in this field have been taken. You can go for Alliance. You know that team is there. You know they're a little bit split. They got 1 player, I think it was Jimmy, north of the rest of his team.
Good old Jimmy.
Or you send it far to the eastern side into a fight where 3 teams are involved and you have literally no information where any of the players are. I feel like there was a big fumble for Reject that could have resulted in all of them getting Alliance's position, and as you saw, get into a top 3 position to catch up to Alpha 7. This was a massive opportunity because Alpha 7, let's not forget, got eliminated first in this game.
I don't want to go full evil Loris, but I do want to be a little bit critical. There are some movements and moments where Rejects is doing these effectively mad sends with very little information whatsoever. And the thing is that in PUBG Mobile, 30% of the time it looks genius, 70% of the time it falls on its face and it doesn't look any good at all.
Like now.
But oftentimes, if that 30% works, it offsets the 70% if you're able to get enough points off of the 30%. So, I mean, we saw it yesterday. Seven brought it up whilst we were watching the game. Yesterday, we saw it on that South Pachinki hill. Mad send to the top of the hill because they didn't really have anywhere else to go. Falls flat on its face. If they just kind of maybe hit Soez where DRX was, maybe it could have worked. But those minute details are the difference between making it look genius and making it flat on its face.
Well, sometimes minute details, all it takes to become either a champion or unfortunately get another second place. You are seeing Alpha 7 a little bit of sadness after that last game, but you know what? I do wonder about their mental because we talked about them at the start of the day, right? A big win at the start of the day had to be such a boost for them considering they seem to always, not always, but in recent times, choke in that final day. Now 2 back-to-back games with 0 points or less.
Yeah.
Can't have less than 0 points, but
honestly,
get in.
it almost probably felt like relief to them to start off the day with a win. All things considered, thinking to themselves, "That's it. We've broken it. This is our path, our pathway to glory." However, now it's anything but. Now the cards are on the table, and they don't know how they're going to be approaching. 2 more matches left, and there is all the chance in the world they could be encroached on again. This is down to the wire.
It's really bad, especially to get eliminated in the first few minutes of a game.
Yes.
You get in your own head. You get in your own head at the end of these matches. You're just like, what are we going to do? And we just see Reject. They'll get further and further ahead in these matches. Your competition is catching up to you. Like, the amount of stress that they must be feeling right now must be so freaking high.
He had no weapon. He had to potentially try and punch him out on the rock.
It almost worked out, yeah.
It was
Again,
really close.
Well, as you say, it gets in your head a little bit. Going on to Miramar, they need to move away. They need to play so steady here if they want to hold on to number 1.
They're a good team on Miramar normally, so yeah.
They are,
Speaking of holding on to number 1, let's see where they're currently at and how many points ahead. All right, so 18 points. It was 19 before this game. They still have been able to hold on to the lead, but honestly, that last game, as we mentioned, could have been even worse for them. So they get a little bit lucky that Reject does go out early, but boom, they moved up to 3rd place, and technically, it is kind of possible for Boom to catch up.
It is. I mean, for Alpha 7 right now, with the 141 points, I will say one really good game. It's done. Like, for me, if they potentially win this next game, I don't see Reject, I don't see Boom catching up. It's going to be a fight for 2nd place. One good game out of these 2 Miramars is all Alpha 7 needs to get. But again, with the amount of pressure they're feeling on their shoulders, can they weather the storm and actually result in a podium finish or even that win that we need to see from Alpha 7?
The problem for these teams going into Miramar, 2 last games here for PMWC, is what loadout do you take into the later game circles? Do you take those mini 14s in, assuming that you're going to have big open swaths of land, hill-to-hill fights and things like that? Or do you suddenly find yourself in the industrial area that we find ourselves in, where you need DBS, you need S12K? So Miramar presents these extreme challenges for teams that if you do not have the right loadout available to you in pivotal moments, you could easily fall out of championship spot. It is difficult to attribute to. You've got to read the first circles, figure things out, maybe change your loadout upon actually rotating and seeing how it goes.
Yeah, maybe the first time you clear, you just change your loadout based on where the circle is going to go. Like, phase 1 typically is not very telling. Phase 2, phase 3, you know what kind of finishing scenario you're going to have to play with, so you need to adapt your loadout based on what's going to be happening at the end of these matches.
Just to quickly bring it back to overalls, just seeing how close it still is in the middle of the pack that you could shoot up, you know, potentially $50,000 just from one good game alone is kind of intense here and very doable. I mean, you can see 89 points for Vampire, who, you know, was top 4 at one point today, but they have fallen, unfortunately. But separation of being, what, 7 points between 4th and 8th place, like that's actually insane. That's this, as you said before, Max, I believe this is the closest global event I think we've ever had.
For sure. Like, it is so close between so many of these teams. To be honest, Vampire Esports, what a massive catch-up. Like, they were at the bottom at the start of the main tournament. They're like, we're getting back up there. Is it going to result in, like, a ton of Rolexes coming Sertani's way? I don't think so, but it is still an insane comeback they did 2 years ago in PMGC. They are so good at performing on that final day that they might be able to make their way into top 5. And who knows, if they have a great finish, maybe top 3.
Really happy to see it, considering that our previous mid-season results from them, obviously amazing stuff. However, they're very different to this one. So here, the competition is fierce.
Well, we're seeing Alpha 7 get back on stage, but I am hearing we do have Sandstorm to talk about the team in contention for that trophy. Let's head down to him with Reject.
Just a few matches remain, and we are back in the SEC arena with Sarah from Reject, as there's just a few points remaining between them and Alpha 7 and the fight for 1st place. Sarah, there's 18 points between you and Alpha 7 and the fight for the title of champions of PMWC. The last 2 maps that we are going to have coming up are going to be Miramar. So what's the plan going to be for you and the team going into those games?
I think we still have a chance to be a champion so far. So we actually playing good at playing on Miramar these days. So just do as usual.
All right, sticking to the plan, and that is going to be their goal for the next few games. And I want to ask you regarding the push that you guys had in the previous game. The full squad push with a couple of buggies on the hillside, on the eastern side when it comes to Zone 4. Can you talk us through the decision-making behind that?
I think we thought that there is only one team on the hills before we go into there. But there was 2 teams, unfortunately. But I think it was a nice try for us. So just keep doing that.
All right, well, we wish you the very best. There's still a fight. There is still a chance for you to make it all the way to the top and fight Alpha 7 for that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting closer and closer to crowning our champion. We're just a few games away. So, boys, take it away.
2 games away, to be exact. Oh boy, here we go, folks. This is a must win for Team Reject. If they do not catch up to Alpha 7 here, I don't think they're going to be able to do it in the last game. So it is a must win for them, a must win for Alpha 7, and a must win for everybody else on the leaderboards if they want to get a bigger chunk of that prize pool.
With a lot of money on the line, you need only the best to outplay the rest. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Let's take a look at where will Reject go? Where will Alpha 7 opt to drop?
Okay, so Alpha 7, drop El Pozo. That's the place they love to be. This is a perfect line for them, but it's also a typical one, right? They know that there's going to be teams hunting them down. Do they go to their main drop spot? Power Grid is where Team Reject go, and you can see them already out of the plane headed in that direction. There are a lot of teams, though, that could look to possibly get close. Now, Boom Esports, they land usually all the way north up there near Torres, so let's see what they decide to do. Alpha 7 are out, headed towards El Pozo, so then they are not changing their drops at all, and it doesn't look like anybody is looking to chase them down.
The circle out to the east side, taking us away from the plane path, doesn't cover a single bit of it. El Pozo will be where Alpha 7 are. Twisted Minds currently on that Los Higos split, down on the South Islands, where we saw pretty crazy turn of events yesterday, but we're definitely not going there. That's guaranteed. There's still an option, though. There's still a potential for an island finish.
For sure. Well, this is actually, you see Boom going to their secondary drop spot. They're going to be going all the way towards Impala. So they're going to be able to try to hunt down some vehicles and get on the move. Yeah, if Boom Esports does win this game, they could be definitely in contention for at least second place. I think first is a little too far away at this point, but right now it is really just up to Alpha 7. The pressure is on them. If they get some good points here, it could be all over.
All eyes sent their way. It is so much pressure. And it's something they've crumbled under before as well. It's not like this is their first chance at this. Every single time, Alpha 7 have fallen prey to it. Have they finally conquered their demons?
Oh, that's the question. Because, I mean, I talked to their coach, I talked to Kurojax, and he told me specifically the only thing that could stop us is us. That's it. And to be honest with you, that has been the problem with them so many times. They start off so strong. And, you know, for the past, what was it, like 5 events, when they start off the day in first place, they end up coming just short, right? Well, this, it looks like 6 times the charm because they are poised to do it here, but it is on them. They cannot afford a 0-point game here.
You take Alpha 7, you sprinkle in a little bit of Magrelin magic, right?
Ooh.
And maybe the souffle rises, right? That's potential for them in these last 2 matches. With an 18-point lead, it is still a substantial difference, right? They still do have quite a bit of buffer. They were granted most of that, to be fair, by the fact that Reject also didn't do super well in the last match, both of them going down very, very quickly. But it reduces the opportunities for Reject to do that again. They are on the road. They're heading out east now from Power Grid.
And it's so crazy to watch these teams, the changes that they make. You know, Alpha 7, they have such excellent resources available to them. They've been putting in so much work. I got to talk to, you know, Kurojax last year during the mid-season tournament, and they didn't perform the way they wanted to. He didn't end up being the coach for a little while afterwards, but they brought him back on, and they seem to be just firing on all cylinders here. You see Alpha 7 going for more central type play styles, which has worked out very, very well from them. Not being overly aggressive, because we see sometimes a lot of teams, when the going gets tough, they revert to their comfort, right? And for some teams, it's aggression. For some teams, it's just pure passiveness and turtling it up. Alpha 7's one of those that's just been aggression, right? They're just like, let's just push everybody. But you see them now, a lot more calculated with their pushes. I hope they don't just go too far the other way here, because they need to put some points on the board now.
Absolutely. I mean, what we always look for in a first-place team, right, is to be around that 10-point average, or at least, you know, knocking on the door of that. At the end of today, they'll have played 18 matches, which would be 180 points, right? They are 40 points behind that, and that shows you just how contested those spots are. If it wasn't as contested, they would have more points. They would be able to balloon that lead just that little bit more. But they're the only ones even thinking about a 10-point average right now. As it stands, it is so closely fought. It's tooth and nail. And it's once you get to that 18th match where you really do get a sense of a fully discrete table, right? Where teams start to really lock in their position relative to everyone else in terms of strength. And that is what we're closing in on with these last two matches.
Well, you know, speaking of closing in on, you know, that's the big battle, right? Because we want to see who's going to be the first PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here at the ESPORTS World Cup, right? So that's the big storyline. The second, though, is there is a massive prize pool in this tournament. Let's go down all the way to 12th place.
Okay.
That's Team Liquid with 82 points, right?
Yeah.
That's only a 14-point difference from 4th place.
Ooh.
How crazy is that? So, 12th place, what's the prize pool?
It's 45K in 12th place for the main tournament, and 4th place would be 110K, which would mean that it would be a 65K pay jump.
Oh my goodness. So, I mean, we're in the last two matches here. Every single one of these teams need these points desperately. I mean, 12th place can easily make that jump to 4th. You know, for 14th place, it's still possible. They would need to do well both these next games, right? But, I mean, anybody can easily steal that 4th, maybe even that 3rd place spot away from Boom.
Hey, you know what I want?
What's that?
I want Power not to finish last. I think they've got
Let's go, Power!
I've been a big fan of this team. I think that they are definitely a surprise to be here. They qualified through on the EMEA, and they were able to jump up as I think the host nation representation. The host country invited the best performing team of Saudi Arabia in the EMEA tournaments. They did have quite a lot of strength in those tournaments. I mean, Blank is Al-Haji's biggest fan,
Absolutely.
and I can see why. The guy is really strong in these tournaments. He's able to get a lot done. It has been unfortunate that they haven't quite had the same amount of luck. They finished 9th in the group stages, right? This is a team that definitely has got the chops to push further up those tables. But right now, it's not quite there. They're 10 points behind LOLX IHC. I think they can do it in these last two.
They definitely can. We just saw a nice little finish there from Stoned on Vampire Esports. We're looking at the crowd. You can see them chuckling a little bit here because they could definitely make that big jump towards the money. You know, we talked to Sertani. He was looking for a top 8 finish. A 3rd place finish would be definitely nice, and it is within reach. So they're starting it off strong with a nice elimination off the rip. And you can see teams on that move. I wish we could look at the map feed right now because Alpha 7 is making the most safe rotation I have ever seen them make.
This is crazy right now. They started in El Pozo.
Look at it. Look at them.
And they're currently near Torrejomara. There is nobody within 3 kilometers of this.
They went all the way around, and that's smart. Oh! Are you kidding me? What a shift. It would not be a championship round if we didn't get some circle toxicity, baby.
Oh, let's hit the water. Bring your swimming trunks, Hot Jukes. We're going to the coastline. It's Impala. And it is Tianba in there already. They have got a lot of control there. DXavier going to look to push on in, and this is going to get spicy. The northern rotation in, still a little bit more open. Opportunity for Vampire to sneak in on that northern edge, as we're seeing on our screens now. They could potentially find the north point of Impala. Down from the south coast as well, you've got Twisted Minds and IWNRX, both going to be competing for that coastal road. Boom are already in Impala. Vampire are making their way in. DXavier want to be neighbors, and look who's also trying to purchase real estate there. It's Team Liquid.
Everybody's looking for the high ground right now. They're trying to hunt down the highest point in the map. You can see the crowds on their feet. Sertani is staring at the screen, excited here to see his team make something happen.
Oh, dear.
Oh, but Pondbit shuts him down with a nice knock, but the rest of the team is right there to support him.
Yummy is already gone as well for Boom. They're playing as 3. Ponbit survives for the time being, but there's the off angle. There's that third party from the high ground. You can see Newsy there on the top left of your screen. Tony K ascending the stairs now, wanting that flush. Frenzy and Razy. They were able to do something as a duo in the end of that final match, but against the Vampires, with the Xavier around the corner, with everybody else crunching their way into Impala, it's getting a little bit scary for Boom.
Oh, Tony K getting the finish on the Ponbit. That's 2 players down for Boom. And honestly, if you are Vampire, that's the main squad you want to be able to knock out. And Tiamba, though, from all the way across the map, you're going to see Schweppes throw a smoke out. Oh, almost got the finish there. That was too close for comfort.
That door frame just about saving his life. And Vampire can continue as 4. They have buildings, which is really important. Reject have gotten a little bit closer to this circle. They're still on the edge on the northwestern side. They're not getting embroiled in this Impala nonsense. They know they need to bide their time, but Alpha 7, same story. They're now starting to push their way in from that northern edge. Nade's going to be traded between these buildings. I'm assuming that a lot of these teams who are inside Impala now are going to have to figure something out in these next few circles. It's pretty likely that it does finish over towards Impala. I don't think that it's possible to end out on those islands out to the east, which means it's almost certainly a mainland finish.
Oh, that would be sick.
It would be.
But I will tell you what right now, this is the worst case scenario for Boom Esports. They're down 2 players already. They're surrounded by 3 teams that want to take them out more than anything. You got Tianba up on top, who are in 6th place. You got Vampire in 7th right next to them. They're the ones that got those 2 eliminations. And D Xavier in 8th right next to them. So these are all 3 squads looking to hunt them down. Power getting a knock on to D Xavier.
Let's go.
Trying to climb their way from the bottom.
I would like to see it. I want it to happen.
Not last place. Not last place. Let's go.
That's a bit mean. That's a bit mean, but I like it. I like it a lot. Vampire still, though, going to be holding on. Things have started to settle down for the teams already in. They've figured out which buildings are theirs, which buildings are not. They've established their zones of control. It's on the teams on the outside to make things happen now. You've got DRX on the west trying to push on in behind Power, actually. So potential for something to pop off there. Alliance and TJB from the southwest also going to have to scrap with one another to approach the south end of Impala. 4MV and Twisted Minds clashing on the road towards the south side, and Alpha 7 have managed to get towards that coastline.
Well, folks, get on your feet. 2 seconds left to go, and the circle's starting to close. 4MV need to find their way in there. You can see the big screen letting everybody know that this zone is closing, and where is it gonna go? That is gonna be the question on everyone's mind. Boom are stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. TJB need to find their way into this next circle, and of course, you got Team Reject right there on the edge. Alpha 7, very quiet, but they found a way to be pretty much dead center of this next circle.
Yeah, this is actually huge for Alpha 7 right now. Remember, they don't need massive performances to be able to secure their
They need
spot.
something.
They just need something, right? You get 5 to 8 points in a match. That is so impactful towards the top of those tables, because it just means that Reject need huge ultra banger games, right?
That's right.
That's what they're looking for, and it just is so difficult to make that happen in this sort of a lobby. And with the safety that they've been afforded by this, teams are really not going to be able to push them from the western side. It's Alula XIHC, again, who might ruin their day from the northern flank.
Yeah, let's see what happens, because, I mean, right now, every single one of these teams desperately need points. They want to be able to get that huge chunk of that prize pool, especially considering Boom is almost down and out here. They're in a really tough spot. If this zone goes anywhere away from Impala, they're not making that alive. So let's see. You can see Frenzy's got that pan locked and loaded. You say, oh, what's that over there? Just in case. DRX making some shots onto Power. And Peregrine, it's up to him to kind of lead the way and find a way out for his teammate.
Twisted Minds. Look at where they've gone. They're all the way out on that east island.
Look at that.
The circle's just about to pop. This is a real hedging of bets from Twisted Minds, right? If it goes to that island, they win the game. right? It's so unlikely to happen. I don't think it's even possible with how the circle's going to work. I think it's going to pop back towards that mainland, but it might still go to the coast and keep 50% in. It's a little bit over there, so we are not going to have something wild. But this is interesting. Are Alpha 7 going to be thinking about Twisted Minds? Are they going to have seen this rotation, and are they going to be caught by surprise by it?
Well, let's see what happens. Twisted Minds are going to have to make their way across the water. Alpha 7 getting knocked by Tiamba. Are they going to be able to get that res? That's the question. 4MV could make a miracle run up these leaderboards here. They cannot afford to go out now.
The miracle run on the cards, right? But still, with as tightly packed as this circle is, I think their way in is shut. I do not think that they've got a chance of getting through this. You've got Talent to get through, you've got IWNRX to get through, you've got Alliance to get through. There's no way you can go around the edge, but you can't go through the water. I mean, maybe you go for a swim. Just gonna get taken down. Tiamba have had this high ground for a long, long time, but they are starting to get challenged on it. They're pushing out to actually deal with Team Liquid, and I kind of like this. I like that they are continuing to keep that presence on the sidelines.
Yeah, they're putting that pressure, they're putting the cranks on Team Liquid right now with these nades. Oh, that bounce looked really good. TJB, we're out of it, so 4MV do win that fight. And yeah, Team Liquid looking very hurt right now. Tiamba, they understand the position they're in. They are in 6th place and gonna absorb every elimination they can get their hands on.
The thing I'm still looking at is Alpha 7.
Right.
Twisted Minds swimming across an Alola XIHC, who remember, who took them down in last match, are looking to potentially do so again. Twisted Minds are still making that swim, so still a potential for a weird backstab coming through from Twisted Minds on the eastern edge. But it's gonna be pretty tricky. And remember, Twisted Minds, another Brazilian team. Could they ruin their countrymen's chance?
Well, I would not put it past them right there. Twisted Minds have been looking to make a name for themselves in this one, and they could easily jump up to 3rd place here. Will they make things that much more difficult for Alpha 7? That's going to be the question. Twisted Minds, coach, big man behind the scenes is none other than Dadino. So a former teammate of Carrillo from Alpha 7. So you know this guy knows what it takes to make it all the way to the top here. Twisted Minds playing this very safely. Does Alola IHC even know they're there in the water?
I don't think they do, because they were further north than this. Alpha 7 might have been able to scout it, but it's almost certain that Alola IHC have not been able to scout this, which means that Godless is playing for a position to fight uphill, right? The question is, do Twisted Minds want to go for it? Because as soon as they take the shots, even if they take down Godless, immediately it's completely open. They have no cover. They go down, right? So you cannot take that fight with Godless just yet. You need to find a way up, because that cliff is pretty sheer.
It is, yeah. So I like the fact that Twisted Minds is playing this very quietly here. They don't want to just let their presence be known just yet, and because they want to see where this next circle goes. If it goes right here, then they could possibly pop out and make some moves. If it doesn't, maybe they have to make a different entryway on into this next zone. Where does it go, though? Does it center up? Do we get another crazy hard shift? Let's see.
Come on. Give me something. What do we got? Okay, Alpha 7 in the middle. That hilltop that Tiamba hold, also a major feature of this one. Vampire's position held, but Reject's not.
Team Reject on the north side here. They're going to have to push through Vampire. And this fight, Boom is just looking to hold on. They've been very fortunate to be in this now. Oh, next circle, but one more player from Boom gets down. It is not looking good for them. It's looking good for everybody else right below them, though.
Satani on the cams. There he is.
There he is.
Here's a look.
Hey, give us a wave.
What a smile.
Give us a
what
wave.
a guy. We love to see you. Thanks for turning up. Watching your team support. Of course he's watching. What am I saying? Of course he's out there. Repping the Vampire brand. You're up in the top 8, Satani. Do you think you're going to be able to go further? I think so.
That's what that point was right there. It's like, hey, top 8. I told you. I told you. Right, let's see if they could get even further up, though. That's going to be the question. Uh-oh, Twisted Minds are now spotted. Alola IHC going to start going fishing here, as it looks like Ratto Boy on the other side.
Go on then, Ratto Boy. Get something done for your team. Alola IHC know you're there now. Might as well.
Obscure is stuck in a really tough spot here.
Do they know he's there? Could potentially Get a little bit further around.
Joe's looking the wrong way.
Oh, this could be dangerous. If Obscure can actually get out here.
Oh, he got him.
Okay.
Found him. So
It's all up to Ratto Boy now.
It's all up to him to be able to try to make something happen. Wait, can he get up the hill?
I hope he can. If not, that's disastrous for Demo.
Look how safe these teams are playing it, though. Alpha 7 are very happy to just stay in the compound. All they know is they just got to put in some points. Team Reject got to get moving, though. If you want to become the next champions, you're not going to be able to do it with just placement alone. You need those eliminations. It's Twisted Minds out of there.
Ratto Boy found. Okay. No more fun for him. Alliance, they're trying to make the crossing. Talon, DRX, IWNRX, all of these teams on the south side now starting to get shut out. Tianba with that high ground have great sightlines to do so. They're looking to pick up a whole hefty chunk of points there, but so is Fadan with a 1 versus 2 with a spray down. So it can't quite give him that quarter though. And Power do fall again. They got 3 limbs, but they'll be drawn short here.
Take a look now. Will Alpha 7 start to get busy with it? That's going to be the big question there. You can see Team Reject stalking the rest of this lobby. And look who they got their eyes on. None other than the team that they're hunting down.
Oh yeah, Regiocio now has the sightline over towards a little slice of Alpha 7. But it is far from heavenly for them right now. They are in a fairly central position. Tianba have got quite a lot to say about this position as well. The high ground can potentially come in to be quite important at stopping Reject from moving further and closer towards Alpha 7.
This is going to be a close one here. This is going to be a close one. The zone is starting to close. Where is it going to go? Will it head towards that central position? Will Alpha 7 get blessed once again here in the end game? We're about to find out, and the zone does center up once again.
It keeps Reject in as well on the north, which is crucial. Both of these two teams locked in this eternal struggle will still have a slice of it. The teams from Impala are going to have to leave. Vampire, they are in a difficult position now. I think it's going to be a fight between Vampire and Reject that could change the course of this tournament.
This is so close. Talon need to make something happen as well. Talon are in 5th place. They're down to 2 remaining players, though. Every single one of these squads are desperately needing points. Tianba are in the best position, though. They've moved up to 4th place. 7 eliminations. They're hunting down Boom.
They have so much sightlines as well. They can take shots to pretty much everybody in this lobby, right? So such a high elimination point scoring potential for this team. They are 8 points behind Boom. They are 23 points behind Reject. 41 points behind Alpha 7. How much of a dent can they put in that?
Alpha 7 have been dead silent this game so far. They were able to make that ultra safe rotation onto that compound, and they're not moving a muscle. You could see Mythic's dad watching as there's only 1 player left up for Team Liquid. They're going to have to make it happen on the last game of the day. Meanwhile, Vampire starting to creep up onto Team Reject. Reject now are going to have to start to get active.
They have to hold Vampire out. Vampire don't need to pull the trigger just yet. They can bide their time for a little longer. They have got a little bit of the circle. Out on the west, DXavier, DRX, Team Liquid. Not so lucky.
Tianba with that high ground. Man, they are utilizing it perfectly here. 8 eliminations. They are playing their game. They are not changing it up here towards the end, and that's exactly what they needed to do.
The thing I'm worried about for Tianba, ammo. Ammo is going to be an issue for them. No teams have been able to push up towards them. They've kept them at arm's distance. How much ammo have they had to expend to do so?
You know who hasn't spent any ammo, though? It's Team Reject, right? They have been very, very quiet here. They're ready for this endgame battle. DXavier are starting to get mighty close to Tianba. What could Sean do? Sean trying to clear his back out. Boom. Razy, the last player up for his squad, is just trying to snake any points that he could get.
This is an unbelievable shrink onto Alpha 7 for the circle. They are so happy about this. It doesn't need to be big. It doesn't need to be special at this stage. It just needs to be there. Tianba racked up to 9 eliminations now. Shan in his own little crevice. Margin and they not quite able to find their way to a shot towards it, but QZ goes down for Tianba. And they're going to need to go for the res here. Bond is the closest to respond and should be able to pick his teammate up.
I will admit, this is the perfect situation for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 are just big chilling in the center of zone. They really are rock stars when it comes to positions like this. When are they going to pop out and start taking some shots?
Circle.
That's the question. This next zone is going to be critical for them.
It's going to pop through. Vampire engaging now with Reject. The team from Japan that is catching the breath of every Brazilian fan out there. Have a challenge now from Vampires because the circle goes away from them and slap bang onto Alpha 7.
Worst case scenario for Team Reject. They got to start making it happen. They have to push everybody. Which way are they going to go? It looks like they're starting to head away from Vampire and looking to find a way into this next zone. And the easiest path is going to be through Al-Ula IHC, but Vampire are right on their heels.
This is dastardly. Vampire are going to need to take the same rotation. There's no way that Reject can avoid this fight. I think they pitch up now, they go for it. This is their time to show what a championship team is made of.
Let's see if they could do it. This is actually a perfect scenario for them, to be honest with you. They're playing Edge. They are the best gunners in here. They got to be able to soak up elimination points, even if they want to have a chance at beating Alpha 7. And you're going to have to do it here and now the hard way. Alpha 7 haven't had a single elimination. If you're able to take out Vampire now and push them, it'll work out. But we can see Vampire looking to finish out Boom. They are done for a 0-point game. No. And now Team Reject are getting knocked by Alpha 7.
There's shots from across the way. Reject are trying to go through. The attention of Vampire was split for just a moment, but Boom are away now. The res needs to come through. Duello enacting that very quickly onto Sara. The nade over on there. That Molotov is brutal. Sara's still down. Regi's half HP. Divine is there, and it's being lit up by Alpha 7. The ridgeline is being crested, and Reject denies! The door is closed, and Alpha 7 pick it up. Elation for the Brazilian fans. Is it now? Is this the hour?
You could see the Alpha 7 folks in the crowd getting so excited. This is that time. We could just crown a champion right here and now, especially if Alpha 7 finish this game strong. They're in the perfect position.
They have got so much to play for here. With their history at their heels, they run from time itself and will try and immortalize themselves now. With 2 matches left to play, they've taken away their closest competition. Reject and Boom have both fallen. Tiamba on the high ground have to descend, and they are not looking in good shape. It is such a chance for Alpha 7 to turn their history around.
Alpha 7 looking to finally break that curse that has been looming over them in half and become our first PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here at the ESPORTS World Cup, live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The only team right now that could definitely be a big problem for them, it's gotta be our last mid-season champion, Vampire Esports.
And they are sweeping through on that western side. They're looking pretty good here. Alpha 7 don't need to get a chicken dinner. If they do, it's excellent. It's basically done and dusted. But even with the performance they have now, they're into a top 4. They've got some elimination points. That gap is looking unclosable. But with Vampire putting up numbers, that second place for Reject is in danger.
You saw Sertani point at the camera. He's liking what he's seeing right now. Have I spoken too soon? Zol with a nade onto Schweppes. That can make things difficult. Smokes are starting to ring out. Will Alpha 7 leave the comfort of that building and start taking action here? This could be a big opportunity for them.
Godless gets across, now playing 2-on-2. Ziol with the contact, wants to sweep wide. Demo blasted back down the hill. Hits the reverse stick quickly, but Nuzi goes down. His helmet taken off as well. Ziol wants to capitalize, and Vampire are being slowed down by Alolex IHC. Trying to contest over the top of this ridgeline, and the P-cups are hard because Alpha 7 will have the off angle. Spray down, coming on through, and the nade over to push him back.
And here comes Alpha 7. They hear these shots. They know they want to third party this and take this championship here and now. This could be a perfect opportunity. They're going up the top side. Vampire are going to be in a 4v2 situation. This is definitely Alpha 7's game to win.
Tony K now with the hold off against Alpha 7. Godless goes down. They're holding their back. There's a flush as well. Schwepp gets knocked in the meantime, and Tony K can't hold. Stones is out. And now just one player for the Vampires remaining. Can he hold his nerve? Tony K to stop the Alpha 7 in their tracks. But they are still putting so much damage into this lobby. As Vampire go down, third place, Alpha 7, 4 players. Can they get the res on Revo and claim this top spot?
The nerves have to be at an all-time high. This is where Alpha 7 struggles the most in history. When it comes to the last game, the last moments, it is so difficult for them. But it looks like they may have just finally crossed that hurdle. And you know what Carrillo said? Revo, take a break, buddy. We're going to win this for you. Let's see if they can do it, though. Uh-oh, Mafioso, the wide open, gets knocked.
McCrellin with the challenge, but Zol with the off angle. This is perfect play from Alolex IHC against Alpha 7 at such a crucial time. It's up to Carrillo now. Can Zol hold his nerve? A 1 versus 1 for Carrillo to take the chicken dinner and potentially secure the title. No! Alolex IHC deny them that opportunity. 5 chicken dinners is where Alpha 7 will stay, but they've got points on points on points, and Reject get nothing.
Oh boy, Alpha 7, I think they could have done it just right then and there, but we got one more game left to go. And we saw down the leaderboards, a lot of points being able to be soaked up from these mid-pack teams. So I'm not gonna be shocked to see these leaderboards shaken up once again.
With Alolex IHC getting a huge chicken dinner, by the way. I think they were in the mid-teens of eliminations. To be able to put those points on board, that is going to accelerate them up into that central peloton of teams and into the final match. There's a lot of money that's going to be wobbling about, up and down, team to team, but eyes are locked on this squad. These 4 taking on the world, taking on their own legacy. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But this time around, I'm hearing wedding bells.
Ooh, I'm hearing wedding bells as well. You can see them acting like they've been here before. These guys are so excited because they know they have such a massive lead going into the final match. I'm gonna say it right here now. The only way Team Reject stand a chance is you have to hot drop Alpha 7. You have no choice. You have to take them out and then get a record-breaking game to stand a chance of taking that cup away from them.
I don't know, man. I don't think that's going to be wise with the number of teams biting at
choice.
Their heels for reach. Sure, if they want to take that title, right? Yeah. Another interesting point about that final match just there. Well, not the final match. There's still one more to go, guys.
That's right.
Don't worry.
One more.
But about that match is that it was Alolex IHC who beat them back in Istanbul at the end of last year. So again, they've been put in second place by their nemesis that exists. Fortunately for them, they're not going to be competition on the tables into that final match. But Alpha 7, man, they have been so powerful over the course of these finals. Coming into this tournament, I think this was one of the favorite teams. If we're being realistic, it was one of the main predictions coming through, and I am so excited for them to get their crack. Finally, potentially able to find that first place spot. Do not go anywhere, because this is history in the making.
That's right.
Fortune favors the brave, and right now Fortune is smiling on Alpha 7 as they are one match away from finally getting themselves an international trophy and being able to call themselves the best in the world. Yes, they're number one in the power rankings, but does that matter when you don't have a trophy to hold? 7, though, out of all people here on the desk, is like, wait. There's a chance still for Reject.
There is, man. I don't want to end up cursing this team. It's 27 points the lead that they're currently going to end up having on Reject. And I mean, with the way they've been performing, you would think, yes, Alpha 7 should be able to close this out. But we got to keep in mind, though, what happened with Alpha 7 in the first in 2 matches of the Aaron Goal. They ended up with 0 points.
Yes.
And the gap is 27 points. Guess what? How many? Take a guess. How many points Reject has scored?
27.
Yep. That's right. They've done it twice already.
Wow.
They've been able to get 17 eliminations.
27 to tie or 27 to beat them, because they're going to lose on the head-to-head.
I believe it's going to be 27 to tie, 28. But
I mean, the chicken dinner amount is going for Alpha 7, right? So
Yeah.
they need 28.
But the thing is, Reject has been able to post 2 matches in this tournament, 1 in group stages and 1 during the main tournament, with 17 eliminations in a chicken dinner. So it's definitely still a possibility. Alpha
And
7,
it's Miramar.
And
They go to
the
Miramar.
funny thing is that it happened in Miramar too.
Yeah.
Do you really, genuinely, 7, like really, do you expect them, with how much is like on the line on this game, them to get 0 points? Like, do you think they're going to take any risk whatsoever to potentially go out early game? I don't think so. Really, for me.
That's the thing. Earlier, when the fight happened with Al-Ula, it wasn't them taking a risk. It's just something that happened within the game. And I have like 2 answers to that. Do I think that Reject can possibly end up passing them? There's like 2 answers to that. My inner Alpha 7 fanboy is like, no, Alpha 7's got this. But then it's also like, okay, but I've been heartbroken before by Alpha 7.
Your heart is screaming, do Brazil!
Yeah,
but your brain
not
is
yet.
screaming like, oh, hold on.
Yep.
It's not over just yet. Obviously, we're kind of brushing over the fact that IHC did win this match, but they were very low on the leaderboards. And obviously, going into our last match, it's very important to keep an eye on Alpha 7 and Reject. And unfortunately for Reject, the team that eliminated them was Alpha 7. But Max, you were frustrated in that situation because Reject kind of just threw the position they had.
I really believe Reject had an amazing entry point to this circle. Northern side, all of the teams are trying to scramble about in Impala, or the northern side of Impala, trying to get some decent positions in the circle. Northern rotations, there was wait, whoa, what's happening?
Remix!
IHG had a good entry point, same for Alpha 7, right? And I was expecting them to have so much space to work with that they would easily make into a top 5, top 3 scenario and maybe get a few eliminations here and there. But they just give so much space to Vampire Esport that are leaving Impala, and then they get backstabbed by them, get pushed out into the blue zone, and then Alpha 7 have a perfect angle. I feel like if they really wanted to try and make it to the late game scenario, you go for the final to Vampire, you don't give them that much space, and then, as you saw Vampire do this game, you make into top 3. That was a great opportunity for them, but unfortunately, maybe the pressure got to them.
So there's also a window where potentially Alpha 7 would have never made it this far into the game, because Alpha 7 going through the clockwise rotation on the very north side here, IHC was right behind them. And if they went any slower, I feel like IHC potentially could have crashed into them, and then Alpha 7 could have been knocked out very early on.
I mean, it was IHC at one point. At one point, we kind of looked at each other. It was like, wait, are we about to get Alpha 7 versus Reject happening? If one of the teams is slow enough, it could have happened. It didn't end up happening. I am surprised, though, Alpha 7 decided to just coexist for so long with Al-Ula IHC. Usually, they will be willing to take more fights. Obviously, Al-Ula IHC had the upper hand in that fight because Alpha 7 couldn't even see them, right? But I'm surprised that Alpha 7 wasn't even trying to fight them. They were saving, they were waiting. And this is something that you actually called out during the game. A little bit of props there for you, Max, is that Alpha 7 was playing the perfect game right there. All they had to do was just wait.
Just like that Wrangle game on the southern side of Pachinki, right? Like, we could go for these big elimination games, potentially get one of the top chicken dinners of this entire tournament. But if we play it safe, we're going to get, double-digit points in terms of placement points, and we're going to be able to create a big enough gap between us and Reject to hopefully get an easy win of PMWC.
What they say, though? Hashtag mature team. 151 points for Alpha 7 at the moment. Reject at 124, and Tiamba at 110. I mean, we're talking a lot about the top, but the middle pack here is still insanely close. We see Vampire currently in 5th. Tiamba with that last game able to move up into 3rd place here. We could still have a lot of shifts in our 3rd through 8th place positions.
It might look completely different this first page at the end of this next match. Can we talk about the fact that Tiamba, by the way, are in 3rd position with 21 placement points, 0 wins? Their consistency in terms of eliminations is insane right now what's happening. And I do wish, Seven, that we've seen Tiamba play the same playstyle of today, which is central playstyle, in day 1 and day 2. I genuinely believe if they did that, sure, maybe they don't get wins, but they could be maybe competing for 1st place position. Unfortunately, that transition of gameplay from sweeping edge to central took a little bit too long, and now they're not quite in the race. Well, they're not in the race anymore for that 1st place position.
I mean, it was one of the reasons why Kalaris had him in the top picks, right? Why he wanted to kind of shift from, well, after Falcons get eliminated, to pick Tiamba, because they were a very consistent team in regards to eliminations. But the big question mark was always, can they possibly get a chicken dinner? It continues to not be the case. And one that we have to kind of point out, Vampire Esports, somehow fighting all the way from last place after day 1 to now being in a fight for possibly top 3. That's impressive to me.
Yeah, one of the biggest comebacks, and they keep doing it on these global stages time and time again. We talked about the PMGC finals in Jakarta 2 years ago. Last day just pops off. They got the infamous Sir Tanny pep talk, okay, in the back rooms, and they just keep performing really well. And look at their stats of today, man. They have been looking so clean. Like average placements of 4th over today. That is really good consistency when it comes to reaching that late game. So top 3 for Vampire, maybe it's happening after this game.
I want to see it.
I want to draw you guys back really quickly to Alpha 7. Just this simple question. Do Alpha 7 drop their normal location, or do they go for a backup drop here, potentially expecting someone to hot drop them to take them out of the equation early?
I mean, El Pozo, you can split it between 2 teams.
Yeah.
I think you just go to your normal drop, you play your own game.
Normal drop. 7 quickly?
Yeah.
Do your normal thing.
Normal thing. All right. Well, you guys at home, do your normal thing. Check out the Esports Center inside PUBG Mobile and go to PMWC and subscribe to this so you're notified about everything PMWC related. Also, while you're there, maybe after this game, maybe during the very early stages, go over and follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok and create a victory dance, whether it's in-game or out-of-game, of your favorite dance with the hashtag PMWC Victory Dance, and you are entered to win potentially $3,000 in virtual gift cards. But it is time to head into our final match of the PUBG Mobile World Cup. John Allen and Hot Jukes, take it away.
The final match of this tournament. The one that will decide who will be our PUBG Mobile World Cup champion is about to get started. So many questions here, John, and we're about to find out the answers.
There is only one way to find those answers as well, and it is through battle. 16 teams are going to drop in, and only one will emerge victorious, either in this match or in the tournament as a whole. With dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to a 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. And I've already been visually stunned by what's happened so far today. We've had some nasty circles, cruelty on the plane path here as well. We are going to have something special, I'm sure, in this final rodeo.
Let's see what these players are made of. Who will etch their name in stone of PUBG Mobile history? We know that Alpha 7 loves to go to El Pozo. You can already see them stretching on out, hunting down those vehicles and heading towards that big loot area. Where will the zone go? Will it decide to stay near the plane path or go in the opposite direction? That's a big question. Now, I will say this. If Team Reject do not get looted up at Power Grid quickly and try to find a way to hunt down Alpha 7, they don't want this. They don't want this. I'm going to be straight up because they need to do it. Yeah, they need to hit a record-breaking game for them, and Alpha 7 cannot put up a single point. The zone goes up, and it is going to go to both of their drop locations. Oh, let's see what they decide to do.
No one out of favor right now with the circle. I say no, neither of the two teams battling for that top spot out of favor with the circle. Potential for a little bit of danger among these hot drops around the vehicles currently, but it looks like teams are extricating themselves from one another nice and sensibly. Boom currently a little bit split over on the eastern side. Take a look at that near Tianba, near Twisted Minds. You've got one of the players from Boom a little bit further away from the others. And I think, yeah, that is going to be just quite nice and safe for now. Closer to Vampire now than actually Twisted Minds, but the rest of Boom might have trouble as well as they are over in Impala. Going to see Tianba going up the East Road, getting away from this one. Other teams close by to one another. I'm not really seeing too much. I think we're going to have some quiet for just a moment.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Tianba are going to be heading towards that drop spot near Impala, near where Boom likes to drop. It looks like they found some vehicles. They're heading up north. We can see teams all going to their normal drop location. So nobody looking to get a little too spicy here. The big question is, right, the hunt for second place is still there. There is a 14-point difference from Tianba. So Team Reject, they have a tough decision here, right? Do we hunt down Alpha 7?
Oh, no.
Twisted Minds getting a knock onto Vampire, and they're going to get that thirst 100%.
There's nothing that really can stop them. There are 4 players in this vehicle, though, so if someone pops up, sprays down the vehicle, it goes boom. Twisted Minds goes boom with it too. 2 knives in the back. That's going to take anyone down there. Stoned goes out. Duello for Reject, close by to 3 players posted up for TJB. Is he going to be able to get through this? There's open ground. He cannot tumble this car. Needs to stay safe. And
GK first?
They're not going for it. They're not going for the spray. They haven't managed to tag on.
Wow.
Duello is out of there. They had everybody posted up and they didn't go for it.
All right, TJB letting Team Reject go to their loot area. Duello able to make it away from this. He is going to pick up his teammate Sara, and they're going to try to head towards Power Grid here. So Team Reject, like I said, they have a decision to make. They hunt down Alpha 7, take them out, and go and try to become the World Cup champions here, right? If they don't do that, then that means that they are scared of Tianba, Boom, and a couple teams below them, and are just trying to hold on to second. That is my opinion.
I'd be pretty scared. I would be pretty scared of this.
There's a big prize pool drop, I will say, right, from second to third on down. That's for sure.
Second place is $200,000.
That's good money.
Third place at $140,000. It's not a small amount, but neither is 60K, and that is the difference between third and second place. So you drop down 1 place, that's pretty rubbish, right? That's got to be a pretty rubbish feeling coming on in. But I'll tell you what's even worse is if you drop down to 4th place, that's a 90K pay drop to 110K. That is a devastating fall. So if Reject allow 2 teams to surpass them, that would be their fate. And I don't think that risk, for my money, is worth taking. I'm generally, when it comes to money, I'm fairly low risk, right? So maybe that's just that talking, and that's why I'm not up here amongst these players as some of the best in the world, as the best in the world. They can take those risks and those payouts. Ooh.
You know what the saying, John, is?
What's the saying?
Fortune favors the bold.
That's right.
And if your Team Reject, you want to have that big back-to-back LAN tournament wins, I think you got to go for it here. You got to go for it. I mean, second place is the first loser in this tournament, right? And you're right there. You're within reach. It's possible, right?
Yeah.
But you have to stop Alpha 7. So there's no way you could just leave this to fate and let Alpha 7 do their thing here. So let's see. Let's see what they decide to do. I think that they are on the move here, possibly going away. Oh, so many questions of what's possible. Tianba is their main threat to pass them up for second place. And they're going to be playing the edge of this circle. Maybe if Team Reject notices that Tianba goes out, then maybe they make the change. I don't know.
And then you still got Boom to worry about, right? There's so much that can go wrong. If you want to take that first spot, sure. It is a huge benefit, not only for the money, you double your money from second to first, right? That's a 200K pay jump, but also correct spot into PMGC at the end of the year to be able to defend that international title.
I think you got to go for it. Alula IHC looking to rocket launch themselves up the leaderboards here. A good game right here and right now. They need at least 20 points to try and match up Tiamba in third. You could see them starting to get busy with it nice and early. They are starting to get an engagement with 4MV, which is a team right below them. Oh, the beautiful nade gets the double tap.
Step up to him. Find out why they just won the last Miramar. Zol, though, punished by Doc as he gets a little bit too bold.
Just run.
He's trying to pick up those points, and there's another knock over to Godless. Okay, they might have won the last Miramar, but there's still a challenge for them. And it is coming in the form of 4MV, Doc and Baron. Both putting up a defense here. Rogue looking to pick Godless back up, but Baron's encroaching now. Nade over the top. If he finds the mark, this is devastation. Demo's up and into it as well, and Nade goes high, goes long. Oh, nearly takes down Rogue. There it is. There's the knock as well. Coming through from Doc on the 1-2 punch. Demo now last to stand.
What a push from 4MV, turning their favor around very quickly here. And the last player from Alula IHC, I believe, is getting pressured on the side there from TJB. You can see Baron. Yeah, he's got to go for the pickup here. They need every single point they can get. Oh, but TJB is in the mix. That's going to make things so much more difficult for all these squads.
GK first, picking up nades. The second circle just about to pop Jukes as well. Remember, that is going to be a brutal shift. I think no matter what, we'll see where it ends up going. But the nades pour in from TJB. As 4MV try to keep things together. Apex is down. I think maybe they're going to be getting on their bike as well. And TJB looks to disengage just a little bit. It centers up, and it centers up to Montenuevo.
TJB got to just full send this. They need every elimination they can get. They want to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards, and they're giving these teams way too much room to breathe. Here goes Flower on the rotation, gets caught by Apex. GK first is now in the mix. Doc and 4MV are just trying to keep their tournament alive here. This is the final match, folks. What can 4MV do? See, Doc has that nade up close and personal.
He's a surgeon with those things.
Uh-oh. That nade was too close for comfort. But let's see what they could do. Only S, he's just barely trying to get it over, but the off angle takes down Doc.
Apex now with Baron as an off angle on this high ground. Doc back behind some crates. I don't think that GK First can peek out for this elimination to confirm it, to get the flush. I take that back, actually. He's sending all the way around the edge, and Baron doesn't have the angle to stop it. But he is behind the crates, and will be able to dash back as well.
See what happens. Nade coming really close to GK First. Oh, that would hurt bad. Yeah, and he runs right back into the building. 4MV, last two players up. Do they stick? Do they stay here or try to leave? And it looks like they are going to just try to disengage.
Let's look at the circle just a little bit. Let's take a step back from that fight. Alpha 7 have moved down west on the west side from El Pozo, and now they sit in that western quadrant. The majority of the buildings sit there in Montenuevo, and Reject are pushing in from that north side.
Yeah, I think Team Reject are looking to just hold on to second place at this point. I don't see anything that indicates them trying to take that championship away. They're leaving it to fate. And right now, Alpha 7 seem to have fate on their side.
They have the high ground. They're a little bit far away from the center of this circle, but they'll take it. They just need to survive. Putting 3 points is basically a confirmation of the title. If they get 3 points here.
They get 1 point, to be honest. I mean, that's how much of a gap they have, and especially the way Team Reject is playing. Like, they are just big chilling here. They're not, you don't see them kind of hunting down those third-party opportunities on the edges. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's still very early in the game, but if I'm a team that knows that I need to have a record-breaking game in eliminations to try to get this championship, I would definitely want to see Submergency. They're getting into it with Twisted Minds. They're very close to them, actually.
Okay, Twisted Mind's going to be looking to push in, potentially forced to do so by Tianba further out to the east. Duello will be the first to meet them. It looks like they're hopping out to try and post up Ratto Boy for Twisted Minds. Closest to danger as well on that northern side engagement. The next circle as well, just about to come in, and I think teams are waiting for that. It centers up once more to Montenuevo, and we might have an urban finish here.
We just might. Let's see how this all turns out, folks. Yeah, Team Reject, like I mentioned, looking to at least hold on to second place. They are going to avoid that engagement. A lot of indecision from them here. You can see them just kind of going back and forth, trying to figure out what to do. But you got to start making those pushes happen. And you have to hope that Alpha 7 does nothing at the same time.
Which is very difficult given the Alpha 7 compound that they hold. High ground over all of Monte Nuevo. Picking up shots if they can would be huge. A bit of damage sent to Reiji. But he's okay for now. Will not get knocked. Can look to get some healing done.
Yeah, Team Reject are stuck. They are stuck there. They are just holding on for second at this point. It's Alpha 7's tournament to win. They are looking good. At this point, who's hunting down third place? That's where my eyes are starting to look towards. You got Tianba holding it down with 110 points. Alula IHC all the way down there with 90. So we could definitely see these leaderboards still shake up around that higher mid-pack area. Look at that nice knock on that replay. Cardosen getting finished. Team Liquid losing these players early on, and Miramar's got to hurt.
Talon and Alliance back and forth. Talon, one of the teams in conversation for that third place that you were talking about, and they've already lost one, but it's traded out on the knocks. Nade being cooked for Misery. There's backup now coming through for Talon. They've been fighting lamely for the last while, but now they're at full force with all of their players in situ. Jimmy behind the tree, looks to hold out for Alliance, can't win the trade. Misery able to win that one, and Olio and King now, Cluck, will stand at the back, but two players descend on them.
Talon looking to start making some moves little by little here. You can see Axel in the blue zone, starting to make some pushes. Uh-oh, big shot's gonna have to happen, and then I believe that could be Alliance. Yep, done and dusted. They're gonna go out, and that is their tournament done in a 14th place for now.
Potential to get leapfrogged by IWNRX or Power. Maybe.
Ooh.
It's still a little bit far away, though. These boys should be proud of their performance, however. Vampire taking shots over to Boom. This is an interesting engagement now, because Boom have just lost one, getting knocked, potentially getting flushed, but Tianba are picking up the points for it. That's nasty of them. DXavier taking shots over towards Vampire, and I think that might be their tournament, as Vampire down to their last leg.
Boom are down on their last leg too. They are stuck in the open. Razy is completely out of position. His vehicle is blown up. It's going to be very difficult to get him out the way. And if you're Tianba, that's the team you want to take out because they're right below you on the leaderboards. That's a big knock. Tianba should do everything in their power to hunt down Boom.
They are going to close the trap. Bond close by. Doesn't quite have the angle to get the flush, but that's not going to matter because it's only the one player now left for Boom. The teams beneath Tianba not having a great time.
Boom not having a great time. They just got passed up. That is a critical play for Tianba right there. And again, folks, third place, $140,000. Fourth place going to be 110. So that is a big difference. And with Boom with only one player left, that opens the door for teams like Talon, DRX, DXavier, so many of these squads.
Could be to jump up pretty high there. Reject though, 14 points ahead of Tianba at the start of this match. That's now shrunk to 12 with the 2 points they've accrued. So Reject definitely not out of the woods to secure that second place and $200,000.
You could see the look on these faces right now. DRX leaning forward. The pressure is on because we can see a jump from 7th place all the way up to 3rd here. If DRX can have a solid finish.
They're playing a pretty difficult split though right now. They've already taken a knock on their roadside position. They're 3-1 with Soas on the north edge. With Tianba descending on that edge as well, that is so risky for DRX.
So risky indeed. We're looking at where this next circle is going to go, folks. This is the calm before the storm. Oh, the pressure is on. The crowd is going nuts here. Oh, Frenzy from Boom was able to get a knock, but gets taken out. That's Boom Esports done for, and you can see DRX fans rubbing their heads together because this is looking mighty appetizing.
They just want to keep going for DRX. Tianba, though, with Soas on that north side, has got a monumental task. They want to turn things around. We Twisted Mind still with the knock. And Tiamba looking to put more of a buffer between them and the teams below.
Yeah, all these teams below. I'm looking at pretty much Gig Xavier on down. Need to have a monster win here if we want to see them put themselves in the big money. Twisted Mind starting to go down this hill. They are able to make it across, and Guizal with a nice knock there onto Tiamba helps slow him down a little bit. Uh-oh. Guizal's got that pop shot. Peeks right back on down. This is definitely the calm before the storm. Oh, Tiamba trying to go for that res there, but I believe that is DRX from the other side applying pressure as well, so both these teams are in big trouble.
Let's take a look at Alpha 7 quickly. Their position on the high ground is excellent to not die, but descending from it is going to be tricky. They are slapped on that edge of the circle, right at the edge. They need to go back to those edge play routes and see what they can do. Reject, they're also on that western edge. The next circle is just about to close, but they've got a couple more options when it comes to rotating out. None of them too strong, it has to be said, but maybe better than taking a tumble off a cliff.
Speaking of a cliff, Alpha 7, right? The team that is looking to be our first PUBG Mobile World Cup champions are now outside of the circle. They're going to have to leave the cover for that hill, but they get a critical knock onto Team Reject. That's Duello knocked, and that could force them in a bad position. Mafioso, now you see them in the buggies. Where are they looking to go?
This is going to slow down Reject's rotation as well. With that knock, they have to spend the time to get the res. They can't start to establish those sight lines until they're back at full force. But IWNRX out here on the off angle. Mafioso goes down to Swain, and they've already sent Carrillo down. That's going to slow it out. McGrellin as well, looking to try and challenge. They're getting across the road, but Carrillo's going to roll straight up to IWNRX. This is a chance for IWNRX to stop Alpha 7 and lock in the 151 top spot.
Alpha 7 are in big trouble. They're in the worst position. So many teams are focusing right onto them. We talked about fate being in Alpha 7's favor. This is perfect for Team Reject. They didn't have to do a single thing, and Alpha 7 might just go out.
Reject are making their move now as well. They're swinging up north. They're going into open ground. And Apex with a challenge. McGrellin goes down. Revo and Mafioso on the outside. Nade up into the building. Apex goes low, but he's not out. The second one maybe. No, it goes long. Revo with another one. They're putting it towards the backside, and there's the knock onto Apex.
Huge!
3 players for Alpha 7 stay alive. Can they get this flush? Put a point on the board. They find it.
They got
Revo picks it up, and now it's 152, but Zed Wolf's into the fight.
152 might just be enough. I don't know how anybody is in their seat right now. Get on your feet. This is the final moments of this tournament. IWNRX got their eyes locked onto Alpha 7.
There it is.
They're focused on the end. That's 2 down.
Carrillo now last to go. He's into the buggy. What is he doing? Are they going to take the spray? They have the team shots. It goes low. He takes one, but he's fine. Over towards Baron, who's not got his attention turned his way. A roll down for Carrillo. They get a second point. They get 2 points, but they're down. And there it is. 1-5-3. Reject, are you up to it? What have you got?
1-5-3. That is the number to beat. Can Reject do it? They need to have a record-breaking game here. They are on the edge of the zone of Monte Nuevo. The problem is, though, all of these teams that are left, there's only so many eliminations. Team Reject, how could they be sitting still? At a certain point, you gotta start pushing squads.
With the tie-breaking rule, Reject lose. They need 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That is tough going for them.
That's almost his whole lobby.
Misery goes down. Talon out with them. Reiji also will fall. 34 players remain, and 4 of them are Rejects, which means there's only 30 points left in the lobby for them, and those will start to drain away. The longer they sit, the longer their task will seem. The shadow of it towers in front of them. And the longer this goes on, the safer Alpha 7 sit.
Alpha 7 are looking really good right now. They got to be very, very happy because Team Reject are in a dire position. But we got a bigger problem, John. Tiamba. Tiamba are right next to Team Reject, and they could look to steal away that second place position.
The open ground that sits beneath Tiamba is where Reject are going to need to go. If Reject go down now, they get 0 placement points. 14 points was the difference. It's now 10. Tiamba, very capable of jumping that gap.
Absolutely. Tiamba have a good feeling that this team across the road is one they need to take out. And they took out all of Team Reject's vehicles, so they're stuck on foot here. Gonna have to make something happen with the weapons on their back. If they want to be the new champions, they're gonna have to do something special here.
And it needs to be now. There is no time. There is no more waiting. Oh! Tiamba spotted. Soez to want to do it.
Devastating. Devastating play for Tiamba. They got backdoored. They didn't even see DRX. They do end up getting that revenge, but they lose a critical player here. Now they are going to be able to get another elimination point. That gets them a little bit closer to Team Reject. Team Reject stuck, just trying to play this safely. At this point, they know that to try to get this championship is going to be very difficult. But can we at least hold on to second place?
That's the challenge. But the nades are coming through. They are cooking them in response, but they are just pouring over towards Reject. Sara in the smoke on the roadside. Launches one towards QZ. Is that good? No, it's short. Spray over to Sara.
Down.
And Bond finds the knock. Will look for one. Reggie as well.
That's
two. The next to go down, and Reject are starting to crumble. Two players fall. Divine in the smoke has to push forwards now. You've got to do it. Duello's there. Divine is down, and Duello might just be the last chance. He's out. Reject still with one player left, but it's in the blue zone, and down they go. Japan fall, and Brazil rise. Alpha 7.
They've done it! Alpha 7 are gonna be the first ever PUBG Mobile World Cup champions! Out come the hugs, and Brazil are screaming at the top of their lungs!
And they know that they've done it! Alpha 7 elation. What a way to do it! Tiamba, though, with the chase. 3 of their players still alive. Can Reject fall further than this?
Whoo! $400,000 in the bank, baby. What are they gonna buy first? That's gonna be the question. But the big question is, can Tiamba steal some serious money away from Team Reject?
There it
they
is.
have 6 eliminations already.
6 teams remaining as well. Those placements are going to add up. They sit 6 points now behind where Reject are. With those 8 eliminations, there are 118 to the 124 that Reject have.
By the way, DRX are in 7th place. They're still alive here. DRX have 103 total points. They could definitely make some moves up this leaderboards and make some big money. They could easily pass up Boom. There's only 5 more points they need to get to tie with them.
Absolutely, and those placements do start to rack up fast. You pick up a point, you pick up 2 elims, something like that. You stay in late because the circle keeps them on. Team Liquid, the opposing force on the northwest flank.
Let's see just how many points, how many placements these teams are going to move up. You can see even IWNRX have 7 eliminations here. We can see them put themselves in a really good spot if they're able to finish this game with a chicken dinner. Tiamba, though, creeping closer to Team Reject. 8 eliminations. There's not much left to go for them.
Time is of the essence now. Tiamba breaking out to the east. They want to establish control on the open ground. DRX not going to take shots their way just yet. The circle's going to close, and it's going to push IWNRX in. Closer to Team Liquid, and TJB are there. Over the road they go. The crash is incoming now. 4 players roll up. Swain goes low, gets knocked frozen as well. Kind, the third to fall, and IWNRX going straight into the fiery maw that sits before them. Down they go. DRX with a challenge now. Power wanting to surge up the tables.
DRX need to get this fight done. They can push themselves so high up the leaderboard. Here comes Tiamba. They need just a few more points. They're making a hard push, but Team Liquid stiff arms them. DRX, you can see them hoping and praying for this last player to make something magical happen.
They need 6 points from here on out, Jukes. That's all they need. But that's such a difficult task. DRX are falling too.
DRX cannot go out now. They have to take out Power. They need to get this done. The last player for Tiamba, it's gonna be Sean. He has a good open angle onto this side of the map. Let's see what happens as DRX starts up that push. Oh, here comes TJB in the mix on the third party.
And it is going to be DRX picking up that first point as well. They've added another to their tally. 2 players for them, holding out against Power. TJB with 3, pushing on in. There's the crash. 1 player down, and it's all up to the player upstairs now. Can he hold the staircase? Can he hold his nerve with 5 teams remaining?
DRX already sitting with 105 points. 1 more and they'll tie with Talon. The difference at this stage, folks, is $10,000. We could see 2 eliminations being $10,000 more in the blank for DRX, but they only have 1 player up. Can he do it? He gets a knock.
Vidan goes down, the Molotov is in the window, but he's got more still to deal with. And it is going to be pure steel in his heart right now. It needs to be for DRX if they want to jump up. Boom is their next ladder up. And over the top he goes. What is this guy doing? Oh my God. This is PMWC. You can't do that.
The jump down, oh, and he goes down at the last second. Was that enough, though, to push them up 2 more placements? That could have been a massive $20,000 plus swing from DRX in that one moment.
Here's the thing.
Tianba.
Tianba, exactly. 6 points is second place. They sit 6 points behind. They need 1 elimination here, or they fall in third. They need to find a point. 1 point from anywhere, but it is on the ropes for Tianba.
It is all up to Sean. What can he do for Tianba? Can we see a miracle happen? Tianba push their way up and reject from their second place spot. We know he's gonna get some solid placement points here. Can he hunt down? Oh, he's got to be very, very careful here. A couple shots, and he is done for.
6 placements would draw them even, but they lose the tiebreaker. Tianba lose the tiebreaker to reject in second place, which means second place is not good enough. He needs 1 point and a second place, or to get a couple more eliminations, but that would be such a tall order. Team Liquid are taking them away from him. Oh, a brutal point found. Is it going to him? No. I think that was taken by Team Liquid.
5 seconds on the clock. This zone is about to close, folks, and it's going down all the way to the middle. Team Liquid have their eyes on Sean. How many smokes does he have left? That is the question. Team Liquid are going to be looking to take this chicken dinner. They're going to push themselves up the leaderboards. That's right. How far? We're about to find out as TJB are playing on the edge. Can Sean outlast TJB to get a few more of those critical placement points? He is now in the blue zone. And this is gonna hurt. The nades bring on out, and that is Sean. God, did he do it?
TJB went down first. I think they might have gone down. I'm not entirely sure. It might be a dead heat. We'll have to go to the leaderboards, but the big story is the old legacy laid in the dust for Alpha 7. They have broken the curse. The shackles are broken. An international title has been claimed.
Put the belt.
Supporters of PUBG Mobile esports around the world, we have found your champions. Months of hard work, qualifiers and stages have brought them to this point. Congratulations.
But first, we welcome the Keymaster onto the stage to give the team their championship key.
Gentlemen, Carrillo, put your key onto your trophy.
The crownless are finally kings and rest on their throne. Ladies and gentlemen, PMWC champions, Alpha 7 ESPORTS! Boys, congratulations. Carrillo, I'm starting with you. tell us, how does it feel? You have finally secured your first World Championship, World Cup Championship. How does it feel?
Como você se sente? Vamos começar por você. Você finalmente conseguiu o seu primeiro campeonato mundial. Como você se sente?
Bom, é uma mistura de emoção, muita felicidade. A gente finalmente conseguiu ser campeões. Fazem 4 anos que a gente está tentando e bateu na trave, segundo lugar, terceiro lugar. E todo mundo zoando a gente. E não tinha outra equipe para ser campeão, tinha que ser a gente, porque a gente merece muito. E a gente está muito feliz.
It's a mixture of feelings. We've been trying for a long time. It's a lot of emotions. We've been trying second, third place, people making fun of us, but there was no other team. It had to be us.
Well, they're not making fun of you, any of you more now. This right here proves you are the best.
It's true, it is true. Carelio, I'm going to come to you one more time. We have a very important question to ask you. Which 3 teams' keys are you going to crush to place in the base of your trophy?
Quais são as 3 chaves que vocês querem esmagar para colocar na base do troféu de vocês?
Bom, nós decidimos juntos e nós vamos colocar a Vampire, a IHC e a Reject. Mas é porque a gente respeita muito esses times, eles são muito fortes.
We decided together we're going to do Vampire, Reject,
IHC.
And IHC, and that's because we respect them very much. They're very good teams.
I mean, they're taking a reigning world champion, the 2-time MSC champion, and the team that took away the PMGO from them. There's no sweeter revenge than that. And Carelio, I want to give you this opportunity. Anything that you want to say to the fans, family, supporters that have supported you this entire journey, all this way to becoming the PMWC champion?
Vamos te dar essa oportunidade agora. Alguma coisa que você queira dizer para a família, para os fãs, para quem quer que esteja apoiando vocês?
Bom, eu só tenho a agradecer a minha família, a toda a torcida da sede que nunca deixou de nos apoiar. Foram longos anos aí tentando e eles sempre apoiando a gente. E o mais importante é agradecer a Deus, porque é por causa dele que a gente está aqui. E esse título é sensacional, é por conta dele. Eu estou nervoso, tô tudo, mas agradecer a Deus, porque ele é muito importante, ele muda a nossa vida. E mandar um beijo para a família aí, que deve estar assistindo lá com certeza no Brasil. Amo vocês.
We would like to thank our family, our fans, everyone always supported us. Many years they are with us. A7 always supporting us very much. And to thank God, especially because it's because of God that we're here. We're very nervous and I would like to say hi and send a big kiss for our families and thank you. Thank you very much.
Love to hear that. Once again, congratulations, Carelio, Alpha 7, incredible performance. You have proved time and time again that you deserve to be here and you deserve to be the champion, and you have also earned the right to immortalize Alpha 7 and yourselves in the history of the Esports World Cup by placing your key later on into the totem.
That is right, so we're going to give you that opportunity one more time to lift that trophy and cement yourselves as the champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Alpha 7 Esports!
Well, the tears are flowing, and the question is, can the wins keep going here for Alpha 7 as they finally break their curse and can officially make their stand not only in the official power ranking as #1 team in the world, but now are PUBG Mobile World Cup champions, their first massive international title ever. And you heard in that interview, Chris saying, we finally get to prove all those people talk about us wrong, man. They finally get the victory, and you can see what it means to them.
For the people joking around saying second place, and we're going to be second place again, finally we get Alpha 7 being able to get a global championship, being able to be on top where this team has deserved to be for a very, very long time. And it's good to see that the hard work for many years for this team has finally paid off.
We've been saying it like event after event after event. It is eventually going to be Brazil's time to claim one of these trophies, and it's happened right now here at PMWC. And what a great achievement for them, Rand. So many years of work to make it happen, and this was their time.
And Kalaris, I think you said it perfectly when we were watching the games about Alpha 7.
honestly, it's it's actually hard to get the words out a little bit because, as you say, we've been waiting for it for so long. But it's not only the fact that they are the PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here. It's not only the fact that they do it in amazing style. If you think about second place after second place after second place, first place in the power rankings by a country mile, and now crowning themselves here. Honestly, for me right now, I imagine for a lot of you guys as well, they're the current era GOATs. They are undisputed the current era GOATs, and I don't see how anybody can contest with them just yet.
Yeah, we need to go back in our ranking that we did for top 10 GOATs of all time and put them at #1, man. This team, phenomenal out of them, and also to be able to settle on a 4th player. I mean, McGrell, we've talked about this a couple of times so far on the show. We're not sure if he's going to be staying with the team. I think from what we have been hearing, he won't be staying with the team, but that is a way to make your name for yourself, and also basically have the pick of the litter of what team you want to join in Brazil after Alpha 7.
Good for your resume. I feel like, okay, shall we get the PMWC champion on our team? Actually, you know what? Might be worth it, yeah.
This has been honestly amazing, and maybe we should also give some credit to some other teams out here. Reject,
Yes.
a lot of questions around them after PMGO. Like, can they replicate this kind of performance? Finishing second, but just barely clawing at the end.
And actually, that really came down to the wire, wasn't it? Tiamba, if Tiamba had gotten one more elimination, they would have been able to get themselves into second place. I think right now it's on a tiebreaker based on the winner-winner chicken dinner. So that is insane, all things considered, but here it is.
You know what, Tiamba, looking at it, right, they've had an amazing 3rd day. And this is going to give them a lot of really great experience for their next global event. I feel like Tiamba, the next time we see them at a PMGC, a PMGO, or PMWC next year, this team can really compete for the very top because they have that experience under their belt. I'm really, really excited to see them play more.
Also, as a little side note here, Brazil's got to be happy in general because they get an extra slot for PMGC because of this, which is huge for the region considering the powerhouse teams we've had. Also, as a little side note here, Alpha 7 finally get to say, yeah, you might have won PMSL Team Liquid, but sit down when you get to global events because we're still going to be the #1. Fantastic to see, but any other teams that really stood out to you over the course of this? I mean, Vampire, we saw them finally have a run and start to get towards the top of the leaderboard. IHC maybe towards the end as well. What do you got, Max?
Oh, I mean, for me, I would have to look at DRX. I think they've shown some really significant improvements. Right, man, 4th position. They almost could have made it into the top 3, but DRX had some great moments. And just like Tiamba, I am excited to see them in their next global event.
The biggest question mark for Tiamba was those chicken dinners coming into the main tournament.
Yes.
Because of them not being able to get any chicken dinners, they end up being in 3rd place. But I'm with you. I'm excited to see what this Chinese team is going to be doing in the future. For the longest time, ever since we saw Nova, there really hasn't been a Chinese team that has been dominant or has been able to showcase their skills at a global event. It's good to see that now we're starting to see some more Chinese teams being able to step up.
Yeah, obviously looking at how PEL plays things out or whatever, obviously there's been power shifts, power dynamics across the globe. How would PEL actually stack up against all of these other regions? Tiamba's shown that they can truly rival these top spots. Again, if one elimination had gone their way in this last game, if one elimination had gone their way in the other 17 games, they'd have been looking at second place here. But hey, PMGO champions, hold it on.
Ayala stole that one elimination we're looking at, thinking that Sean would be able to pull that one off. But I think DRX, as you guys brought up, a major surprise considering group stage, what we saw on this team. Well, we didn't really see much of this team. Unfortunate for them. And then they go to survival stage, they make it through, they get here into 4th place. I think that's been one of the biggest upsets so far in this event, minus Team Falcons not qualifying, obviously.
Yeah, I would have to agree for that one. But like at the end of the day, we keep saying it, the entirety of this main tournament, right? It was so close between so many teams in the middle of the pack, even towards the top, right? Like pushing up in top 3 for Tiamba, tying up onto that 2nd place. This is one of the most entertaining global tournaments we've had in a long, long time, and gets me even more excited for what PMGC is going to have in store for us at the end of this year.
The skill is getting closer and closer. I think that we were saying, what, from 12th downwards all the way up to 4th place. It was like 14 points or so between those teams. So you could have had a situation where somebody in the last game alone went from winning, I don't know, 45 grand or something like that, to rocketing all the way up to trying to challenge for $100,000. That's how close it was in the middle pack at game 18. So it's been a blinder of a tournament.
It really has. You saw there the 2nd page how close it really was indeed. Only Power, unfortunately, kind of falling. Couldn't replicate that 4-game performance they had in the group stage. For MV, though, even though, just 4MV, man. I think for me that's been one of the most disappointing results so far because, Max, we got through the watch parties for CSA. We saw what they could do in their region. but something was massively lacking when we got to the
Yeah, I mean, if we bring up 4MV, we have to bring up Falcons too, right? I feel like those are two teams that we expected to already for Falcons make into the main tournament, but just do better in general. But you know what? Sometimes it just doesn't quite work out for them, and hopefully they can go back to the drawing board in the full season of CSA, and if they make it into PMGC, try and perform over there.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We're actually only a few weeks away from PMSLs kicking off yet again. And we know PMGC is around the corner. We know how teams are going to be qualifying into PMGC. So yeah, you might get some wins here, you might get some good results, but their job's not done. You go home, maybe take a week off, and get straight back into that grind once again.
I'm intrigued to see what kind of roster changes we're going to be seeing due to the outcome of this event, right? You guys were talking about maybe McGrellin not continuing with Alpha 7, him being able to pick wherever he might want to go in Brazil, and now Brazil with being the champions out of PMWC, having that extra slot going into PMGC, that's going to be massive. If I'm McGrellin right now, oh man, I'm so excited to see.
I know he's going to get picked up by Alpha 7 though. Oh, Ratto boy!
Yes! Oh, I'd be so happy.
Well, let's move on here. We're talking about the greatest team we have here so far this event, taking home the championship. It's time to take a look at our MVP. I'm not going to give you predictions because we actually kind of already know who it is. Max is looking at his phone. He's like, all right, this guy's the MVP. Let's actually show it for you guys.
He didn't want to curse it.
Yeah, he didn't want to curse it, but not to mention a lot of extra money. I think it's 50K for being the MVP of the event, and it will go Reject's way with Regio.
Back-to-back global event MVP from PMGO at the start of the year in Brazil, now over here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Man, this guy's been on point. The mini 14 god of this lobby. And man, his nades, not to be sniffed at either. No, he's been on point when it comes to his utility play. Like, clearly a standout player for Reject. And I'm excited to see how his career is going to continue for the rest of 2024.
One of the main reasons why Reject was even challenging to become the champion here at PMWC. And I'm with you. For him to be able to now get back-to-back MVPs at global tournaments, I'm trying to think back if that has not been done in the past. And I don't think it has.
Really
because when Nova was winning, it was always a different player. It was either Parabor, it was Order, or maybe it was Jimmy as well. You never knew who was going to win. But for him to be able to put up this performance back-to-back in global tournaments is so impressive.
So technically, Reiji can do the Grand Slam of PUBG Mobile Esports for 2024. If he does in PMGC, oh man, best player out there.
I mean, and he might have the chops to be able to do it. I mean, looking at a lot of the fights that they were able to take here, not only was the utility game strong from them as well, but even just the entry frags that they were actually being able to utilize, as well as defensive frags. If you think back to the island finish on Erangel, they were holding that compound down for a long time and held it strong against people in the compound to then transition over water situations. So yeah, the world's his oyster.
I think the craziest thing about them actually as well is that the fact is they got in from this event because they won PMGO, not because they qualified from their own region. They placed, I think, 9th in their own region.
It was bad.
We almost didn't even get to see them play, and then they come into the event and they get 2nd place. It's really interesting that they're able to play so high in global, but so low in the region.
But this is what people have to, these teams have to truly understand and realize about PUBG Mobile. International competition is very different to regional competition. You can't just, I mean, let's take 4MV, for example, and Falcons in this scenario. They look great in their region, but come to international, it's a different ballgame. Not necessarily in terms of how you're going to execute an overall skill, just how the lobby feels, the flow of the lobby. You've really got to feel it out very fast because you have limited time to be able to do so on the international soil.
It takes a skill set that's so hard to really train as well because you're so used to your region.
Yes.
And you don't have to adapt so quickly. But during this event, we did have a couple of records broken. One of them, at least, we didn't expect to be broken when it came to longest distance eliminations. Let's actually get a check-in here with our results. And we do have Alpha 7, of course, with 5 chicken dinners over the course of this event, getting themselves an extra 25K to the 400K they just won, plus all the money they won in the group stage as well. Are they going to go to the Rolex store after this?
Maybe. I mean, that's why they didn't get 6 eliminations. They could have been like, oh no, we're not going to get 6 wins. We're going to make it easy for 2025 PMW.
To beat ourselves again.
We're going to beat ourselves again.
I can see Refus as well. At least 4MV gets an extra 10K for themselves with the longest elimination. This one we find going to be extremely hard to break in the future as well. Because that is it's a long shot.
I want to see that clip.
120.
Yeah, where's the clip? Give
Where's
me the clip.
Get us the clip. Yes.
Dang. Yeah, nobody's breaking that.
421.
Even like Tony K, right? Most eliminations in an event, 53. I actually am curious, like, what did Regio get at the end of this? Because 53 is insane.
I don't think anyone's beating that ever.
Yeah. Are they going to slowly like reduce it by like a certain percentage every year until someone can break it again?
It slowly decays over time. Yeah, okay.
Or you add the total that you get from it every year.
I mean, beating a record from an invitation-based tournament into a qualification-based one is tough. Like the transition from those two events is really hard. So,
and then as time
it might
goes
take
on,
a few years to like beat that record set by Tony K.
As time goes on, the skill gets closer and closer between all the regions as well, so it gets harder and harder to be that absolute insane. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult.
We saw it perfectly with this tournament. I think it was Ray also ended up with 33 elims, so not even close. 20 behind. That's ridiculous.
You'd have to absolutely stomp PMWC to be able to pull that one off, and that we don't see that happening anytime soon. And also, interesting thing here, our Infinix Dream Squad. I'm actually curious to see who this is going to be. It's our top 4 when it comes to our MVP. So we know Regiocio is going to be there. We know Mafioso is probably going to be there. I'm wondering, is it going to be 3 Alpha 7 members and Regiocio? Are we going to see the Enigma Galaxy for Alpha 7?
Juicy Z.
Okay.
I'm happy with this.
Me too.
Of course you're happy with that. Of course
Well, QCC performed so well for them during group stage. I feel like he didn't perform to the point that we kind of expected him to here in the main tournament, but for him to be able to kind of put up these performances, I am not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at this list, of course. You're like, sure, you have Mafioso and Revo. I do know as a fact, looking at the stats, that the other players, Magrelin, Carrillo, are not far behind. So could have been a full, it could have just been Alpha 7 team, almost.
Well, they show out that they are the best players here when it comes to PMWC, and they also win themselves an Infinix GT20 Pro World Cup Edition phone as well that they get to use for themselves and take home. So hey, some extra prizes going for themselves, man. I'm jealous.
We got one.
Yeah, we did, but is it World Cup Edition?
Look, I'm jealous, yeah. Okay.
I mean, they're jealous.
Be satisfied with what you have, boys, okay?
I want more!
Yeah.
Well, let's also take a look at our Arcadia play of the day as well here. I don't know what it's going to be, to be honest, because we've had... yeah, to be fair, it could be Yoru. Oh, we got some special words here, actually. Okay, so you got Gunslinger for Mafioso, Grenade Master for Revo, Frenzy for Field Medic. All right.
He rezzed his teammates in their win earlier today, like so much. He was keeping, I think it was Yummy alive just the entirety of the time, then taking that win versus Alliance. So he was the real medic.
Not gonna lie, for Grenade Master, after what happened in group stages and after you got me so hyped on it,
man,
I was expecting 4MB Doc to end up being the leader in that. And by the way, Alpha 7 overrated, Doc? I don't know about that.
That's gonna chase him for years.
We're never letting that go. Oh, that's a bad take.
We're queuing that clip up for PMGC already, actually.
Yes.
Can we just get that clipped out for later on in the year? Well, now we can take a look here at Arcadia play of the day. I think Yoru is a good shout as well, because that kept Reject in reach. Up to Alpha 7.
Brilliant. It was such a good hold, and these plays don't happen too often. Also, if you're going up against players with S12Ks compared to the DBS, you've got that slight reload time between the 2 shots. So you've got to be so on point with the DBS to make that happen.
And actually, even after the clutch try, he was using so much utility and smokes that he made it look like there were 3 players in that compound. And it slowed down power significantly, so he kept the hopes of Talent alive quite a bit longer in that Erangel game.
Of course, Gio coming in.
Oh, yeah.
This game was so important for Alpha 7.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as we're watching the Alula IHC POV from this one, the fact that Alpha 7 was able to solidify themselves in the top spots in that second last game meant there was almost no wiggle room for rejects towards the end.
The patterns, right? The patterns ended up showing for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 being able to be passive, control the game, slow it down if they needed to, and then for Reject fully sending it, making the wrong decision, it ended up costing in the tournament.
Hashtag mature team.
Yeah,
that's what it is. And actually, to be fair, I mean, we kind of meme about it a little bit, but Alpha 7 really have matured as a team over time and have definitely showed they've come willing to play a different style, a slower style. Hey, that's you, Coloris.
Hey, that's
and willing to adjust, because what was going on in the past wasn't allowing them to win titles, and finally they're able to do it here.
Yeah,
I want to take that trophy.
I know,
that trophy
it looks great.
At least they found their key again.
Yeah, they found it again. They dropped on the floor when they tried to lift it again.
But
where are they going? Are they coming to?
Are they coming to us? I want to say, because I know with this area.
Yeah.
And they're walking towards the
They're going to give it to you, Seven. Seven, as our #1 supporter. Here's the trophy.
No. I'm good. I'm good. People are already saying that I was going to curse them. I saw all those Instagram posts.
Let's be real, though.
I'm not Max.
This image here, it feels like this should have happened 3 years, 2 years, 1 year ago. Them carrying the major trophy through the halls, escorted by security. This is
Wait, they are coming in here.
For them.
No. They're going.
They go
to
early?
the club championship.
Okay, well that makes more sense. Yeah.
The totem.
By the way, as we heard them say and Sandstorm say, I love the teams they chose.
Yes.
The keys they add to their trophy. That is hilarious. to have the team who won PMGC over them, the team that won PMG over them, and the team that always wins these mid-season events. Honestly, I'm so happy that it chose those 3 teams.
I mean, we're thinking maybe they were going to end up picking Team Liquid, but...
That's a mean pick.
Team Liquid, keep beating them in Brazil. It doesn't matter. You're still falling short when we get to global events.
I'd love to know your guys' opinions. Is there any dispute that they are the current era GOATs?
Oh, no, for sure. Like, they are. I think even before this event they were, but now they just solidified themselves. We won. This is the only thing they were missing, is winning a trophy at one of these global events, and it's finally happened.
There was so much memeing. We heard the players say it. We've been made fun of for being second place, but that it's crazy when you lose track of that for a team to be able to be so consistent, to be able to get second place so many times over and over again. Yes, it's unlucky. Yes, they haven't matured enough. Guess what? They are now mature enough. Now they are able to put their key in that tone.
Of course, join all the other champions here at the ESPORTS World Cup. You can see on the board at the moment the likes of T1. That organization has a legacy behind them. Alpha 7 have a legacy behind them that's continuing to grow and continuing to improve as we continue through the growth and development of PUBG Mobile Esports. And man, they're almost crying. It's almost making me to tears, and I don't cry easily.
To be honest, I'm in shock that this is the first global trophy for Carrillo too. With how well he has been for so many years, I would put him up there as one of the GOATs now for PUBG Mobile 2. We were talking about how this team is one of the GOATs right now of our current era. Carrillo, with the way he's been able to play, with so many ups and downs that he has had, with the switching of teams as well, going from loops now to being in Alpha 7 for such a long time, and being able to perform over and over again, pretty much silencing the doubters.
If this team doesn't get complacent, roll on next year, roll on the next PMWC. We're here once again in Riyadh. You're seeing this tone. This is going to stand place in Riyadh from now until then. And then I don't know if anybody can contend with them. The people that are going to try and contend with them have to work extremely hard to try and catch up to what Alpha 7 currently is.
Like it's not a meme. They have matured. They have leveled up significantly over the years, and like they're going to go into PMGC. Like for me, there's no doubt in my mind they're going to qualify for that tournament. And I'm telling you, they could do the back-to-back global event here. PMWC into PMGC. It could be happening, and we could finally maybe call them the actual world champions of PUBG Mobile Esports.
I would call them the actual true all-time GOATs if that happened, considering.
Better than Nova. I think it beats Nova's legacy.
Because the skill progresses from year to year to year. If you match up teams now compared to 4 years ago, 3 years ago, that's why I'm selling it.
I agree.
Well, that is the question, right? Will they get complacent? Will they fall off? We've seen teams do this in the past. Bigatron's going to be one team that comes to mind. Nova's going to be the team that comes to mind. Can they maintain this level of play? And I think the fact that they finally got that taste of victory, that taste of the being a champion, I want to say it's going to make him work even harder. And obviously you talked a lot about Carrillo, but what about Revo and Mafioso, man? These two have been with Alpha 7 for as long as time's existed. And they've never given up on the team. They've never given up on the organization. They've never given up on each other, bringing in different people on the roster. I think that's a story all in itself.
We've seen the growth, right? Especially with Revo. When he started off, and then he started becoming the MVP of Americas, and now he was able to put up great performances in global events. But the biggest highlight for me, especially in the past year, in the past 24 months, has to be Mafioso. The way that player alone has been able to stand up for that team, it was always either Carrillo or Revo. Now for them to also kind of put their backs, be able to be carried by Mafioso, it's even more impressive. He's been able to put up performances. Now he has adjusted to a role that's currently working out wonders for them. And I can't wait to see what this team's going to be doing. And I really hope that this team does end up finding a fourth and they stay together for at least a year. Please, do it for us.
That's the question. How strong can they become if they're already this dominant with only a core of 3 players? For all of you at home, remember PMWC will be coming to an end shortly, which means the Violet Thunder set is going to be disappearing as well. So make sure you guys pick this one up as quick as possible. And obviously, it celebrates the PUBG Mobile World Cup. And also, why after you're done doing this, go fill out a survey about the show. Likes, dislikes, what you've been happy with, what you weren't happy with. But of course, you all should be extremely happy with how this event's turned out, especially if you're a Brazilian fan. But before we do end out the show here, gentlemen, I want to give you a chance each for some closing thoughts, as we're coming to a close on the first half of the year. PMSLs, PMGCs are right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this entire year has been fantastic so far. PMJ was great. PMWC, man, again, I feel like this is one of the most entertaining global tournaments we've had in a long time for PUBG Mobile Esport, and is getting me just even more excited for the rest of the year. The full season, PMGC. Who's going to be taking the trophy there? Can Alpha 7 make it happen again? I am ecstatic with how things have been going so far, and I'm really looking towards the future and how things are going to go down.
That's the main thing for me too, how competitive this tournament has been. For Alpha 7 to finally be able to break that curse makes me happy as an Alpha 7 fan, makes me happy as a fan of PUBG Mobile Esports to show that that hard work finally has paid off. And I'm with you. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening in the PMSLs coming up. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in PMGC.
Been here 3 years in a row doing this. I love that we get to see the trials and tribulations of a star-studded roster finally pay off, finally come to fruition, finally claiming the World Cup here for Alpha 7. I have adored watching them take #1 spot.
Yeah, and I agree with everything you guys have said, and all I'm left to really say is a big shout out to, well, honestly, all the production crew have been here to PUBG Mobile and making these esports happen for us. And of course, all the different casters and people involved around the world, whether you were here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or at home and doing the stream from there. A big shout out to you guys. But that's going to wrap up our PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024. But remember, PMSL is around the corner. PMGC at the end of the year over in the UK. You're not going to want to miss out what PUBG Mobile Esports has in store for you for the remainder of this year. Thank you again for tuning in. And of course, we'll be back like always for some more PUBG Mobile action.
They wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Covet what's good from us. Escape what comes along. You have to come upon to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less. Regardless of your mind, destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like to jump. My fear can't change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they want to live for. Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on Abravia by Sony.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.